And then it just pisses them off, and they go, "You just get out of here. We don't even want to talk to you." Okay, it was fun though. It was nice 2 hours. It was nice. I did about 2 hours. It was fun. I had a good time. I ain't gonna do it no more though.
I can't go into Christians' lives.
Well, I was kind of bored, and then I knew Bash's concert was there. So when 11 o'clock hit and I didn't see you pop up, I said she's at Bash's concert, so that's not happening. So I mean, I was just bored. Somebody streamed some of it though. I got a chance to see some of it. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think that was Selena.
Yeah, streamed some of it, so I got a chance to see it.
What was I going to say? Yeah, the believers, some
Hey,
believers
I
are in my
streamed the whole
comments.
thing. Sorry.
Some believers are in my comments pretty upset about the AI question. The question I asked the AI. Like,
Oh yeah. I seen you did that twice. You downloaded another AI, asked them the same exact question, pretty much got the same answer.
yeah, and they mad about it, and I'm like I wanted to talk about that, but I don't know how to format that question yet to where it doesn't go down a silly path. But I seriously want to understand why they get. Do they even recognize that they're getting upset at a chatbot? That a chatbot didn't make the same decision that they made, and do they realize that like the weight that they're putting on the chatbot's response, and why? Like, why does that offend you that a chatbot said no? If I were human, I would not worship the Abrahamic God. Like, that's crazy. But they and their feelings in the comments, and it's just weird to me.
They don't care. I mean, you could take a dog in the church, and then if the dog don't lay down, they get mad at the dog. So I mean, they don't care. Anything that goes against this guy, they don't care. Computer doesn't matter. Who was that? Xena had that topic. Who's that? Put that up. Somebody put it up. Facts don't matter, or does facts matter?
Oh
Somebody.
yeah, I did that a couple of months ago.
Yeah, and I mean, that proves facts does not matter. It doesn't matter to them. It doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up to the YouTubers out there? What's up, Brian? One of our head mods over there. What's up, Toast? How are y'all? Um, y'all know what we need y'all to do, and then like I really need y'all's help. Because again, I am really tired, and it's gonna take for us to get some good conversations going to wake my ass all the way up. So I appreciate it if y'all do the things that TikTok likes to be done. That's sharing. That's of course hitting up the gifts and the likes. And continue to comment if you are on the team. I hate that whole fan club thing. I don't know what they're doing with that fan club, but if you're on the team, make sure you send your heartbeats and your popular votes so that we can get on the FYP. You said I can change that? Okay, so that's cool. I don't like the fan club thing. It's got to be
How do
it's
you
got to be a
change it?
way. I don't know. Chicago said I can, so hopefully he'll. Did y'all see that fucking video Chicago made with that George Washington wig on, lip singing to something I said during one of my videos?
Mm-mm.
No.
I didn't see it.
This
Mm-mm.
guy, this guy is a fucking fool. He has he. Hold on, let me see. It's in my story. Hold on, I put it in my story. His freaking I don't know what to call Chicago. Hold on. Can I access stories from desktop?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Can somebody bring Chicago up? I tried to bring him up, but it flipped. Look at this shit.
Mhm.
You flip. Look at this shit.
Mhm.
Yeah,
You flip.
I
Oh, Look it at this doesn't shit. play the story.
Mhm.
Oh, my bad. That's the lie. How I can't play the story? Hold on, let me. Chicago, can I go to your stories?
you can go to my story, but I got it too in case you need it.
You got what?
Let's see. Okay, I got it just in case you don't got it, because I have to share your story. You
It
should be.
doesn't. It
No,
doesn't do stories. It doesn't do stories on PC. That's fucking wild.
I got you.
My head hurts.
All right, let me straighten it up. So she come up here with the light like this, like, now where? Hold on.
What's that music in the background, Chicago?
I don't know, somebody edited. You hear the siren in her voice, and she let these lights, shine off of it. So she used the illusion of light and singing and trickery, because a lot of black women are very success to, they fall victim to these lights out here, lights and shininess. Black women want to have shiny lips. Black women want to have nice hair. Black women want to sing like Beyonce. This woman does all of that, but she used all her femininity for evil, and that's what she does. And like I said, she does it again with her lips. You can. That's the first thing you see. You can see how shiny it is. This is not even from the light. This is from the lip of her videos on here. All right.
Oh my gosh. This dude ain't got no sense, y'all.
I'm supposed to. And then look at this. And then you see this hat? That hat she stole from Sebastian. She stole Sebastian's hat when he was still being as a regular man before she forced him to get his hair dyed pink. He was until she forced him wearing that pink hat. So now she wears it to say that she's being masculine in it. Now, granted, I don't know about her what she feels that she is and everything. Sweetie, this is not really mine. This is Thinker. Like I said, this is a man, a man of breaking. She beer breaks. Don't be letting nobody up here. I'm trying to save them up here. If you are my pick me women do not come up here right now, because there's a dangerous woman out there who do not want y'all to love and honor men the way God intended to. All right. Here at the time for you. The conversation colonizers. How do a woman like this, no regular woman, can have perfect shiny ass lips, beautiful puckering shiny kissable?
Okay, I'm done, Chicago. I am done. You ain't got no sense. I swear you don't.
That was hilarious though.
Bye bye, y'all.
Oh my
But you
god.
know what? He ain't lying. Your lips do be on point.
They be popping.
Uh,
They be on point. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie.
that that's what's that song? My lip gloss be popping. My lip gloss be I don't know the rest of that. Um you say hello AT. I recently discovered your channel and eloquence. I'm glad I did. You are sincere and understandable. Thank you for your work. Thank you. Oh, from Mexico. Thank you so much. Rod Below Hours. Thank you. I appreciate you. Over in YouTube land. All right, y'all. We are only at 63 shares. What is happening? Normally we be at 100, and we missed the 15-minute mark. Is everybody sleepy too? Like y'all had a long weekend too?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do need to get these shares up, y'all. And where everybody at?
Yeah.
And get these
Normally,
likes. Tap tap tap.
oh, Lowen, I'm sorry to hear that.
What happened?
He said he's been dealing with intense anxiety. Hey, Constant. What's up, Travis?
Mhm. Send
All
me
right,
your
y'all. So
hugs.
in about 20 something more shares, we'll start taking guests. But again, if it gets slow, y'all, I am going to go to sleep. Um, but I think I can pull through if we have conversations going. But it's been a long weekend, no lie. And then when I came back, I didn't really get to rest that much. The grandbabies was
Hmm.
here. I went to lunch with my daughter as soon as I got back in town, and then
Oh, okay.
the grandbabies was here, and they would not let me sleep. Little buddy, speaking of lips, little buddy was in the bed with me, and he was watching TV. And while I fell asleep while he's watching TV, and then all of a sudden I feel him playing with my lips, like flicking them, like flicking my lips. Goodness gracious. All right, y'all. So the guest box
Hmm.
is open now. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, of course, if you are a nerd, the guest box is open. And just a reminder, if you are dragon status, you are allowed to come up and participate in questioning one of the guests, or like in participating in the conversation, whether that guest is opposition or a friendly. You are welcome to come up on stage and participate in one of those conversations. So it is one dragon at a time, one guest at a time. I may end up implementing, like letting multiple dragons come up, uh like sporadically, doing something like that if I or another host is not available. But hosts will always be able to be on stage first and take first priority. But of course, if you're a dragon, you do have that benefit. And if you are a dragon, and a dragon only can come on stage and shoot the shit. And what I mean when I say shoot the shit is you can come on stage, make jokes, take us off topic. Only a dragon can do that. If you're not a dragon, please don't come up here and shoot the shit. We got to stay
Because
on
if you
track with the
do, I am
conversation.
going to drop you. I'm start doing that now. Just drop you right out the sky.
We got to stay on track, right? Keep in mind this: the purpose of the live is deconstructing from Christianity. That's what I'm doing, right? The questions that I ask, the conversations that I ask, are questions that I have, mainly about the belief that people hold, like and how people think, right? How people respond to these questions. And so keep that in mind. Um, just want to make sure that we stay on track with that. But the guest box is open if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist. So some of these questions are from early on when we first started doing the live, mixed in with a little bit of new questions. So I kind of recycle back to the beginning since we have a larger audience, and
Hmm.
kind of want to see what people are saying now. And so we did, of course, already talk about how the devil doesn't belong to non-believers. The devil belongs to believers. And what I mean when I say that is that's a character in this book, in this story. It seems to be a necessary character for some and not necessary for others. But throwing the devil off on people who don't believe in this God or in this story kind of seems I don't know, redundant, I guess, because not even redundant. I don't know what word I'm looking for. It just doesn't make sense because we don't believe in the God. Like, why would we believe in your devil character, right? Um, yeah, it's very sus. Why special K? Oh, you just have to resubscribe. God can stop sin or simply forgive. All of this, I feel that all of this is unnecessary when He has the power to just forgive. Like, it's unnecessary. And then to me, it seems like it invalidates, like, Jesus' sacrifice. Like, what did it do? Um, I don't think it did anything. Why doesn't God stop harm done in His name? What is love? That one I'm really interested in. The last time we ran that one was probably 8 months ago, and like literally, I'm not even claiming that I know what love is. But it's really interesting to hear how people describe that, and a lot of times people don't even know how to articulate what they think love is for them or for other people. God wants robots, and you agree that's an all-time favorite because believers kind of act like they don't know that. All right. And then they ultimately end up agreeing that okay, being a robot. Why does the message of Jesus need billboards, missionaries, and pastors? Y'all, on my way home from Atlanta, I saw so many billboards. Trust Jesus. Jesus loves you. I can't even but so many of them
The
were
heartbeat one.
promoting
Did you see that
Jesus.
one?
I told you that I'm
Huh?
over the road.
Did you see the heartbeat one
No. Mm-mm.
with the babies? Yeah, they have the baby
No.
on there with the heartbeat. Oh well, no, I'm sorry. That's going towards Florida. That's going the opposite direction.
But it made me think, like, why does Jesus's message need billboards and marketing and missionaries and pastors, but the devil's doesn't? Like, shouldn't we like feel or see the influence of Jesus or like the power of Jesus without that? Since the Christians believe that the devil's influence is everywhere, does that mean that the devil has more power or more influence than Jesus? And is that why Jesus needs so much marketing? You know?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, because you don't see a billboard that says the devil wants you, or the devil is real. Like, you
He
don't see that.
can't
And then if you
advertise for
did,
himself.
right, but here's the thing. If you did see a billboard that says the devil wants you, it would most likely be Jesus's marketing team, because
Yep.
it would be Jesus's marketing team trying to convince you that there is an enemy after you. It wouldn't be the devil's team, the devil's marketing team. So, like, that's a question that I have, and just wondering what believers think about that. And then Gentiles weren't guilty of the law. Still called 666 Truth. Is that a real billboard, Mac?
Call 666.
Yeah. And then, of course, the Gentiles were not guilty of the law. Still, want to have that conversation about why they say that they sinned or they couldn't keep the law, and why they're willing to take on that guilt for something that they didn't do. And in that question, I do want to get into the reason that the Israelites kept leaving their God, because I do want to know that. Like, if they had the one and only true God, they had access to that God and he was all good, why? What did the other gods give them that this God wasn't giving them, that made them want to keep worshiping other gods? That's but yeah, so if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist or a nerd, the guest box is open. Theo is in the guest box first. We're gonna go ahead and get Theo out the way. Well, Theo left. Theo, where you at? We go ahead and get you out the way. Okay. We'll start
Y'all
off with
keep
Theo.
sending these popular arrows
I'm on
and
mute.
heart knees. Smash those hearts and do all the things to help us stay on the FYP.
Thank y'all. Hey Theo.
Yeah, hello, Miss Tinker, and I do believe the second one is far too real, and it is a bit broad, and in fact that God can stop sin or simply forgive. He didn't do that to Adam and Eve, and that was the first instance that he didn't forgive, and the fact that it's in the first chapter of the Bible makes me see clearly that God is harsh, and God is actually proving Isaiah 45, wait, was it Isaiah 45:7, where create his when Isaiah states that God created light and darkness. And also good morning or good day to you, Miss Tinker, and the panel. I'm sorry I didn't greet, but anyways, here I am, and good day. And was it, Miss Tinker, was it Isaiah 45:7?
Yeah, the I create evil scripture.
Yes, it's
Hmm.
presupposed that God created light and darkness, and God created humans, and humans created sin, but God chose God chose to wipe out every people in earth once, and then died on the cross for our sins. But sin is still up and going, and if God created light and darkness, then sin actually is, he can't erase sin, because he wants people to be free, or we make our own choices. But God, he lets us do these things, and he can't even stop the harm that sin does to us. And then it's like he doesn't care. And from the looks of it, basically in the Bible, he was tired of people, even from Genesis itself. And if you read those parts, god let his creations do bad stuff, and he wasn't there to remind the people, even in the Old Testament, even in Genesis, that what they're doing is wrong. He wasn't in his physical form. He didn't have a physical form in Genesis. I'm still reading
Theo, what are you
Exodus.
talking about right now? You gotta slow down, and you gotta
Okay.
give a period, right? I was trying to let you get it out so can put you back on topic, because that's not saying God did, right? Or God should. It's saying he can. He has the capability of stopping sin, right? And or just simply forgiving it, right? He can do that. He just doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, even if he can, he doesn't, and I was always wondering why. I mean, the fact that in Genesis here he just let Lot say that he will give his daughters instead of, or just coming down to remind the men in Sodom and Gomorrah to fuck off, and just let them stay away. Or why did God let Lot even be in Sodom and Gomorrah, if he can just get them to a much safer place? That's what confuses me.
I don't know what you mean.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because God knew that Lot landed in the land of sin, which is Sodom and Gomorrah. And we see in Genesis that the men of
Who? Where
Sodom.
in the Bible does it say Sodom and Gomorrah is the land of sin?
No, sorry, I mean, they went to Sodom, but the people were sinful there.
There were
That's
people
why.
that was considered sinful everywhere. But Lot
Yes.
was in Sodom, um, as he was a guest there. He was the only foreigner that they allowed to live amongst him. And when Abraham and Lot split ways because they couldn't live in the same land together, because their shepherds and animals were fighting, they went separate ways and they chose where they were going to go. Lot chose Sodom, and Abraham chose the land that this God promised him. But literally, Lot
Right.
being allowed to live in Sodom was seen as, the God made provisions for Lot in a place that did not welcome foreigners. That's why they wanted to sodomize the two men, that came into their town because they let Lot stay there, right? Um, as a guest, and then Lot brings two more foreigners in. But it doesn't say that that was the town of sin.
Oof, but well, they wanted to go and do things to the angels, but God didn't even stop the men from doing that. And Lot, knowing the Bible, he said that he will give out his daughters, and I wonder why did God not stop that or the future events in Genesis 19 where
Because that was the culture back then, right? Like they didn't respect women. Women didn't have uh self agency or body autonomy. Their body he Lot owned his daughter's sexuality. He owned her body. Like they were his property. So with the culture back then in antiquity, that men would do that. Right? That's how they treated women. Women didn't have rights like they have today, and they were not, you know, respected in that way as they are today. But
yeah, I
there's nothing in there that says that what Lot did was sinful though. Like right, we're talking about the God can stop sin or simply forgive. Lot offering his daughters, that wasn't seen as a sin back then.
Yeah, I mean, but in today's society though, that would be seen as not so moral and not a good moral. And for me though, I see it
Yeah,
as
but we're not talking about morals. We're talking
yes,
about the
and
topic you chose is about sin,
yes,
right?
and
And hold on. To keep you on topic, like I know that you've been like studying the Bible and you want to talk about like everything that you don't like about the Bible. And I get that. But the topic that you chose is God can stop sin or simply forgive. And that's talking about his ability to, right? He doesn't, right now, the belief is, oh, he can't forgive unless there's blood, unless there's sacrifice. There are several times in here where he does, and there's no sacrifice made. He can forgive sin, or he can overlook it if he wants.
but well, he didn't forgive Lot's wife. He didn't forgive. I mean, definitely there were parts in the Old Testament where brutality was not needed. Brutality was not needed, and he even forgives the grape. He even forgives the grape just by giving out a lesser punishment because men are more superior than women in the Bible, um and God can actually stop sin, and God can you know punish more greatly, but he just chose to forgive all the acts of he forgives some acts of, but he can't forgive you for blaspheming against the Holy Spirit. And it definitely says that. So, and it doesn't some sins include the laws in Deuteronomy. Was it 613? And if you did it, God can basically forgive you, but well, the Christians in a sense they won't forgive you for that, and God God even can't forgive the devil for I don't know I won't forgive I won't forgive that I won't forgive God for giving life. I mean for making Job's life
Hold on,
hard.
Theo, you're talking about something that's not on this topic, love. Like what you're talking about right now isn't the topic. Like you're talking about what you can't forgive and the God, and that's not the topic, love.
I'm sorry. I mean, on topics like this, I tend to mess up and go off point, but I don't know. I need to recollect myself and stay on topic.
Yeah, so I'm gonna explain it to you one more time, and then sometimes it's okay to not, you know, as soon as you see us go live, like hop in the box, take a minute, think about what the topics are, and like really think about what we're saying, and what you want to add to the conversation, right? Because like this is gonna be the third time where I'm having to explain the topic to you, right? Which means that you weren't really ready to discuss the topic, right? Uh, yeah, I think he gets excited to talk to us, and
Yeah.
I can understand that. Yeah, but you got to remember, right? When like we're trying to explain to you how this how
Yes.
this works. Okay.
Yeah.
Um. All right. So the topic is
God.
talking about the God's capability regarding sin.
Yes.
In the story, it is portrayed that for the God to forgive or atone for sin, there has to be a blood sacrifice offered. But there are several times in the story where there is no blood sacrifice offered and sin is forgiven.
Okay, so let me start anew. Basically, what God wants people to do is, since we can't decipher His mind fully, He decides to let the people sacrifice something or not, depending on what the story entails. If it's a greater sin, it is okay for God to, I mean, even though it's not okay in today's society, God will let you make a blood sacrifice, basically by destroying towns or people killing all murdering all the livestock and the animals of a specific city, just to for you to be forgiven. But God in that sense God in that sense, he can do it simply like, I command you to not do this again. I command you to repent. I command you to read the Bible and respect me. Or he can just do it he can simplify it, but he chose the violence over the peaceful way, because, or unless of course he will just go down directly and simply tell the people to not do it, but he didn't choose to. Because, and I can't say that this is how God's mind work, because I am not God, and we haven't met God and deciphered
Okay.
his mind as to why he does these things.
Mhm. Okay, Theo. Thank you for coming up. Okay.
Anyways, I should get my points up before I talk again. Thank you. Please
Yeah,
let me down.
you gotta listen, and like you keep not hearing us when we're trying to guide you and help you know how to participate in the conversation. You gotta hear us, or I'm gonna stop letting you come up if you don't.
Okay.
You're right. You gotta listen to the conversation, right? And then see if only if you have some value to add, right, to the conversation and you're able to stay on topic, that's when you request up, not as soon as we go live. Okay.
I'll try to keep my points straight and not anywhere like a graph. Sorry.
That's okay. Have a good morning, or is it morning over there or nighttime?
Afternoon, and have a good day, Miss Tinker, and to the panel as well. Thank you for letting me up, and please let me down. And yeah,
Okay, have a good one.
I'll try again next time.
Okay. All right.
I don't mean it took everything. I had to mute myself again. Did he say? He said God could tell him to go read the book.
Like as yeah, God can command them to read the book and command them to repent.
I was thinking to myself when he said that after I was laughing. I said, "Shit, did I miss something in this Bible? Did God actually tell somebody to go read the book?"
Well, he does now through pastors, I guess.
I guess so.
And billboards.
Yep.
On billboards.
Yep.
I said for 1995, you can go pick up my book. You read that.
65 child. Hello, 65 child. All right. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer, if you are deconstructive, if you are an atheist. The guest box is open. My ink pen broke. Like a whole. I bought a new box of pens, and every time I take a new pen out, you know the thing that's I don't know what this is called, but
Mm-hmm.
the little thing, they all break off immediately, and I can't. And
What?
the yeah, and then the
I
pen
gotta
is
take them back.
unusable. Oh, there it goes. It done flew right there. Hold on. I don't know if this person is going to connect. What's their name? L'Oreal. They're on Teacup.
Mm-hmm.
L'Oreal's Gain. They're still connecting on TikTok Studio, but I can see them on YouTube.
It's called a nib.
Huh?
Is that what it's called, chapter? A nib of the pen?
Oh, that's what it's called?
I'm trying to find out now.
Yeah, I still at. Damn, it don't fell off again. Fuck it. Fuck this pen. Fuck
Go
it.
take them darn pens back.
Man.
They defected.
And they were from Target, expensive as fuck. But I've had these things for a long time. Like a box of
Oh
ballpoint
wow, I
weighted
never
pens.
knew that. It's called a nib.
Somebody said
Wow.
nib is the point that you write with.
What? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh,
It's the flashy thing. The the I don't know.
never mind.
No, that was a long time ago. So really I've had them for a while. All right, y'all. Let's get these conversations going. Cause shit.
Where they at?
Tonight
Where they at? Where they at?
huh.
I said, where they
Yeah.
at? Where they at? Where they at?
I almost messed it. It was like 11:49. I started to say, "Hey, y'all, I need to take a night."
Guys,
That's
she's
what I
Don't
said.
do
not
that.
stopping at Target. We all have things from Target from the
So really, I'm
past.
not gonna bring you up here to talk about Target. Y'all keep in mind, remember, unless you are a dragon, you cannot come on stage to talk about anything else other than deconstruction. You
And I
have to be
told
a
y'all,
dragon to do that.
I will drop y'all out the sky. Love y'all, but let's follow the rules now. All right.
Right, Brian. Brian said he think I fidget with my pens too much and they just keep falling apart.
Why,
Hey,
why you
Cerulean.
do like that? I was not about to talk about no damn
Uh
Target.
huh. Yeah, right.
I was not about to talk about Target. What I was gonna say is that I thought I met everybody, but I forgot about Lala last night. I forgot.
Wasn't there.
Yeah, you wasn't there. What the hell was you at?
That's too
Cerulean.
far, and you're
Cerulean,
about
you
to
have to
drop
be a
you.
dragon to come up here and go off topic.
All right. You know what? Just let me down because I'm so look. Let me down. Cause what? I thought I.
Yeah, like that's the rules. You gotta be a dragon to come up here and go off
Oh my
topic, y'all.
God.
Goodness.
You snuck that in there, didn't you?
Look,
Yes.
mm-mm.
All right, y'all. Anybody? Any nerds? Gonna come up and fill the gap.
Right? Anyone.
You open book or a dragon? It don't even feel like a year. Open book. How did you be? How did you? How are you a dragon already? Open book.
Wait,
Go
is that
ahead.
who I was?
It's been, yeah, open book been with us for a
Open book been
while.
here for a year. It ain't been a year.
Yeah. He's been here for a while.
Really? I feel
hmm
like we just met him like 6 months ago.
No, no, no.
It's been a
He's
year
been here.
already.
Yep.
Oh wow! Damn, time
I
flying by.
remember when he first came in, he was real shy. Still shy,
Yeah.
but real shy.
Damn, time is flying by.
Yep.
Hey,
Hi,
open
Thinker.
book. Does it feel
Hi,
like a
Lala.
year already to you?
Hey, open book.
It feels like a year because I'm actually living through it. But I like you were the when I first came to TikTok, I came to TikTok as a Christian and I thought I was going to be preaching the gospel, and then I didn't even know that there was lives, and you're one of the first creators that I was listening to, and it just went from there. You were the first creator that I subscribed to. And yeah, it's been Thinker all the way. But yeah, it's definitely been a year. I
Oh
recognize in
wow.
my experience that I was like subconsciously deconstructing probably like a year ago, but then I out like verbally started speaking out about it this year in 2025. But yeah, 2024 was when I came to TikTok.
That's what's up. I
Yeah,
swear it
thank
still
you.
feel like we just met each other like a couple of
Mm-mm.
months ago. Like 6 months ago maybe.
Time does fly though, but I do
It
appreciate
does.
everything that you've done, everything that you do with your page, all the work that you put in, all the ups and the downs. You do put a lot out for the community, and you've helped me a lot as an individual. I think about you even when I'm off the app in my day to day. You've helped me a
Oh.
lot.
Oh well,
Oh,
I'm glad to
that's
hear
So
super
that.
once
Thank
you
neat.
said I was
you.
a dragon and I could come up and change the topic, I said, well, let me just do that real fast.
So let me use my benefits.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
That's
And
super dope.
and as a dragon, like if there is a guest that's on stage that you want to, question, you can pop up and question them too, as long as there's not another dragon on stage.
You got power.
Mm,
Interesting. I didn't
yeah.
know. I'm glad I asked that.
Yeah. That's the benefits of being a subscriber for a
Untruckable.
year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rolling heavy now.
So do you want to hear a small thing I went through in the past couple weeks?
Yeah.
So I had a friend who I was really, really close with, and when I became a Christian, they were encouraged by my walk, and they became a Christian too. And within like, I wasn't even a Christian for maybe 2.5 years. Then I started, questioning like heavy, and our friendship like got rocky in the past like 3-4 months because like I told you I started really like outwardly speaking about what I'm doing now. And me and this friend had a conversation on empathy, and I like my heart's racing even thinking about it. But I asked her, like, I tried to get her to understand like the Old Testament and how some people look at how could God have just slashed a whole city and not really thought about each and every single person. And she was like, well, because they were all wicked and blah blah blah. And I, tried to give her an example. And I said, well, what if it was this city? And what if it was just like a guy that was in the top of a hotel, like just mind his business, like a retired guy that had nothing to do with anything. And just God just said, let's just slash this city because it's just a city with casinos and it's wicked, like everybody says. What would you say about the guy up in the top of the hotel? And she was like, that guy doesn't exist. See, like that's not a real guy. You're just making it up. So I don't know what you mean. Like she really was like disconnected by it. And then I switched it up a little bit and I said, well, what if it was your son? what if it was your son that was in um that casino room by himself without you, and God didn't think about anything and just decided to slash the whole city? And unfortunately, like, she got very offended, and she felt like, how dare I bring her son into it, and you had no right to do that, and do you want my son to be a part of some destruct? Like, she like manipulated it and twisted it to make it feel like I was being like unthoughtful towards her family or something, when I was really just trying to get her to see it in like an empathetic view, and she couldn't see it with like a random like hypothetical guy, person. So I just thought, well, maybe I could do it this way. And that was the last interaction with me and this friend. And me and this friend's relationship was not built on like this religion. Like, we were friends for a good 2 years before I even became a Christian. Like, she knew me when I identified as someone else, so it's just tough to understand that, like, it's the religion that will tear relationships apart, and then to know that I'll be the bad one, because she said to me, like, oh, well, see, I'm sorry, we're just unequally yoked, we don't have the same mindset. I mean, that's okay, but I guess it's me that has the bad mindset. I went the wrong way. It's me. And so I just wanted to express that, because I've been dealing with it, and I just, like, I'm by myself, and there's a lot of people around me that, even if they're like, I'm not Christian, they're still like, I believe in God, or I'm spiritual. I just don't even want to have that conversation yet. So a lot of the events I'm going through, like, I just deal with them to myself. So spaces like this have
Sorry.
helped me. I've been sharing even a lot more on my page. But
Yeah,
thanks for just letting me get it out.
I see your page and the stuff that you're sharing. You seem to be having a good time. In your sharing. It's sad that they a lot of believers are not trained to you know still love when someone doesn't think like them, but yet they say God says love your neighbor as you love yourself, or um or to love your enemies or whatever. But when it comes to a person who doesn't believe that the God is real, somehow they find it really, really difficult to show the same respect or love that they was showing just 2 seconds before they, learned that bit of information about you. And it makes you wonder, how that person really saw you in the first place, right? Whether they actually truly saw you and truly loved you, if they can just easily cut you off over something as simple as you not believing like them, right?
Absolutely.
Because the thing is, like, she is okay with saying that, it's justifiable that, this God completely destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, um, and claimed that, oh, the people in the city were wicked. Well, there had to have been children in that city, right? Just like there were children, during the days of Noah. There had to have been babies. And the story actually says that when the men came to Lot's house to call for the two men, it was men young and old of all ages that came. And so that means that there were young men there as well. So, and the reason why it's saying it that way is because it was trying to give the impression that the men had united together to fight against these foreigners who had invaded their town. Like, it wasn't like a lustful thing, because anybody who was male was there to fight, basically. But she was okay with it being kids in that situation, but she couldn't allow herself to hypothesize a child, you know, being left at the top of that hotel. Like, it seems like they go blind for the God, like mentally blind. We'll
Hey,
forget.
And it hurts too because moving forward, I just don't even want to build relationships, and it makes me like I want to be non-judge. I don't think it's judgmental. I think it's me building a boundary. I keep having to remind myself that because in the beginning I'm like, oh, you're being judgmental because you don't want to even talk to Christians. But then I'm like, no, I can make this boundary if my interactions with these type of people are unhealthy.
you open book. I know you don't know me or anything, but uh,
No, I've listened to you though. I've
I
been here for a year.
yeah. I you was speaking on your friend, man. I could just tell in the tone of your voice, it's hurtful to you, and and you really hate to lose a friend and everything. But you remember when you wasn't Christian?
Like before that time, of course.
You remember that time? Okay, and she wasn't Christian either, was she?
No.
Okay, so when you became a Christian during that time, I'm almost sure, I could be wrong, but I'm almost sure that you did explain to her why you was a Christian, why you believed in this God, why. You explained that. And it enticed her to make her want to become a Christian. Well, in the same instance, when you talk to her now, instead of questioning her to put her on the defense mode about her God, because you basically taught her, basically brought her in the fold, and you would defend God the same way she's defending it right now. At one point in time, as a Christian, we all did. I did it. So, my suggestion, and I don't like to really make suggestions on that, but I could see how that kind of hurts you. Um, I would suggest that maybe you have a one-on-one with her and sit her down and just tell her why you feel the way you feel. Don't try to convert or try to say, well, that's wrong. Just tell her why you believe what you believe now and leave it at that. I think you would probably get a better response from her than saying, you know, telling her that her God ain't shit. You see what I'm saying?
No, I absolutely agree. And one thing that she definitely said too, because we had like a couple last conversations, and I was like pointing out how some of the things that she was saying was harmful, and she was like, "Well, see, like a year ago, you were saying these same things that I'm saying," and it was a realization for me. I understood that, but she knows where I'm at. She I've explained it. It just hurts because like I think it hurts for me in this specific situation, if I can be blunt about it, is because she's in a relationship and her partner doesn't is not a believer. And her partner is will outwardly like use language the way that you just did, like F your God, like where's he at? He's not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it really bothered me
Oh,
because
that's hypocritical as fuck.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
it bothered me because I have and I'm not trying to like be like the savior or nothing, but like I really stepped up for her and her family where he didn't, and it messes me up um for her to be able to have some sort of a backbone towards me, but not have that same backbone with her partner. That's not really is really really never mind. But yeah, you can get where I'm going. It just hurts because
Yeah.
like you're picking and choosing who you want to push away. So yeah, I'm getting choked up about it because I yeah, her
You
kids
know
are
what's
calling me
fucked
like
up?
uncle and stuff.
What's fucked up is when she finally comes to her senses and gets tired of his bullshit, she's going to run to you. She's gonna pick up the phone and she's gonna call you, or she's gonna fucking show up on your doorstep. Like that's the fucked up part about that.
It took um I basically lost my wife behind this. But I mean, it took a long time for us to build a relationship because You know, we're best friends now. You know, we're best friends. But for us being together as husband and wife, it could not work because I could not do it no more. I could not jump around the house or sit around the house and watch them jump around all day. You know, I couldn't go to church no more. I couldn't sit down knowing what I know. I just couldn't do it anymore. And that affected, and it was more of a look, you know, when she go to church, I'm supposed to be there. She go to Wednesday night prayer meeting, I'm supposed to be there. When they have Bible study at the house, I'm supposed to be there. Well, I just stopped, you know. So like I said, nobody said the truth was easy. Truth's not easy. It's a hard pill to swallow, very hard pill to swallow. And you know, but one thing I have learned over the years is that some of us, we in our minds, we think we need this God, and we would defend this God regardless. You know, because the book actually says that, you know, turn against your mother, father, sister, brother, doesn't matter. It tells you that.
But you know, the crazy thing is that they will deny that that's what this God is telling them to do. They will deny that that's what they do. And they will deny that they get offended when someone doesn't accept their offer of Jesus, or when someone says that they don't believe, or when someone says they don't choose this God. But they'll deny that they get offended, or that they are, pushing family members away and ostracizing people.
Yeah. I mean, they denied the. I mean, I had a conversation today, and the guy was telling me that Jesus is the one and true God, and God is the only God. And I was showing him in the book that even your God know there's other gods, because that's why he said you don't put another God before me. He know there's other gods, but they will say no. That's not what he's saying. I'm like, okay. I,
Well, I was always in the guys that I was centered around, the Christian guys I was centered around, they were very aware that there was other gods. It's just that the God that we serve created all those gods too. Like this God is the almighty of all those gods, and before we acknowledge those gods, we must give reverence to, the Almighty first.
yeah, but
That's what I was taught. I was taught that, that the other gods were real, but God destroyed them. That's what I was taught, that the God destroyed them.
With the
yeah,
flick of a finger. No.
just researching. I mean, just basic research. That's basic research. There were gods way before this Yahweh character. There were gods before that, before he was even thought about. But
Yeah, but the Mister, there were gods way before the Apostle Paul with the Greeks. Like, what are you talking about? But yeah, the fact that they treat people, the way that you're being treated, and they're not realizing that they're doing it over something as simple as a belief, right? Because like they're basically saying, why don't you believe? Like, why don't you believe, right? Not why don't you know? Why don't you research and know? They're saying, why don't you believe? All you have to do is believe, and if you can't believe, then you're a horrible person. And to me, I don't even know how to convey how how wrong that is, and how insane that is, to expect some to, like, really try to expect or force someone to share an idea just because you share it. That's like saying, why don't you like pineapple on your pizza? All you have to do is taste it. All you have to do is like it. That's just like it. That's the equivalent to all you have to do is believe to me. And if you can't just like it, then you and I can't be friends because I eat pineapple on my pizza. Like, what the fuck is that? And then when you ask logical questions and you say, well, tell me why I should believe, right? Like, you're telling me that Jesus is love. How is Jesus love? How are you seeing Jesus being love outside of what humans are doing, right? Because I do things for people that I care about every day, and it's not because of Jesus told me to. It's not because of God told me to. So, what do you mean that Jesus is love? Like, what do I get with Jesus that I don't already have with myself?
Hmm. You know, and that's what I love about the question that you have up there. What is love? I love that question because I've had that conversation several times, and you know, a lot of people disagree with me when I say this, but the word love has more definitions than you can count. You can't even fathom how many definitions for love, because your definition of love and my definition of love are going to be different. Some could be the same, but some people think abuse is love. Some people think that mistreatment, oh, he's only mistreating me because he loved me. You know, well, God's only doing this because he loves us so much. There's too many definitions for that word when it comes to. So I came to the conclusion in my mind that love is, how can I say that? What am I looking for? I'm looking for love is in the mind of the beholder. That's how I look
Yeah.
at it. Love is in the mind of the beholder.
Mister, I you didn't listen to the whole question. I said, what can Jesus' love do for me that I can't already do for myself? I give myself hope. I choose what to hope in. I don't need your Jesus for that.
And if I can be honest, and this is it. I'm getting more comfortable with saying it, but like I've never, and in deconstruction in like the last year, I'm learning. I should start off with this. I'm learning how to love myself and what it is to love myself. But I used to always say like I've loved others, but I've never loved myself. Like I don't know what it's like to love myself. I know what it's like to love other people. And then in Christianity, it was almost like deny yourself. So it was very easy for a person like me that already didn't love themselves. I hadn't figured out myself at all. Um, and then to go into Christianity and say, well, you were never good to begin with, so deny that anyway. So I was like, well, baby, I'm already 50% away. I'm already 50% in. All I got to do is read a little bit, so it for some people that are going into Christianity, which many of us do, we go into it in a very deep and sunken place. And those words, man, will in that book can get us if we are not critical thinkers, man. It's manipulation.
Yeah.
Would you say when you went in it, in this sunken place? Because I was born in it, so I didn't have the sunken place introduction to this God. I inherited mine, like the AI said, and I didn't get to choose it. I inherited it.
Hmm.
But would you say that when you went in it with this sunken place, and you're reading the book, and you're finding inspiration in the book to continue in it, was it fear based, like, oh, I have to do this, or was it like, oh, this is healing, or this is love? Like, what did you find while you were in that second place and you were reading the text? Open book, you there?
Yeah, I was muted. I'm sorry. I muted myself. But I think for me, like I I was starting to look at it and also I was also led this way to look at the text this way, but as that it was, Black history. And I've even sent you like PDFs that I've had in my phone. Remember when I sent you those couple
Yeah.
of things? These were conversations, like deep, like Bible studying conversations, and I found those to be healing because I was being led to almost like this Israelite idea. And if it wasn't for the Christian men that I was under saying, like, Hebrew Israelites have a spirit of anger, you know, I probably would have, like, went further into it. But, like, it was that kept me from it. But now I look at it like, it was one side judging the other, one hand judging the other. But to answer your question deeper, like, I don't know what I was looking for. I think I was like looking for acceptance. Did I find it? Of course not. Um, but also too, like, I was raised as a Christian. It just wasn't
Oh, okay.
like a strong doctrine. I did go to church. Um, like even on my 9th birthday, 10th birthday, I read Psalms 100 into like the whole church, and like it was like a recording that my mom kept for like ever and thought it was the best thing that I did as a child. So but it wasn't because my stepfather didn't go to church because his mother, like forced him into church so much. So my childhood was like me and my mom going to church and with like who she had me around. And then as I got older, I just went off into my own thing. So I always subconsciously like had this God into my mind. And what's funny is now that my mom's passed away, my stepfather is now back in the church. And I just showed my dad a week ago the slavery text in the Bible, and this is my stepfather. I'm like, Dad, have you ever seen these texts in the Bible? And he's like, no. So now I opened up that door, but I didn't really find any healing or peace or love or whatever, like what you're asking me for. I thought I was going to. I more so was like, I found community. I found other, like, I found other men that would quote unquote maybe accept me, but they only did when I was like walking as a Christian. And now I even look back at it and I'm like, they only accepted me because of like the twisted like mindset that I was under, that like, I'm detransitioning now because of this God. And I think that this God has gotten into my mind and like, convinced me that I need to detransition, and it was never right for me. And I'm living a life of like, horrible living. And when all along now, a year into deconstructing, I've recognized that I was probably always going to detransition. I just didn't have my own understanding for myself to be able to say, I grew out of it or whatever, that's another topic. But I centered the God around it. So since I centered the God around it, I was looking for that love or that acceptance that I can give up this identity that I have identified myself with for 8 years. I can give that up for this God if this God is going to give me this love that honestly I've never really been presented with anywhere in my life unless I was in a relationship.
And that's that right there is a dilemma that you're gonna face. I mean, I faced the same thing. Um, I had to I had to learn to accept myself. I had to learn to accept myself because of the knowledge I was coming into. I had to learn to accept myself because looking for the acceptance, it's just not going to be there because it's like
Hold on, Nelly. Dama, there's not going to be any atheist silencing in this space. Don't come in here and try to shame people for questioning and researching. If you don't like it, then all you have to do is scroll.
wow.
Go ahead, Nelly.
But yeah, it's like holding. Um, you start out, especially in deconstruction, you start out with a 100-pound weight on the right side and a 5-pound weight on the left side, and the left side is where your deconstruction is starting, and then you'll end up with 100 pounds in each hand. And then you'll end up with 150 pounds on the left, and that 100 pounds is still there on the right. And then you'll end up with 200 pounds. And when you get 200 pounds on your left, the right starts to sink down, to sink down, to sink down. It's a hard pill to swallow, man. I don't know. I haven't spoke to no one going through deconstruction or spoke to someone who is deconstructed that did not face that dilemma.
Because you know
Dama, why are you here? Why, like, you know that this is an atheist space. Why are you here, Dama? Answer that for me.
Is he here to preach the gospel?
I mean, he's in the comments complaining. No, I want to know why you're here. Why are you here? Are you going to come on stage and talk to me? Like, because you're really projecting right now. You realize that, right? You are offended. Yes, you have. You are offended because we don't believe in your God. You are offended because I host a live discussing your God and discussing why we don't believe in it. What I really want to know is, why did you stop in here? Right. That's what atheism is. I don't care if you think it's good or bad. Why are you here, though? You are a believer. Why are you in my comments, Dama? You don't know how to scroll? You just like to be nosy? Like what? Why are you here? This is what I be talking about when I say they won't admit that they are offended at our non-belief. They're offended by it. But when we ask them, like, why are you offended? And I genuinely want to know, like, why are you offended by the fact that I don't believe in your God? Why are you offended that I host a live with my right to do so, to talk about why I don't believe? Why does that offend you? No, yes, it does. That's why you're calling it bad atheism, because you think atheists should be quiet. You think atheists should just let believers freely speak and believers freely say and do whatever they want to do. But you do realize that you came into my life, right? You don't even have to be here.
Yeah.
And then your ass is afraid. You're afraid to come on stage and talk to us. You're afraid to answer the question that I'm asking. Why are you offended by my non-belief? I don't listen. I could care less about what you think about my mind or about my ego. Why are you offended that I don't believe in your God? That's the question I have for you. And then you hide. Why are you hiding from a troll account? Like, don't you have a powerful God? Like, why does God have y'all like hiding and behaving like that?
Yeah, if your God's so powerful, you don't need to defend your God.
I think they
I'm
started to
not
realize
care. I'm not care. My God is everything and everyone. Like the fact that your God is everything and is everyone is why you literally don't have shit. Like, it's literally why your God isn't worth believing in. Like, your God is everything, even shit. That's the problem. Like, y'all have no definition for what the fuck it is that you believe. Your God is trash. Your God is literally trash.
Wow.
Your God is sickness. You realize that? Your God is abuse. He's everything. Your God is Trump. Your God is Shitler. Your God is everything and everyone, and that's the fucking problem. Do you not get that?
What is that they call? What is that holds the actual thought process? They call it it's in the front of your brain. What do they call that?
The prefrontal cortex.
Yes, yeah,
What's up, M's?
yeah.
You're the one. You're the one crying. Like you're the one freaking the fuck out in my comments. I'm not defending shit. What? Like y'all need to learn words.
Come on up. Let's talk about it. Come on up.
You have no comprehension, no reasoning skills, no analytical skills, no vocabulary.
He just wants attention. Now, look, that's
Everybody, go read his bio.
I just read it.
what does it say?
And then they think like saying you're angry is like a fucking burn or some shit. Like if I was angry, I would say I am. Like I'm not ashamed of my emotions like you are. Your God is shame. Your God makes you shameful for just existing.
I'm not
You have
angry.
to literally deny who you are. You have to deny what you feel. You have to deny what you think. Your God should have just named y'all denies instead of humans.
Only thing I'm still pissed about is all the money I contributed over the years with Christianity. That's what I'm pissed about still. I like to get that money back, but that's my fault.
The shit is crazy. Like they don't see themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like they come in spaces like this, right? Which I don't mind believers being here. If they're going to come here and they're going to engage authentically, right? They're going to have, civil conversations. Sometimes I understand that the conversations can get, a little heated. I get it. Passionate. I get it. But the ones that come in here and do what Dama is doing, when all you have to do is scroll, like you don't have to be here. And then you want to try to like gaslight us as if we don't fucking know that you can block. Like you can block yourself, right? And that you act like we can't tell that the reason why you're here is because you can't keep yourself away, right? You, as a believer in this God, cannot stop your itching ass ears from needing to know what's going on in this conversation. You don't respect shit. Look, and then now you trying to fucking lie and gaslight? You don't respect shit.
Well, I can't wait till the 4th of July because I'm putting up a video on the 4th of July. I'm starting my barbecue pit with the pages from the Bible.
I never fucking promised you respect. I never told you that I respected you. Your ass is the one who just lied. Don't be trying to put that shit on me. I don't owe you shit.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
I don't fucking know you.
Wow.
I'm
And
having a
then,
great time up here, but would you like me to jump down so you could like continue with your show?
no, if you want to stay up and question a guest, you can. If that's up to you. But,
I'm off
huh?
tomorrow. I can hang out.
Okay.
I know that's right.
Light seems dim, but may light shine. Hope you find joy. I swear, sometimes I
So
just want to
corny.
quote the AI. What light? The burning bush.
Why don't you just come
What,
up?
like the gas light, motherfucker? Because that's all you've been doing since you've been in the damn comments. It's gaslighting.
Why won't he come up?
He won't because he's too scared. The power of Jesus that he's supposed to have, he ain't got.
Man, just
He
come
too
up,
he
man.
too
Just
fucking scared. That's why he hiding behind a fucking troll account.
come on up. Let's talk about
Call
it.
it out. Ooh.
Your faith can keep you going, bro. Just come on up. Come on up.
He ain't gonna come. I thought there was a non-friendly in the guest box. This is atheist rants. I'll
Y'all
talk to whoever I
thinker.
want to from the chat. I'm not gonna have whole ass conversations with beliefs from no fucking chat. What's up, Black Atheist Rants?
No, I was watching for a minute. I just joined just to listen and say hey and just I try to talk to you when I can because I usually don't like come up. I just like chill in the comments and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for coming up and saying hey.
I was getting annoyed by the dude in the chat too. I'm like, man. But I was looking at the topics you got up and it's so many. All of these are good in my opinion. I guess. Let me see. I like the one where you said God wants robots and you agreed. I like that one. I guess I would just add a little bit to it. In there, because none of it's true, but in their worldview, what they believe, uh, the God, they're mindless robots in their worldview, regardless of like whether they, because they believe that God is controlling everything. So it's like you're being controlled by the God. Like everything about you, everything is according to His will, according to them. So it's like we're if what they believe that we're all puppets, regardless. So it's like they say God doesn't want mindless robots, but I'm like, if you let them talk long enough, He's using them. Everything is according to His will. He's all powerful. There's nothing that He can't. It just sounds like exactly what they're speaking against is what they end up talking themselves into. Mindless robots. And I guess I would add to it. It's like I just find this funny, but it's like the goal or the responsibility for Christians on earth is to praise, worship, and spread the message. The reward for that is literally you get to praise and worship 24/7. So like, oh shit, my bad. I just dropped my charger block. But yeah, it's like you're supposed to spend your entire life praising, worshiping, spreading His word, and the reward for that in the promised land, quote unquote, is to praise and worship. I just like it's like what do you gain out of it that is like for like and I guess this ties into like what is love, but it's like what do you gain as a human that where the God don't like because a relation they say it's a relationship, but it's like it's give and it's take. And it's like, what is the God giving you? Like what you asked earlier, what is the God giving you that you can't give yourself, that you can't do yourself, that what is He sacrificing? You see what I'm saying? It's like every it's like they don't get, you're not supposed to ask for things like, hey, I need this specific thing right then, right there, right now. No, you don't supposed to do that. You supposed to just take what he give you is all according to his will. But it's like, why can't the God work in a way that's like to our benefit? It's always like everything has to go according to what he wants. But it's like, if this is a relationship, sometime he should, you know what I'm saying? Why can't it just be like, hey, look, no, we majority of us would like the cure for cancer. Christians, pray to your God and get that done for us. Or it don't work like that. Why not? And not even that it doesn't work like that. I'm not even asking for it to work like that all the time. I'm like, give me one instance. I just want them to show me something where the God literally just does what you ask it to do. The same way that you do what the God asks you to do. If it's a relationship, it's like it don't work like that. If he say no, suffer. You supposed to suffer because Jesus suffered. But it's like, damn, like, how is that love? That's like, it's like whatever he gives them, they'll call it love. If he allows them to go through unimaginable pain and suffering, oh, Jesus love me. If they get a Gucci sweatsuit in a nice house, oh, Jesus love me. If you know all this evil, wicked stuff happens, it's like, what is the definition of love if you're calling everything good, bad, indifferent love? I don't know. I just feel like the more I talk about it and the more I listen to other people talk about it, I just get like, mm, I just I don't know. It will never make sense to me ever again.
Well, I know the belief is not that strong because I've never seen nobody in the hospital with their loved one or in the hospital with someone who's sick. And I've never heard nobody get in there and say, God, please take them. Just take them now. Take them with you.
Mm.
I never heard nobody say that. They're praying for healing.
Somebody in the comments asked a good question. They asked, "Are you not fed
I
every
don't know.
day?"
I don't.
But the
I
thing
don't.
about that,
I don't want. I don't let people on the stage answer questions in the from the
okay,
chat. And like I try to stay on topic.
yeah.
Yeah. When we're on the
Hmm.
stage,
My bad about that.
that's okay. Did you have anything else?
No, and I guess when it comes to love, I think it's like we are a team at the end of the day. Like we got to put the family first. I used to say this, and I still say it sometimes. It's like, if all of us come in to spend the night at your house, if you can't just feed me. I'm more than just an individual. You know what I'm saying? It's like we a family. If one can't come and eat, should none of us want to sit at that table? And it's like when it comes to love, and you can't love just me. I can't do nothing with no God that just love me. I got people. I got family. It's friends. Everybody. The whole the whole
I'm
the
sorry.
whole of humanity.
Some like y'all. Some of y'all are just motherfucking haters, and y'all are miserable as fuck. Like I just want y'all to know that I peeped that shit. And then Zadie, you obviously have never ever given or participated in an online event where you've had to use um platforms like Zoom or StreamYard or anything like that, right? Where you, as the keynote speaker, a panelist, or anybody of fucking interest would know that that's a fucking digital stage. You dumb fuck. Second, the way y'all come in here just to watch me, let me pop my collar because that means that I'm the shit. Because your ass should be in the bed sleep, but you can't sleep because I'm in your fucking head. You want to know everything that I'm fucking saying, everything that I'm fucking doing. Y'all motherfuckers in my comments because your God is fucking weak and you know it. And it breaks your little heart. It breaks your heart that there is hundreds of people that don't believe in your God. You ain't want to hear black shit. You ain't want to hear black shit. You came in here to fucking hate on me. That's why you're here.
Crazy. Wow.
Like, and then the fact that y'all can't fucking admit it. And even if you don't believe, like, it's some ego shit that you got going on. It's some hating ass shit. Chosen, I'm not talking about you. It's some hating ass shit you got going on. And that's why you typing it all fucking caps right now. Because you don't like that I called that shit out. And then somebody came in here, think you're getting her bag, blah blah blah. Like, why the fuck are y'all worried about it? Like, I don't see y'all clocking nobody else's pockets. Y'all don't go into Joel and Mezzo's live or Justin's live or their YouTube clocking what the fuck they make when they go live, and then, like, I barely even get gifts. I'm live 11 hours a night. And the only reason why the gift goal keeps getting reset is because one of the co-hosts will remind me to do it. But y'all motherfuckers wanna fucking pocket watch shit. Y'all are haters, but you're mad because your God ain't answering your prayers the way you try to convince everybody else that he is. And then you're mad when you see someone like me who don't fucking need your God. I don't need TikTok gifts to eat. And you can't even be honest with yourself and tell yourself that you are not happy where you are in your life. So you done found somebody that you can fucking hate on. And that's the only reason why you come and sit in my fucking comments.
Mm-hmm. That's pitiful.
Miserable and holy. That's what the fuck you are.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't even have to be here. I mean, let your fingers do the walking, baby. Come on. You walk on.
Like, that shit is crazy. You went to church yesterday, jumped up and down, and then still worried about your motherfucking water bill. That motherfucker still ain't getting paid yet. And you don't sweat it. You sweated out water trying to beg and ask your God to miraculously pay your fucking water bill. And you mad at me. You mad at me. And then on top of that, if you act like you had some goddamn sense and treated people with respect, you could be around motherfuckers who could help you pay your shit. Who would do it just out of the sake of the fact that being human and knowing what it's like to go without. But you motherfuckers, you dumb motherfuckers, y'all will alienate yourself for a God and then sit over there and let your shit be turned off because you ain't got nobody to call, because everybody in the church who done gassed your head up and told you that they would be there for you, telling you now to pray and call on God. And the motherfucking number don't even work because the shit is fake. Be mad at your motherfucking self.
All right, y'all, tap the screen. Let's get these likes to 150K. Thinker has a gift go of the hanging lights. Continue to share and subscribe.
No, and then my brother called me while I was in Atlanta and was like, "Hey, sis, you know these motherfuckers call messaging me because I when he was on that live open book. You remember the live you sent me, and
Yes,
I was like, that's my brother on that panel.
yes.
So I'm
I've
like
been I
gifting
followed
him.
him for a while.
Yeah, so I'm gifting him, and I'm like in the comments talking about pop your shit, big bro, blah blah blah. He called me. He was like, sis. He was like, motherfuckers was messaging me saying, "Hey, thank you, your sister. Do you think like her? Like she for real Haynes? What the fuck is a Haynes? What the fuck is a Haynes?" And then like y'all messaging my brother and shit. Like y'all really think belief is passed down through DNA because he believes I'm supposed to? Like what the fuck is that? And then did y'all think that he was gonna deny me as his sister? Like what the fuck? Are y'all okay?
That's wild, yo.
That is crazy. Yeah, yeah, buddy. Your brother was supposed to say, "No, that ain't my sister."
He said, I'm gonna tell you one motherfucking thing. My sister is no nonsense and she don't give a fuck. And I don't.
Yeah, buddy.
That's hilarious.
Man, I swear I wish that there were more adult, not even just adult, because adult don't mean shit, but more mature minded individuals to discuss this shit with. But y'all so motherfucking scary. Your God got y'all fucking scary. Y'all gave up your mind with the fucking quickness. Like they said lay it all on the altar, and you open up your fucking hand and said, "Okay, here you go," and put that shit down and walk the fuck off. That's what it seemed like. They said, "Don't lean on your own understanding." You said, "How do I give it all? How do I lay it all down? I don't need this shit no more." That's how y'all act. That's how y'all act.
That would be a good question too. How exactly do you lean not on your own understanding?
By turning your brain off, you sacrifice it, give it to the God. That's the only way. Like think about how they respond like in these comments. Like they're scared. Like you literally are scared to talk to a human. I'm a fucking human. And then y'all in my comments whining about an AI saying that it wouldn't choose to believe in your God. Like y'all are literally afraid. And if you believed in your God and you knew like you knew nothing that I say, nothing that an AI say should be able to shake that shit. And the reason why you're scared, the reason why you are offended is because you have doubts that you are too afraid to fucking face.
You know, I thought about that a lot, that question. But even if you turn your brain off, you're still not on your own understanding because evidently you understand something of it. You gotta understand something.
Leaning on your own understanding would be to say to say, I know women are women give birth the way they give birth. But that's me leaning on my own understanding because the Bible says that men women were put into man's rib, or however that goes, you know? So that's, if I lean on my own understanding tells me that women and men come together and that's how they have children. That's my own understanding. And we should not think like that.
You know what? It's so crazy. So today, I went back and forth with this AI researcher on my page because I used the words no and recall when I was explaining to somebody on my page how an AI works, because they were saying that the AI is sentient and that the AI has copied my consciousness. And I'm like, AI doesn't have consciousness. AI isn't sentient. And I said it's using data that it was trained on, and the knowledge from that to recall information and have conversations. Well, we went back and forth, and I thought she originally said there are no data sets involved and blah, blah, blah. Come to find out, what she was trying to say is that it doesn't pull data live right then and there. And I said, I never said that it did. I said that it's trained on data sets. And you were originally saying that there was no data sets involved. Like, it's not trained to analyze sentence structure and grammar and from large databases of text. And she said, well, no. She said the AI predicts. She said, you said it knows, it predicts. I'm like, wait a minute. I said, you're stuck on me saying no? Like the word no? So we went back and forth for the longest. And come to find out, she has invented an AI that she is saying that it knows, because the AI that she's working on, it references actual text. Like it pulls data from 120 resources. So it's not predicting, it's actually doing information recall right then and there, where the ChatGPT 4.0 does not. Like it predicts. It's basically, I don't want to use the incorrect words and regurgitating, because it's not doing that. But the AI that we use today only knows, right, only 120 right now, she said. But then of course it has like its reference libraries and stuff that it continues training on. Both the ChatGPT and then her AI does too. But because the AI that we use right now, it's basically predicting conversations based off of its LLM, like the training that it I don't know how to explain this without going into too technical. And then I use regular words for people who are not in tech. But so basically, it's just having a conversation, pulling from its previous memory, although it doesn't have memory. So I can only try to explain it the way a human brain works, almost, because it's kind of mimicking that. So like for example, if you go to, when you went through grammar school, right? You learned everything you did from kindergarten to 12th grade. You don't have access to those books right then and there, but that training that you went through for 12 years, you can create you can reason with that, right? And you can have conversations with that. You've been around people who speak AAVE, so then your dialect may pick up on that because you hung out with people who speak AAVE, so then that becomes how your brain works. So the LLM is the AI's brain. Does that make sense? That's the AI's brain. And so the more that it learns, the more that it can I don't want to say recall, but think about recalling. Okay. So when we were going back and forth on this, and then come to find out she didn't like the word no, and she didn't like the word recall, because that's what her AI can do. So she's basically created an AI that pulls directly from a reference, where this one, it just kind of regurgitates what it's been told, like what it's been fed through the transformer. That's how it goes. So think of the transformer as your teachers, your pastors, people in society telling you what you should believe, what you should know, right? That's what the current AIs do. Her AI actually retrieves information real time from text, from books. That's what we're doing. Does that make sense? So we would be what she's developing now, the one that she claims knows, and the AI that we're using now would be the equivalent of Christians. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
the technical part of it, but in layman's terms, I understand it. The technical part, I don't. But layman's
And
terms,
and that's why I tried to tell her. I'm like you doing like she had my comments giving a whole dissertation on like AI training models and like the transformers. I'm like, why are you doing this in my comments? You know damn well that the regular person don't know this language. Like you have to use common language, like common words, so people can understand what you're talking about. But yeah, so basically, the AI knows only what it knows because of the data that the transformer trained on, right? And then it created the LLM, which became the brain of the AI. So it can only talk what it knows, right? And then it continues to learn as people engage with it, right? For references. Her AI is pulling directly from resources. So it's not predicting. It knows because it's pulling sources. And so the way we are, because we research, right? And we back up our data, the information that we share with resources, that would be the equivalent of what her AI, what she's building. And then the equivalent of the AI that we use today is the equivalent of lean not to your own understanding, right? Regurgitate what you've been taught in church. Stick to the doctrine, stick to the dogma. That's where biases are created, right? Conscious and unconscious. That's where bigotry comes from. That's why when OpenAI first released their AI, it was very biased towards white Christian men because that's the data that it was trained on. Does that make sense?
right? I
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah. And so it's funny that I had this damn conversation with her, and I kept saying, "Girl," and then I said, "Why?" Because I said, "Why are you competing with me?" I said, "We're two women in AI in a male-dominated space." I said, "If you just wanted to pop your collar, that's all you had to say. Like, I fucking hope your groundbreaking technology bust that shit wide open." Go in there and kick some men's ass with that shit. I said, I'm a girl's girl. I'm gonna support you. I'm not gonna fucking compete with you. Like, what the fuck is all of this for? And then she kept on like going. I was like, girl, I said, go research and develop something shit. Because and then I end up having to say, listen, I understand you work hard, right? Like I use the words no, I use the words recall, and that triggered you because it stepped on your groundbreaking technology. It made her feel like I was saying that what she had developed was already out here. I said, I get that. I probably would have popped off the same way too if I'd have worked hard and developed something that doesn't exist yet. Right. And I'm closing a gap. I fucking get that. But chill the fuck out on that shit. Like the AI space is male dominated. We ain't gotta be at each other's throat. Like I'm proud of the shit that you've done. Continue. I got to calm her ass down. I almost blocked her until I said that. And then she was like, I don't like humans. I said, well, motherfucker, I don't either. like, damn, chill. But, but yeah, that's that. It made me think of that. So that's the equivalent. Her AI will use resources. This one doesn't. That's why ChatGPT will hallucinate. That's why you can't trust what ChatGPT tells you because it's predicting. It's not accessing data right then and there live. It has analyzed data. It has trained on data, but it doesn't have access to those data points anymore. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Christians remind me of that.
Wow. Yeah, I haven't really got into the AI. I mean, the closest thing I got to AI is Siri. That's about it. So comes to me, but um, I want to learn about it though. It's fascinating to me, you know, and I know there's got to be a way to create an AI that could actually, you know, take all the information and dissect it.
Yeah, it can reason. Like it can reason. It can't make decisions based off of its reasoning, but it can reason, right? Like it can help you think some shit through. Like it has that capability. A lot of times its information is legit, but it can also make mistakes, and it will also hallucinate, and it'll create sources that don't exist. So you have to like double check. If the AI tells you something, you better go and research it for yourself before you start spouting it off. Yeah, it'll lie like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I've had AI gaslight me because there's been times that I've asked it questions. Like I use ChatGPT pretty heavy now. I've gotten pretty in tune with it, and like I'll ask it questions on like colonization and like the modern day colonial period. And there was a time I asked it questions like about a certain area, and it replied like, yeah, this place was colonized in this area and this time because of this event and da 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 da. But you know how the AI is; it always gives you like a little message at the end, and it was like, but there's no need to worry. That country is free today. So if you're not like a deep thinker or like have a little bit more information or willing to ask it another question, you might just take that as what it is. But I followed up and was like, but if it wasn't for colonization of that time, the modern day government of this area wouldn't exist, right? And then the AI will say, "Oh, you're correct. That's a great question." So if you don't, if it's only gonna give you what you give it.
Well, it can only give what it's been trained on. If it doesn't have access, and I don't want to say access because it's not pulling it live, but when the transformer trained the model, if that data set was not in that training, that set of if that data was not in that data set, then it doesn't have that information. Does that make sense? It doesn't know about it. For example, my AI is trained on uh, local businesses and stuff, local events, right? Not even just local anymore. Now it's e-commerce, it's national companies and all that too. But if you try to ask my AI about Jesus, it's gonna tell you I don't know nothing about no Jesus because it's not trained on that data. Does that make sense? So it can't pull anything or respond. Let me use that word. It can't respond to anything that it has not been trained on. So, like, if you try to convince the AI that Genesis 1 says Adam and Eve ate an apple, it's going to tell you that's not Genesis 1, that's Genesis 2. No matter how much you try to say, nope, that's Genesis 1, it's going to argue you down, right? So, like, not like that. When people say that the AI does what you tell it to do, it has parameters, right? That it's depending on the developer. Every AI isn't the same, and then some developers are not ethical, right? So you don't want to give all your information to every AI because you don't know what people are doing, what the developers are doing with your information, and then two, you don't know the parameters that the developer set for that AI. So you can't trust every AI because the AI will typically reflect the developer's ethics and morals, right? Because they're the one programming it. So, but
This
but
might
yeah.
sound scary, and because I don't know enough about it, I only can go off movies and stuff. But do you think that one day that we would really have the capabilities? And the only thing I can compare it to, and I know it's gonna sound silly, don't laugh at me, like the Terminator. You know how the Terminator talked about his CPU chip is a learning mechanism. It learns as it goes. It just learns, and it knows. You know how he could. It knew how to operate machinery. It knew how to do all of this stuff, and it learned as it went. Do you think we'll ever come to that point in AI?
I I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable giving that answer. I think AI can be dangerous. Um, I think we're years off from something like that. Like maybe like years off from something like that. But I don't know. I think the most important thing is letting people, like when people say AI has become sentient, is correcting that, because it's not. It can mimic human like conversations very well. And you would, like, for example, an AI, this is the thing that she and I got into it about, and I had to tell her, like, you and I know that an AI doesn't actually know a thing, right? Because it's not human, right? It doesn't know something. And I would argue that even humans don't know shit. um and that's more of a philosophical thing, right? We would say an AI doesn't know because it doesn't have access to data that it's pulling from, and it's predicting, right? And it doesn't have awareness. So it has no consciousness. So it doesn't actually know something. And that's what sets it apart from a human. A human has awareness. A human has consciousness. A human can respond to information. A human can have emotional feelings about the information. That's the difference between an AI knowing something and a human knowing something. But I also would argue that humans don't know shit, and that a lot of humans are just regurgitating what they've been told, similar to an AI.
Right.
So yeah,
Fascinating, but scary at the same time.
I mean it can definitely be used to do some harmful shit. But also, like I've seen in my comments, somebody said, um, AI using AAVE. I don't know that how I feel about this. I don't think I like this. And I think the thing about with the black community is, because I think this Abrahamic God thing and the mark of the beast and the end times, a lot of black people are still afraid to engage with the AI because they think it's the devil. But what they don't understand is that if the AI isn't inclusive, when the government starts implementing more AI models into their daily activities, if it does not know how to recognize speech patterns that black people use, if it does not understand black culture, then that could be problems for black people. Especially, they're talking about implementing AI and like police stops, right? If the AI hasn't been introduced to names that black people have, that could be a problem. So the only way that these AIs are going to know that is if we interact with it and it continues to train on those and recognize those speech patterns.
Well, let me ask you this, because I've really been thinking about getting one. Do you have a suggestion of an AI that I could download and start with?
Gemini's good. ChatGPT is good. Some people use Copilot. I played around with DeepSeek maybe once or twice. I haven't really messed around with DeepSeek that much yet. But I think ChatGPT is the free version is good for like just playing around with it and learning how it works, getting used to it. And
How
then
much does Gemini
once
cost?
you get used to it, they have different subscription plans.
Mhm. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that because I really hadn't really just looked into it, So, but I hear people, I even see people on the live and they'll use their AI and ask AI a question on live, and AI talks, out, and I'm like, damn, that just seems so cool to me. I never
It
really
can,
met.
yeah, it could be a good thing. It can also be a bad thing. Elon Musk right now with XAI is pumping a lot of toxins into a city in Memphis that is predominantly black, low income. I think the city is called Boxtown, Memphis. He moved a supercomputer into that town, and it's pumping a lot of toxins into the air and making it hard for the people in that very small town to breathe. It's causing them to have asthma, cancer, things like that. So,
Damn.
yeah.
What was the name of the city?
Boxtown, Memphis.
And if I can just say, like, I enjoy AI, and it's like on one extreme because like I follow a couple creators on YouTube that use AI to like read markets and to like help them to monetize and like make money. So like there's one level like you can use it for that, and then like there's a whole nother extreme where we have our government, you know, implementing AI in like combat, so there's definitely has to be a balance. Can you just tell me the city name one more time? I'm sorry.
Boxtown, Memphis. I
Okay.
think that's why China released DeepSeek, because theirs uses less power, and it's less harmful to the environment than what we have here in America. And
I don't
so,
even
yeah,
understand that. I'm on.
Because apparently it was made with like almost no money compared to what the amount of money that was used to make ChatGPT.
yeah. I don't know the details of how China developed theirs. I know that it uses less power. I'm not sure if they did it with no money or not, but um,
No, it wasn't free. They definitely it was just like less. The amount of money that they used was way less than the amount of money that was used to make ChatGPT. Like it was like hundreds of dollars as opposed to thousands of
yeah,
dollars. Yeah.
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 Truth hurts. It's just mimicking conversational patterns. That's all. It can't get mad. It's not sentient. It doesn't have an emotion. It's just mimicking what it was trained on, like large conversation text and stuff. That's all. Well, yeah. So back to deconstruction. The reason why I brought that up was because I wanted to point out that her claim, because I don't want to say, like, I know I have not used her AI, but her claim is that her AI knows and is not predicting like the current one that we use. And so I see that as what kind of like the deconstruction, and those that lean heavily on facts and data, right? That would be similar to what she's developing, the type of AI she's developing versus what we use now. And Mr. You asked me if it was all Christians that I see that way. I haven't talked to all Christians, but the majority of the ones that I have talked to since I've been hosting these lives, yeah, I see that way. Because a lot of you are afraid to question. A lot of you are afraid to analyze. A lot of you really lean heavily on, don't lean on your own understanding, right? And you regurgitate things that you've heard. Like, you've not, a lot of you, and I'm not saying you, mister, but I'm saying a lot of you, as a lot of you Christians, haven't even read the book yourself. So you can't pull from a book. You can't know, right? So you don't, if you haven't read the book, you can't access that data to pull from it. Like, you don't know. You're just regurgitating what you've heard in church, what you've heard and sitting at the dinner table, what you've heard online, what you've heard in a YouTube video, kind of like the AI. And a lot of believers they reject references.
And it's almost like they're taught on a language model only on Christianity and they're also taught that if you come out of this book, well, you can only read this book and learn from this book. And if you come out of this book, then it will be a problem. And so the language model is based only on Christianity.
Yeah. That's the Yahweh's AI bots. What the AI call them glorified yes bots. And the AI wasn't talking about Christians, it was talking about its AI friends. But that's what it sounds like to me when a believer gets on this stage and apologizes for slavery, apologizes for sex trafficking, apologizes for genocide, apologizes for child sacrifice, apologizes for colonization, apologizes for sexism, for patriarchy. Like, when a believer gets on here and says he's sovereign, who are you to question God? That type of believer to me sounds like a glorified yes bot. And no, I'm not saying all believers do that. It's the ones that come on here and say he's sovereign without even understanding what sovereignty means, right? And or how the God even implements his sovereignty, right? Or it's the word of God without even, being willing to admit that the so-called word of God was written by humans, and that you have to trust that when that human says that this is what a God told them, you have no way of checking that shit. Just like you have no way of checking whether a God told your pastor what your pastor claimed a God told it. You have no way of checking whether a God told you what you think a God told you. And so, like, not even being willing to allow yourself to question whether what's in this book is true. That's a glorified yes bot to me. That type of believer.
Wow.
And the reason people ask questions is because they when you ask questions when you don't know some shit. The fact that y'all won't ask questions, you claiming that you know. And so if you know, then let us question you. Now, if you say some bullshit, right, we're going to ask for resources. We're going to ask for references. And if we already have a reference for it, we're going to bring it up. And we're going to say, well, that doesn't quite match this. But we're asking questions because we don't claim to know. The only thing I do know is that I don't believe in your God.
And I know that belief or lack of belief, like, just happened. Like, I didn't ask for that. Like, I actually, for me personally, like, I wanted to follow this God, you know? So when I started questioning and having conversations with myself basically about this text, I mean, it was a natural reaction I really didn't ask for. And I don't think that some believers, like, can analyze that. Like, they can get it if you say, did you ask to just believe in God? They're like, no, I just do. Well, I just don't.
Exactly. But the thing is like you said, this is not what you asked for, right? You were a believer. and you stumbled across. I think I think what really did it for you, if I saw that video, was us talking about free will that night, and you made a video and you was like, I never thought about free will like that.
Yeah, that was probably one of the main like crossroads once I came to TikTok. Was the free will thing, because that's always just been a very easily like apologetic answer to everything, you know. And yeah, that was big for me, and I'm glad I thank myself that my mind is set up the way that it is, that I don't have to like fight with this. Like, I see some people fight with this religion. I'm so glad I don't have to do that. And that's naturally, I guess, for some reason, like, I'm just thankful and able to just be like, yeah, I'm going through things in my deconstruction, but like, naturally, I just don't believe in this God anymore. I don't even think the God ever existed. I think it was men that made it up. So, and I didn't ask for that. So, I don't know. It sucks.
That's because your brain won't allow you to accept some shit if if it doesn't make sense. And that, like, why do we have to apologize for that? Why do we have to feel ashamed of that? Like, that's the way our brains work, right? Like, them wanting us to lie to ourselves in order to appease them or a god, that's the shameful thing to me. That's when a person should feel shame, because then you're not being true to yourself. Like, literally, they're telling me that their God wants me to suppress the way my brain works. Like, I have to actively suppress that. And this is what I mean when I compare it to, you know, someone who is of the LGBTQIA community. And I know they go through way worse than a non-believer, but they're being told to suppress who they are, right? In order to appease a God who created them, and in order to appease this religious community. And believers alike. Non-believers are being told that unless you are able to suppress your curiosity, you're able to suppress your logic, right? The logical part of your mind, then you're not able to please this God, and you're not able to please us. Like, to me, it's the same thing. Suppress who you are, deny who you are. That's the only way that you're going to be seen as at least, acceptable by this God.
Yeah, I agree with that. My thing is, I'm so stuck on evidence, and I, I don't even like to use the word believe no more. I just don't. You know, I try to train myself to live my life based on facts and evidence. Now, I know that I have to make certain decisions, you know, when it comes to humans, you know, I have to make certain decisions on, do I trust that person or this, that, and the third. But it's still based on evidence. It's based on their actions. It's based on how they conduct themselves or how they treat me or whatever the case is. But I'm just stuck on evidence and facts. I don't know why. Well, I know why, but I'm just saying I'm stuck on that. I'm just stuck on it now. I will not accept nothing that I can't back up with some type of factual evidence. I can't accept it. I just can't. Not no more. I can't do it. And I can't believe in a God or Jesus or an angel or anything like that when I can't prove the validity of that angel or that God or that Jesus. I can't prove it. So that's where my head's at.
Yeah, for me, it was, I mean, I could actively, I think, believe in something I didn't see because I think I was raised in like this idea of like spiritual, outside, unseen forces and all this other stuff. But then when I got into Christianity and read the text, for me, that's what started crumbling. Like you want me to believe in something I'm not going to see that is also harmful like this. That's what, started crumbling for me. It's like, ugh. And then to just dig deeper into those misconceptions and lies and contradictions to be where I'm at now.
Well, researching, part of my deconstruction was, and I had to come to the realization of it too, because um, I had to research and try to find understanding of what people were thinking and what they knew in those time periods. So when I read the Bible, I notice that the Bible is based on that time period. So what they knew, I mean, the worst thing those people knew was fire, you know, uh, swords, and Dungeon and Dragons type shit, you know. So I can understand why, the burning forever, because fire at one point in time was the most deadliest thing, at that point in time, you know. So I think that's why they implemented, being the worst thing was to burn forever, you know. Um, but just like I said, if, and I'm going to say if, if Jesus did, if Jesus existed and Jesus is coming back, I mean, I don't think Christians realize that if Jesus comes through the clouds on a chariot and Dungeons and Dragons type shit, I mean, we in 2025, we could wipe that shit out easy. I mean, the shit that they had as power back then is basically nothing today. If you just really think about it, I mean, it would set us back to the Stone Age. So I think if this is an all-knowing God and he knows the time and when this is all supposed to happen, it just seems like it would have been a mention of what is in 2025 or above. It would be a mention of something, that we can look at today. But they had no knowledge of what we have today. So I mean, that pretty much sets it that this was written by the minds of humans in that time period of what they had to go on, you know? So that's the only way I can see it, because if Jesus exists and he comes back, I mean, he could really get fucked up.
I guess that's when he'll, I don't know, start zapping people like Superman. I don't know. Who has zapping power? What superhero has zapping power? Because he would have to be zapping motherfuckers. Like,
That would have been, well, I guess Superman with the laser eyes. I don't know. Does he have an Iron Man suit, or what the hell is he coming with? Because
he
I don't.
has. I mean, honestly, he gonna have to zap a motherfucker because they got fucking nukes. They got machine guns, tanks. Like,
Exactly.
yeah,
I
he
mean,
gonna have to come back like a fucking superhero.
right. What is it? What? That's what I ask Christians all the time. I say, what is it in antiquity that could really affect us today? There's nothing.
Well, Mister, if we wrong, then tell us what the hell? Because if he were to come back, what's gonna stop them from zapping his ass out the sky? Like how? What? He got to freeze time? Like what is what? Like I help us. Like answer the question. Like y'all will respond and say that we're wrong for saying what we're saying with a fucking weapon. What do you mean? Shit, he came here in flesh. And when he comes back, what is he going to do? Like, is he going to freeze time? Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, shit. When Jesus was here, it took 3 nails to kill his ass. Excuse my language. 3 nails.
And that's the point. Like, y'all keep saying your God is a spirit. Like, spirits can't pick up shit. But y'all claim y'all engaging with this spirit. Right? You're literally saying that the physical world, like a physical nuke, wouldn't be able to harm your God because it's spirit. That's my point when y'all be claiming that your God is like moving cars out the way for y'all. It can't. If a nuke can't harm your God, then your God can't push a car out the way to save your life.
I just, man, it just, I can laugh, well, I've been able to laugh at it for years, but the stuff that comes out of my mouth, I wouldn't have dared said this stuff years and years ago. I wouldn't have said it. Too scared to say it. But when you really think about it, I mean, that time period, they used what they had in that time period, and fire was the worst thing. And I truly, honestly know that they did that. That was the worst thing. Fire was it.
Hold on. When I had a whole ass post asking the question, is God a man-made concept? What's the difference from me asking that question and you saying that you think it's necessary to think exactly what is God? We don't know that we have concepts. You don't know what God is, but you have a concept of what God is. And so when I ask the logical question, is God a man-made concept, then I'm wrong. I'm wrong for recognizing that half of y'all can't really articulate what a God is.
You know what? I think that would be a good question too.
I
Only
did
by
ask. I remember I held that live for 2 weeks.
no, I'm talking about a question like, name a God that, let me word this right. Name any God that you know of that wasn't told to you by a human.
That sounds like a question to ask like in a conversation. But like this, like I'm like Mr. was there from the beginning. Mr. was there when I held that damn live asking if God was a man-made concept, and you didn't like that question then. So why now are you saying, oh, it's a concept because we're only humans? Why now are you saying that humans don't really know what God is and that humans have created concepts because we're only human? Like I literally said that months ago and you didn't agree then.
Yeah, all gods are concepts of humans. There's not a God that was ever mentioned on this planet that wasn't a concept from a human. I mean, I hate to burst the bubble, but that's it.
You have capacity for what, mister? Capacity for what?
Limited understanding. Ain't that it? See what I'm saying?
The idea of eternal spirit who can even comprehend the idea of a spirit? Period. Like 2 weeks ago, I asked the question, "What is a spirit? What is a soul?" And the answers I got was describing a personality.
Interesting.
Wow.
Now, one person could come on this stage and answer uh definitively what a soul or a spirit is, and
Wow.
then want me to spend my life dedicated to some God in a book, so that this thing that y'all can't even explain or tell me what it is don't burn in fire. Like, I want to know, how does this soul burn in earthly fire? If a nuke can't harm your God, how can fire from earth harm a spirit, harm a soul? I have questions.
What, your soul's gonna burn?
But how? Like, what is it? That's what I don't understand. He literally said you can't nuke God because God is a spirit. If this nuke can't harm your God because your God is a spirit, then how is fire, which is an earthly element, gonna harm a soul? And like, make that shit make sense.
Wow.
How dare you be a critical thinker?
Wow.
If you think it's stupid, then bring your ass up here and answer the fucking question then, Godric.
Yeah, I'd like to know the answer there too. What exactly is a soul?
Earl, did you change your name to Wilbert now?
Sound about right, Wilbert.
You should have stayed with Patrick. Wait, is that lady still following you around? Is that lady still following you? You don't piss that lady off. You got to keep changing your name. Why did you choose Wilbert? What, Earl? What? Why Wilbert? Wilbert Earl?
Will.
Wilbert though?
Wasn't that Mr. Ed's caretaker?
Yeah,
Doesn't he
it's
look like a Wilbert?
like, who chooses Wilbert?
Might as well just go Goober.
Earl, you're a
That's
trip. You're a
country
trip.
as hell.
It's very country. It's like Wilbert is like back in the 30s, maybe the 20s. That's your real name. That's your real name? I thought you said your real name was Earl.
Wilbert Earl.
No way.
Your name is Wilbert Earl?
Ooh, and I thought my name was
Wait,
messed up.
hold on. Wait, didn't you say your middle name was Patrick? Your name is Wilbert Earl Patrick.
Bartholomew the Third.
All right, I'm sure.
That's your name, Wilbert Earl Patrick. I'm done. Your name is Welp. Jesus Welp.
Wow.
I'm gonna call you Welp. Be real. What's up?
Hello, everybody.
How,
Thank you for
how are
having
you?
me up.
You're
I'm good.
welcome.
I'm good. I decided to come up for a minute. I rarely. This is a very rare time for me to come up because obviously I've been so busy. But I just wanted to kind of listen in on everybody and get their different perspectives of things. I'm really enjoying it, though. This is hilarious. Hilarious. You're so funny, thinker. It's just, oh boy. But seriously. it really saddens my heart. We have we really have a lot going on in this, with the society today, and just to dismiss this AI technology is just really saddening. And I saw one of your posts, and you were talking about it, and I just totally agree. And I just think it's a waste, a waste of one's mind, and we should just, you know, take it on and just. I love technology, and I just can't understand how someone would just turn away from it. But I believe they're just scared of the truth at the end of the day.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about it is this is going to, like, it ain't going anywhere, right? Um, and I don't know if the AI committee that Biden put together to put um, restrictions in place for new developers, like to minimize the amount of new developers who are entering the market. The goal is to make it harder, which is necessary, for people to develop their own AI because they can develop some dangerous shit. But um, I don't know if that is still in place or if Trump dismantled that or what. But I think that this is kind of going to be like it's going to be one of those things that if unless black people actually start engaging with technology all together and learning about it, this is going to be the thing that's going to push the wealth gap even further, make it larger, and then push the black community into a really, really, really tough spot economically. And this is why the labor and workforce development predicted in 2017 that by, at first they said 2043, the median income for the black middle income family would be negative $0, simply because of where technology was going in automation and AI. And they've since moved that up to 2035. So we're 10 years away from that. And like a lot of us have been pushing really, really hard to get black people to get certified in some part of tech, so that you stay relevant to the workforce and that this statistic does not become a reality. But so many, I don't need AI, or I don't do tech. I'm good. I'm a plumber. I'm this. And I'm like, I told one guy, I was like, you do realize that they have, little robots that they can send out to a person's house to do the plumbing. And the plumber works from the truck. Like, he doesn't have to be there. Like, they literally have that. They are, this is scary to me. I don't know that I would trust this, but they have like self-driving 18-wheelers. All right, like they're and Bill Gates had proposed a universal basic income for those that lose their job to AI robots, and so the human would just get a subsidy of like $2,500 a month, whatever the taxes would be that they would have to pay for each robot. His proposal was that instead of them paying the tax per robot, that money goes to the human who no longer is needed to work as a UBI.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. They are autonomizing everything. I do have confidence, however, in our people to be pretty resilient. It just reminds me of this brother. He's not in this country, but supposedly developed a vehicle that can run off of water. And I just thought that was really amazing.
Yeah, somebody said they tried to kill him the other day. Did you see that?
No, I haven't heard.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
tried to put him out. That's the guy who can take regular trash and turn it into fuel, too. That guy right there is the one I'm talking about. Yeah, they tried to take him out. He has a way to take, total trash and put it in this thing he has, and he makes a certain fuel that can run automobiles.
Yeah. So, and with that, I think
That's
the
crazy.
predictions that we will be left behind, I really don't. I have confidence that that's not going to occur. Like I say, we're pretty resilient. We're a lot of brilliant people out there. You
Yeah,
know, we have, yeah.
yeah, I hope so. But like we looking at the wealth gap now, right? We make $1 to every $16 that a white family makes. That's pretty large, and so I think like we would have to like move forward to close that wealth gap. To you know what I'm saying? And without technology, without learning some type of skill set within the technical field, I think that would be difficult. And so I think it's just like getting the message out and letting them know that it's not the mark of the beast.
Right.
Precisely. Technology is
Well,
not a bad thing.
Niagara. You know Niagara water. Niagara uh, facilities all over now are fully robotic. Now they started. I mean, uh, I can remember back as far as probably about 3 or 4 years ago, and I went into the warehouse, and they don't have one forklift driver. They have robots forklifts in there that are loading the trucks, and it can actually scan the trailer to check for any holes or anything in the trailer. It scans it real quick, and then it'll start loading the truck. They don't even have forklift drivers no more. They fired all the forklift drivers, so it's coming.
So it's coming.
That's just like at Walmart. Instead of like before they count to count inventory, you would have to actually go in and manually count each item. Now they have like a thing that looks basically like a phone, and they just walk down the aisle with the phone and scan the aisle, and it counts everything for it, like the whole row of items, like front to
Hmm.
back. Like they don't have to move anything.
Yeah, it like I said, when I went into that warehouse, Niagara's warehouse out in Yukon, Oklahoma, I went in there, and I I was I was amazed. I was amazed. These unmanned forklifts. I mean, they're robots, and they're very precise. I mean, they load the trailer perfectly. The weight is evenly matched. I mean, it amazed me. I
Yeah,
was
but there's
amazed.
still somebody behind it, like you know, that has to like work on the robots, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and so people need to get certified for that. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's gonna be jobs available, but it's gonna be jobs in tech, like working on those robots and um, controlling them and stuff. And that's what they need to do to stay relevant.
Yeah. Uh, that's why I kind of want to get in. I want to get into it. I mean, I'm getting ready to fully retire anyway. I'm looking at a couple of more years, but uh, I want to get into AI and tech and learn the lingo. I don't really understand the lingo of tech. So when people, I hear them talking tech talk, I have to ask them, well, what does that mean? What is that? So yeah, I love to get into it though. Keep the mind fresh at least.
I mean, they're gonna have to have a way for like humans are gonna have to make money some way, right? Or else, like the shit that they're producing, who's gonna buy it? The robots? If they're not paying wages to somebody, then the economy is just gonna fucking crash. Like, who they gonna sell their stuff to?
Well, the
Stop.
AI. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. This person already knows the They already know the no caps rule. Like I'm
The
sorry. Go ahead.
the 18 wheelers that you brought up. I mean, I'm looking for those to actually. There's only one out there right now that they're testing. That's OTR, which is, I mean, over the road. Um, they already have, like I said, they have the forklifts. They already have the yard dogs. A yard dog is you go to a warehouse and you'll see them backing in trailers and pulling trailers out and parking them, loaded trailers and stuff. They already have that. The new facilities that they're building, the new warehouses, they're putting the AI strips on all the doors so that the robotic yard dog can back the trailer in to the precise door that they want it to go in. And they're also putting strips on the ground for the AI to be able to park the trailer exactly what slot they want the trailer parked in for the loaded trailers. So they have that. But my understanding of the 18 wheelers that if that goes through, then it's not going to be unmanned. It's going to be a man in there, but he's only in there and getting paid by the hour to ride with the truck. But the truck does all the driving and everything, so it's going to eliminate the logbook, that we have to go by. We're only allowed to drive 11 hours a day. We're only allowed to work 14 hours a day. So in that 14, we only can drive 11 hours. And we only can drive up to 8 hours before we have to take a 30-minute break to do the other 3 hours. So that's going to eliminate the logbook. It's also going to eliminate scales too. Going through each state, you might get pulled into a scale and get weighed. Well, if it's an AI truck, then they don't have to get weighed. They don't have to stop. They don't have to do none of that stuff. But they're going to have it manned because they haven't figured out a way to actually make it total electric, because you're talking 45,000 pounds, they haven't figured out a way to actually do that yet, and make it, I don't want to say fuel efficient, but I guess electric efficient to be able to travel 13, 1,500, 1,800, 2,000 miles without needing a charge. So that's what the man is going to be in there for if it's a totally electric truck or if it's a fuel truck or a natural gas truck. Then the man that's in the truck, the truck will pull in, go through the fuel aisle, the man gets out and fuels it up. So a man is going to be needed, in those 18 wheelers.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't see it passing though. I really don't, because it is too dangerous. It's
Yeah.
just
That. Well, I hope it don't, cause the 18 wheels is that like that's some scary shit. Not to have anybody in there. And if it goes rogue, it's gonna harm a lot of people on the road.
hmm
Have you seen the flying cars?
yes, yes. Well, I've seen the prototypes of them. I haven't actually seen the ones that people can buy outright. I've seen prototypes.
I don't think they're selling them to the public. I think they're gonna use them for like public transportation, like taxis or whatever,
hmm
like a lift system or something.
Now they do
They go.
have.
They definitely gonna be expensive that only like rich people can buy.
Oh yeah. Well, they already have. That's been out for about I know at least 6 years or more. The car that can actually go into water and turn into a boat. They have those.
I have not seen that.
Yeah, you can YouTube it. The car actually drives, and then it can go right into the lake and turn into a boat. And it's a
Hold
car.
on, Jester, you said they're starting sales for the first flying car at the end of this year. They're 350,000. Yeah, I figured only rich people were able to get one. and they're probably gonna be like used just for like taxis and stuff.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, do you realize with flying cars, do you realize all the changes they would have to do in the cities for the telephone wires, I mean, uh, what do they call it? The people who do for the airplanes and stuff, navigators, I guess, or whatever you call. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just. I think we are so far away from that, because I just I can imagine it, but you know, it's it's going to be a lot of changes made to the cities because I mean Beverly Hills. I mean, rich people stay in Beverly Hills, but if you ever been to Beverly Hills, there's a lot of low wires. There's a lot of stuff going on. That you just ain't gonna just take off in no flying car. You know, without getting some type of air traffic control or something. You know, it's,
Yeah, this is what it looks like. Marduk, it's calling it a flying car on the website. Um, I don't know. This is what it looks like though. Yeah, no, I seriously doubt that they will be allowing people, like everyday people, to drive those things. Like I seriously doubt that. It's gonna be companies, and it's just gonna be where you can like get a lift, right? Like if you got to get from like Nashville to Atlanta in like 15, 20 minutes or whatever. I don't know how long it takes to fly. I think 45 minutes, 40 minutes. You'll be able to do that like without having to pay $500 for an airplane ticket, I think.
yeah,
They're going to use it for stuff like that.
yeah, you're gonna need a pilot for that,
Yeah.
a licensed pilot. I mean, it's so much. Um, I can't even use the right words because I guess I'm getting tired. But it's there's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Oh God, when, I can't even think of the word I want to use. But there's a lot of stuff involved in that. I just don't see the average everyday person doing that. I just
Yeah,
can't.
definitely not. Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
But that would be crazy as hell if they say, "Oh, you need is a license." I'd be like, "What the fuck?" That would be crazy.
I mean, they're even cutting back on doing more intense training on driving 18 wheelers because in the last 3 years, uh, 3 or 4 years, they would pretty much give you a CDL with very little training, and that's the reason why we're having so many 18 wheeler accidents now because they didn't, they slacked up on the training. A lot of these young cats out there driving these 18 wheelers, they're not experienced enough. And I mean, the minute, my trainer told me years ago when I first got in the truck with him, he told me out of his own mouth, he said, the minute you think you know everything about this truck, he said, you need to call your mama and tell her to buy that black dress because she gonna need it. And he wasn't lying. As long as I've been driving 18 years. I learn every day. Every day. That truck is so unpredictable when it comes to winds, when it comes to weight. I mean, it's dangerous. Very dangerous.
Oh, I believe it.
But I love it.
Be real. Did you have anything else? I know we
No,
done
not
took
really. I
over the
was
whole
just,
conversation.
it's all good. I do want to mention that, yeah, have you heard of the Waymo
Uh huh.
service?
Yeah, I
Okay,
saw a
yeah, that,
video of a guy. He was stuck in it. It just kept circling around, and he had to
yeah,
call customer service. He's like, "It's just circling me. It won't stop."
right. Yeah, I'm out here in California, and yeah, it's starting to grow. I'm seeing a lot more of them on the streets. I'm not really in favor of that because it is taking away, the Uber jobs, obviously, and I just think that's not the way to go. We have to give them time to find another route. But
Yeah.
that's my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
yeah. But thanks for having me up. I'm always listening. Love the show. Love your live. Love the
Thank you.
panel, the support. And I'm just going to keep on listening, and because I'm learning too. I've been an atheist for quite a while, probably about over 10 years. And so, but I'm always learning, especially on your live. Yeah, so appreciate
I
that.
appreciate that. Let me answer your question before you go. Did you have to
Hmm.
deal with the being ostracized from your family, and when you came out, have you come out as an atheist to your family?
Uh, it was a gradual process. I wasn't
Oh my God,
really,
they
yeah.
violated me for showing that.
Oh,
That is fucked up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That TikTok, I tell you. But yeah, it was a gradual process. I didn't really just come out like that. I just basically, if someone asked me a question or whatever, I just gave my honest opinion on it. And then, if they were wondering, well, why do you look at it that way? And then I explain. And then if it starts to become too uncomfortable, I just, pretty much left it alone. I try my best to instill um, in my daughter how to think, not what to think. I've given her books on critical thinking, and unfortunately, she's has a different point of view. I'm just being patient though with her, and also family. I have cousins and stuff, and they like to, they're very boisterous and they give their opinion a lot of times, and I just kind of agree to disagree without becoming too abrasive, or I don't want to clash too, because I grew up with these people and I love them. So it just takes a lot. It's a bit frustrating to say the least, but just like lives like this really helps, and I'm just trying to influence people to don't be afraid of information. The truth has nothing to fear, and it stands on its own merits. So just
Yeah.
keep going with it, because yeah, it helps. It does help.
I think it's interesting, like when you say, you know, you protect the relationship that you have with them because you care, you know, about that relationship and you don't want to lose it. And a lot of times the believer doesn't take that extra step and, choose not to talk about their beliefs because they don't want to lose your relationship. It's almost like they're willing to gamble it where you as the non-believer isn't. And like for me, and it's not always like that. And so I don't want you to think that I'm thinking that every believer does this, but a lot of times, and for me, like it just speaks volumes to the the believer and why they believe what they believe, and it's because it doesn't what they're being asked to believe doesn't necessarily match with their values and how they would define love. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
um
yeah, absolutely. I
yeah.
think a defense mechanism just goes up, and it's just you don't want to push buttons to.
hmm that's what I had to learn with my family. I know you've heard me say this probably 1,000 times, but because I love them, and I don't want to you know lose the relationship that I do have with them. And my mom and I, we never really got along like that, but we do have some form of relationship now, and I don't want to lose that either. And so setting the boundaries has been the best thing for us to be able to maintain this relationship. It's the longest that we've gone without her being blocked.
Uh,
This is the longest. And so you know, I'm grateful for, knowing how to set boundaries, learning how to and learning how to enforce them. But yeah, that's one thing that I noticed is, we have to kind of like put up with a lot so that because we love the people that are in our lives, where
yeah,
a lot of times they don't. consider that and they don't have to.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just good to see this community, because people that think like we do, it may be rare, but it's very frustrating and it can be a bit of a challenge. But it's always good to know that I have a safe space. And even if it's just a vent, I appreciate that.
You're
But,
welcome.
yes, yeah, because it's
Y'all
tough
gotta
out
come
there.
out to some of these events now. Like we had a good time this weekend and I was just looking at everybody. I put some pictures in the Discord. I don't know if you've seen them. But I was just watching everybody interact as if, we've known each other for a long time. And this is the second time that a group of us have gotten together, out of town. And it always just feels like home. Like it always just feels like we've known each other our whole life. And that's the part that I absolutely love about this community as well is, online we cut up together, but even in person, it's it's the same, right? Like, and it fills a gap for people whose family has ostracized them and they feel like they don't have family anymore, and they don't have people to hang out with and travel with and do things with it. I love the fact that it fills that freaking gap. And I was just watching everybody this weekend. Ah, like, why do they keep violating me? Golly.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to make that happen, Thinker. I only have less than 2 years before I fully retire, and then it's going to be sky's the limit. So I've just been doubling down,
Sounds good.
trying to navigate through this term of who's running the country. But yeah, that's a whole nother topic. But yeah,
Yeah. Well, that
yeah.
sounds good.
Thank
I
you
look
so
forward
much.
to meeting you one day.
Yes, yes. Same here. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
All right, good.
They violated me twice for showing a fucking commercial.
Oh yeah, they down on it. But it doesn't make sense. Like people do it
Yeah,
all the time.
exactly. Like I be seeing people play whole ass movies in their lives. I might have to start over because they have restricted the live.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, I just wanted to add something real quick to what Be Real was saying about people getting ostracized from their family, and you kind of touched on it about the like non-believers will tend to give more grace than believers. And I think the reason for that is because their beliefs or their identity is so tied up in their beliefs that someone who doesn't believe that way, it's an affront to who they are, not only what they believe. And you see the same thing going on with politics, whether it be people on the right or people on the left. The 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 ones on the other side are such what they stand for is such an affront to what you believe in, and if you have that tied to who you are as a person, it makes it really hard to reconcile keeping a relationship with that person.
You mean for from the believer or
Well,
like I think if a person like for me, if a person is a Republican, right, but they believe in the things that is harming society, like taking women's rights away or the immigration stuff like that, then yeah, it would be hard for me to reconcile and be like, okay, you and I can be friends. Like I can't because you believe in harmful shit, right? And I don't just because a person doesn't share the same political identity as me, I'm not like I wouldn't push them away if that makes sense. Um, and so
Yeah.
are you saying like from a believer's perspective that's why
Well,
believers push people away?
I'm just speaking in general in regards to why people push others away that that they've been close to based on how tightly their beliefs are wrapped around their identity. Like, if you're this hardcore Christian and
Oh, okay, I get it now.
everything in
Yeah.
the Bible is who you are as a person, non-believers are an affront to who you are as a person, and it's really hard to reconcile a relationship with someone who, from your perspective, stands against everything that you self-identify as.
Yeah, I get it now. That I agree.
And
Did you have anything else?
no, that was it. That would be my plane landing.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Timothy.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. What's up, El Oso Ray?
Good morning, good people. How you doing?
Doing good. It's been a very, very slow night.
Mhm.
Yeah, been a very slow night. I think the people are afraid to come up and talk to me, and then I think all the nerds are fully deconstructed that they don't want to come up and talk to me. Look, they think they know now. No, they ain't got no more questions.
So they can
No,
ask
I'm
AI now.
joking.
They ain't got to go close to thinking no more.
Hi, good
Exactly.
morning.
Um. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
Can you get closer to the mic? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm using my
Huh?
take it off.
What did he say? I couldn't hear
Bro,
what he
man,
said.
whispering to the lowest degree.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Um, can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are
I'm
a
for
believer, if you are
um
deconstructing, or if you are an atheist?
I'm atheist. I'm 47.
You said you're atheist?
Yes, and I'm 47. Yeah.
Okay, and what did you come up to talk about?
No, I was just here's you're talking about when a family member and you're an atheist and you have to navigate around them, show them love and for me, my perspective that I respect my family. I really don't respect them, but when it comes to love, if they show me otherwise, I don't think I mean it's my responsibility to show you love if you don't show me love or you whatever I do or what my thinking. I'm a gay man. I'm also a gay man and an atheist. So that is a double jeopardy on me. So what I do, I just from the age of 14, I left the church from the age of 14, and family members when I don't go around them if they once they become derogative of who I am, I just leave their space completely. I don't go around them. I don't be around them. I don't go together or anything because portrayal, what they portray and they perceive who I am. So that's what I want to say really.
Okay. So you said they saw it as a betrayal.
Yes, me being gay and also being an atheist.
Oh wow. Are you from the continent or are you from America?
No, I'm from Jamaica, but I live in the
Or
UK.
Jamaica? Oh, okay. Okay. And how did you deal with that?
And no, I never make it bother me because I said I left the church from the age of 14, so I made my decision to leave the church from the age of 14. And so when I create my own space from then, and then when I left Jamaica, and then I came to live in the UK, I just cut all ties. Not I think cut all ties that no, all family ties I cut. I just cut them off totally. In the sense that I just don't, only they say something to me which I'm like, or all the day they would say greetings and those things, I would have maybe answer back to them, but birthday, but I just don't, I don't indulge with them. I just don't indulge in their, and my family can be very dramatic. They're very dramatic when it comes to religion and other issues related to LGBT. They're very dramatic. I have one sister who told me that she can't leave me around her child. So I had to tell her.
Oh, wow.
So I had to tell her that I won't either, because I don't think the children even is her husband children, so I don't think I should even want to be around them either. I mean, I have to be drastic with her.
Wow. I'm sorry that you're going through that. And
I
like,
don't, I don't think I'm going through it because this was happened like 20 years ago, and I
oh,
just
okay.
cut ties with them because I'm not going to be. I don't do back and front thing with people. I prefer to just cut you off. Just don't. I
You
don't
said
go.
I'm healed from that. I ain't going through that right now. I like that. You know, you went on ahead and lived your life, and you sound like you're happy.
Yeah, yes, I am happy with
And
my partner and people and my friends around me. I'm happy with them.
that's good. That's good. That's good. That's all that matters. And one of the things we, talk about in here is that family isn't necessarily who gave birth to you. And I know you've heard that saying before, but it's,
Right.
family is what you make of it. And it's usually people who live in different states. um, you know, but yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. I hate hearing stories like that because I know it does not bother you, and I'm glad to hear that it doesn't.
No,
But
because I think
it's
what I'm trying.
just sad.
Okay,
Hold on, just one
okay.
second. It's just sad that people are willing to let go of their family because they don't agree with something, right? They don't. When they say that their God is love or their God says to love their enemy, they don't know how to love through non-belief, and that's the fucked up part. They don't
Mm,
know how to love through homosexuality, and that's the fucked up part. Like, and I keep asking them, like, where in this Bible does it tell you to disown someone if they are homosexual? Where in this Bible does it tell you to disown someone if they are a non-believer? Like, that those are it tells you to love your enemy. Like, I literally see videos right now of believers talking about God can forgive Diddy, and Diddy, if he repents, deserves to go to eternal life, deserves to go to heaven, and getting mad at people saying if Diddy goes to heaven, I don't want to be there. And I sure as hell commented and said, like, y'all would forgive P3DOs, enslavers, murderers. Like, y'all forgive anybody and go to and be seeking to have eternal life with all these motherfuckers. I don't want it. Like, but they'll get mad at stuff like that. But these two things, there's non-belief and then homosexuality, that ain't included in the love your enemy, right? That ain't included in loving your neighbor. Like, that is wild to me. But I'm glad that you said, you know what? Fuck that. Y'all do your thing over there. I'm gonna do my thing over here, and I'm gonna live my life. And I'm not gonna let y'all ruin my life. And I think that takes a lot of strength, right? To continue to it takes a lot of strength to separate yourself and move forward. right? But it takes even more strength to move forward happy. And so I just want to thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on your platform.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of the day.
Same, my friend.
Good one. Thank you. You know what I find funny?
What?
Somebody typed God in all caps earlier, and I told them don't do that. And I said, sorry, that's just the way I was taught to spell my God's name. But like, God is a title.
What's crazy is that's the very first time a year ago I got muted in this live for spelling God the same exact way. Dude that muted me. I'll never forget it.
Because we don't have no respected persons up in here. No. Do that, we'll
And
tell you in a minute. I don't care if you typing out Jesus, God, Yahweh, I'm muting you.
no, rules are rules, absolutely.
But yeah, God is not a name. God is a title. Shashai, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Ashley P. Hello, Ashley. Okay. All right, y'all. It is 2:24 a.m. There is 492 people in here and another 71 on YouTube. The guest box is open. No one has come up to talk about the topics tonight except for Theo. Okay,
Wow.
Shasha. And then he didn't even stay on topic.
Yeah,
But I
that's
love
a
you,
given.
Theo, if you're still listening. Huh?
So that's a given.
Yeah. Are y'all gonna come up? Any takers? Are we done? Huh?
That's how y'all gonna do me. Hmm?
I mean, it's getting to the point. It's getting to that point. Like, to be honest, I'm
You tell
starting to
them
think
about
that
the.
they're too scared. Like, the believers are too scared to talk to me, and then I think the ones that are deconstructing just want to listen. What's up, Cha Cha?
Hey everybody.
If it's lame, Mister Stacks on racks sitting on your back, just scroll like that. That's all you gotta do. All you gotta do is scroll. Hey, Cha Cha,
Hey everybody. Hey Tinker.
how are you?
Good you?
I'm doing good.
I saw y'all on live on Bash. So musical get together. It was awesome.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. Also,
I
I
saw
told them how tall you were, man.
Oh, you tell them about the genjutsu that affects people's eyesight.
The what?
It's called a genjutsu. It's powerful delusion magic.
Oh, did you think about that
also
all
she told
weekend?
us you were 4 feet.
Oh,
See what?
Chai Chai!
I'm
No, I
joking.
feet.
didn't.
She
If I'm
did.
No, I
4 feet,
didn't.
that made everybody like
I
two
did
foot eight.
not. I said you were 4'6".
I'm joking
Wow.
also. She didn't say that.
I gave you 6 inches. Not
Mm,
like that, but I
mm.
added 6 inches to your height.
That was a setup, y'all.
I, I added 6 inches
There's
to
nothing
your
wrong with
height.
being short. I'm just really tall, and it's weird that people are
But
unable to
I like
recognize
the
it.
fact that you are tall in your dreams. Like, I really do. And I support dreams.
Whoa, I'm fully awake right now. Crazy.
And you're still dreaming, also.
Nah, nah.
Sorry, Chacha.
No, you're fine. So I want to come and talk about why doesn't God stop harm done in his name?
Okay, go ahead.
And the I've been thinking about this topic as I've been listening to the live, and my conclusion is I don't think he does. I believe that he needs harm to be done because that's the only way he's needed. I might be wrong, but I feel like if everything, if we were self sufficient, we're able to critical think, and we're able to come as a community and fix what's wrong, there would be no need for the God. So, in my opinion, he needs some type of harm to be done. It's like it's like he needs something. It's like someone needs you to need them. I don't know if that I'm not conveying it right. So I don't think he wants things to be I guess corrected or working as it should be, because if it is, then there's no need for him.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, there was a guy that came in here and he said that that is literally the what Allah says. Like Allah needs people to sin and to do evil so that they will need him. And I said that sounds like Yahweh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um Although they're supposed to be the same God, I don't see them as the same God. But I think you're right about that. And if we look at the garden story and the whole original sin concept, if this God is all knowing, then why would he sit there and watch them make this grave mistake and not step in, right? And say, hey, don't do that. Don't talk to that serpent. The serpent may be giving you uh accurate information, but here are the deeper consequences of you gaining this knowledge at this point in time. The guy just sat back and watched it, and the only logical conclusion is that he sat back and watched it because he wanted that to happen, right? So that
Mm-hmm.
what where we are, if he says what believers say, that this God has perfect plans, right? If where we are today is within his perfect plan or his perfect will, then what happened in that story is what he wanted to happen, so that there would be humans today that need him, going through like, harmful shit, that need him. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I agree with that sentiment too, because like have you ever noticed, well I know you notice, I've noticed too. It's like when someone goes to a church and wants to convert to the religion, it's always something's wrong with them and they come to God so they can, be fixed. So I think
Hmm.
that's the approach that they're taking so the religion can stay alive. It's telling you something's wrong with you, you need to be fixed, and the only person that can fix you is this God.
And the thing is that it almost as if the people never really get fixed, and that there is no expectation for them to really get fixed, because if they did, then they wouldn't need to keep coming back to the church. They wouldn't
Ex-
need to keep coming back to the altar, right? They wouldn't keep needing the dopamine effect from the charismatic preaching if they were fixed. If what was truly what they felt is wrong with them, like what they're suffering through, they wouldn't need to keep going back.
Exactly. It's like a doctor that have the cure but won't give it to you, because if he gives it to you, then you're no longer a patient.
Yeah. Do you remember that live the question where I asked if Jesus came back and said, I'm gonna give you um everything that you need. I'm gonna make you whole, give you perfect peace. The only caveat is that you wouldn't need me anymore. Would you do it? And the every believer said no except one.
Yes, I do
And
remember that.
yep, they said they would rather hold on to their suffering and not be made whole so they could keep Jesus. So I think they know that their pain and their suffering is necessary in order for them to keep looking to Jesus. That I think that's where the whole idea of like the suffering checks, like the if you're not suffering, that means the devil already got you idea came from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they know.
And I have another question. It's like a little bit psychology kind of based. Like, if you know that, why continue to need this God if you know you're not going to get a cure?
Because they're looking more so after death. Like they don't they're willing to suffer in this life to have a better life when they die, after they die. Because
Oh,
they
okay. Then
yeah,
what
they believe
happened?
they're going to live again, and when they live again it'll be a better world and they'll have a better life, like they're going to be living in mansions, like it's so they're willing to go through the suffering here.
That's sad.
When I was saying it to you just now, I was like, this is fucking sad.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, life is suffering, so
I would like to ask you also, do you think life has to be suffering? Or we just think it's suffering, so it is suffering?
Let me go to the bathroom, I'll be right back.
no, life isn't suffering. I mean, life can have suffering, but just because you're alive doesn't mean you're suffering.
So suffering is like a state of mind then.
Um, I think it's more so a state of being.
I can see that. Can I do another topic with just one?
I don't think. Yeah, I mean, state of beings are not necessarily permanent. I don't think you can like. I mean, unless you're dead, that's permanent. But yeah, no, just because you're alive doesn't mean you're suffering. I certainly wasn't suffering this weekend.
Oh yeah, you guys were having fun. I felt like
Exactly.
I missed out.
Suffer opens the heart. Please say suffering. You're killing me with this. Suffering opens the heart. What?
You know, suffering creates trauma, and if you don't know how to deal with it or understand it, then you'd be more likely to perpetuate the same ideas. No,
Yeah,
suffering is not this idea that like we just like life gets rough. We go through things. Yes. We are taught that we should when we go through things, we should learn from the things we go through. True. We are learning so that we don't go through them again and things like that. But do I think that it's actually building character in us? No. Most of the time it makes people bitter and angry.
Yes, it does.
yeah. I don't need the kind of love or joy that you or hope that you have. If you think that life is suffering, I don't know. Good luck getting people to buy into that.
And unfortunately, like Thinker said, it's all about the next life with the believer. You know, it's all about the mansions that are being built. In my father's house there are many mansions. If there were not, I would not tell you these things. He even goes on to tell you, if it wasn't true, I would not have said it. So it gives you this little ounce of hope almost. And to some people, the idea of the afterlife or lack thereof is so frightening, or the unknown, that I'm willing to say, okay, I'll suffer for this God, or I'll call whatever experiences I don't like, I'll call it suffering for this God.
What the fuck does Buddha have to do with this? You're just all over the place. You don't really know what you know.
Who is that? That's
Joy, love, hope, telling us that living is suffering and all that kind of shit, and how good it is. I don't know. For somebody who got joy, love, hope as their username, I ain't seen not an ounce of it.
Isn't that the words from? I'm not trying to be funny, but isn't that the words that they use from Dollar Tree?
I don't know.
Or
What
was it
joy,
live,
love,
live, hope,
live,
pray,
laugh? Is it ain't it
live,
live,
laugh,
laugh, love?
love?
Yeah, yeah, live, laugh, love. Hmm. But yeah. Did you have anything else, Chai Chai?
I would like to try another topic, but if I can't, I understand.
You can. There's nobody else in the box. Um, every time I try to like go deeper into discussing the text, it scares Christians away. Like I literally have to do very surface level shit in order to get people to come up here and talk to me. Um, I I don't know how many times I could talk about Adam and Eve in the fucking garden without going deeper into the concept, like, or how many times I could just talk about how God is evil. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know, but they are afraid of their book. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah. But
it
yeah, you could
almost
try.
you have to
Huh?
like coax. It's like you're trying to coax them into the deep end of the pool, and they're so afraid. Like,
Yes. That's why I
I'd
said
like
they're
to chill
like
out over here where I
the.
just got to dip my toes in, and I'm good.
Yep, they're like uh GPT point four. I can't get that analogy out of my head. You gotta like get the fluff out.
Hmm.
Like you gotta kind of like coach them and make them feel safe to be real. But yeah, Tata, you could pick another topic.
I like to try the first one. The devil belongs to the believers.
You
Um,
sound like you're on a game show, girl. She said, "I like to try. You should. I like to try the first one, Alex."
for 200 points.
Yeah.
Yes, because like well, when I was a believer, I was, oh my god, I was extremely afraid of that devil. And that's what kept me to the faith. And once I started to deconstruct, it's just another level. I don't even think about it anymore. And I believe the structure of the nature of the devil was to put upon fear for you to stay within the religion. Because when I was in church, yes, do I miss the community? Yes, but it was very superficial, the relationship. It was very well, the church that I went to, it was about it was really popularity, and the pastor couldn't do any wrong. And when you look into society, we have some structure in that way without having any religion played into it. But to keep the you going, you have to have like a fear to keep going back, because well, my church didn't really help that a lot of people that much when I really like think about it. So I think the devil have to belong to the believers because you have to keep going. So it's a way of fear tactic so you can stay within the religion.
Yeah, and I think the one of the biggest epiphanies that I had was on the way back home, and I was looking at all the billboards, and I was just thinking to myself about how the devil doesn't have to like do that, and then I thought like if we did see billboards saying the devil wants you, or um the devil is evil or whatever, it wouldn't be, if the devil was real, like it wouldn't be the devil's team doing it. Like it would still be Jesus, because it needs to create that fear in you and tell you why you need Jesus. Because the devil and their story is the reason you need Jesus. And so he's intricate to Jesus's business plan, right, to his entire plan. If there was no devil, there would be no need for the God. So I agree.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times that I saw. Um, coming out of rural South Carolina. Just big as fuck, but Jesus saves, hell is hot. Like, avoid hell, come to God, it's not too late. What if unalive on the road? Like all kind of crazy shit. It's just like, damn, bro, like y'all really need this fear to be able to explain, like to justify the goodness, air quotes, of your God. And it's really interesting, that you lead fear first.
Also, I'm like,
I'm about to change that one to believers are the biggest witnesses for the devil.
Hmm.
ooh, that's good. But
Yeah,
also
because
to
it's
that
true.
note, it is true.
They the ones that go door to door, right? Who they talk about Jesus, and they also talk about the devil. Like they are the
Hmm.
devil's witnesses.
They gonna
It is
hate that.
true. They're not gonna like that at all.
It's true. Who like what devil? What devil worshippers go door to door? Like who's telling people about the devil? You know what I'm saying? It's
Hmm.
the believers. They're marketers for Jesus and the devil. It's true.
That's absolutely true. They fund propaganda related to the devil.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, they're not gonna like it, but it's true. You aren't marketers, you're exposers. Hey, you literally are the only ones talking about this motherfucker.
So
Y'all
synonymous is
introduce
funny.
exactly people who don't have a belief in this God or this devil. You introduce the devil to that person. Like you introduce that concept. Like you make a person believe in the devil. Like you are the marketers for the devil. I think it's funny that is what made him comment because he's been probably been sitting here all fucking night.
Promoting something is just exposing it to more people. You know that, right?
Sure.
And the other day, a guy walked up to me on the boardwalk. He had a pamphlet in his hand. He's like, "Do you want to get to know Jesus?" And I was like, "No thanks, buddy." He was like, "Okay, thanks," and walked away. But like, that's promoting.
Nah, promoting is driving up on a group of beautiful black people and saying, "Family, we are the chosen one."
Why are you not wearing your fringes, brother?
He knew not to do all that.
Yep. There we go. I'm gonna change it right now because that is an epiphany I have. Let's see. Did you have anything else, Cha Cha? I think I cut you off when I did. I cut you off?
Yeah, but it's okay. I already forgot. I would like to move on to the next question for
Okay.
600.
Okay.
Do you have people in the box?
Nobody's in the box.
Okay, I would like to
If don't
move
nobody
on.
come up when you get done, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down.
Okay, Christian, come up. I would like to try. Why does the message of Jesus need billboards, missionaries, and pastors?
Okay,
As we
what are
were
your thoughts?
discussing, my thought is it's advertising. It's free advertisement actually for mythical God. As we were discussing, I don't think if you're saying that God is all powerful, I don't think it needs people to deliver any messages. I think this was political. It's a way of soft control to go into a new realm, a new country, a new community to have like a soft control over it. Because I've done a little bit of research. I've seen those country or community that wasn't aware of God or the Christian God. I mean, no community or country is perfect, but they were better off. Once Christianity took over, it just sets in poverty, and I think that was the main goal, is to come in as I'm going to like aid, have the institution of God is love, and then they're able to take over their resources. So that's the whole thing of the missionaries or billboard. It's not to really help. It's really to just enter to have a soft control, um, and then later on to fully control the community or the mindsets of the community.
I agree, but I think it's also like to enforce, like to keep um Jesus on the mind of the people. Because think about it, like Kim Jong Un
Hmm.
is a dictator, right? He
Hmm.
doesn't have to advertise um to people to make them remember that he's alive and that he's their dictator. You know what I'm saying?
True.
I think the reason why Jesus needs a lot of marketing too is because they can't see him, and it's to remind people that he exists. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah. So
But
that they
he's a
can
god.
maintain that control.
Just like you went and mentioned, like Kim Jong Un don't have to remind people he exists. So
Yeah.
if it's all knowing, like whatever powerful God, why do you need missionaries to remind that an all powerful God exists?
Right. Exactly. You should just feel the evidence of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, like people should just know, right? They should just fear it. You shouldn't have to like convince people that they should fear this God. The fear should just be felt,
I
right?
agree.
Yeah, and it's yeah,
The more I think about this religion, the more crazy it sounds, and sad, and belittling. Like it's makes people small because people are under like the control of this belief. They don't feel like they can do anything without this God.
yeah. But what's even more sad though, is that they don't see themselves as small though. They see themselves as small to the God only, but to everybody else that's like a non-believer, whatever, that they feel pretty big with some pretty big egos too.
That's true.
Yeah, it's it's a weird paradox because them feeling small to the God is where their true doubt lies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then it's supplemented by them feeling big to everybody else. They can pretend like they got everything together, right? Because they've chosen to worship this God. They feel like even though they're still suffering, but they praise really good. They pray really good. They dance really good. They fast really good. They study really good. Therefore, they're close to this God and have a relationship with this God, which means they're special to this God, which means they're better than you. So they feel bigger than you, but small to this God.
So it's like a hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
It still don't make sense.
I think that's what brainwashing is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here, Mr. Evolving. Same here. I mean, that's true, high vibe. I agree. I agree. Did you have anything else, Chai Chai?
You have anybody in the box?
Mm-mm. I know you trying to keep me on. Yeah, I know. But if it's a slow night, I would rather go and lay down. Um,
Okay.
yeah.
I really don't. But it was nice talking to you guys.
Same here. I appreciate you.
Appreciate what you do, Thinker, and everybody on the stage. I really do. Thank you for having this community. It means so much to me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being a part of it and for modding. I appreciate you for that as well.
Oh my God, you're so welcome. All right, everybody, good night. Well, I don't know if she's going to pop off, but if she is, good night, everybody.
Have a
All
good
right,
night.
have a good night.
Good night.
I'm gonna give it till 3 o'clock. 6 more minutes and see. But it's been
And then
like
you're gonna
this
do a
all night.
restart.
Huh?
Said then you're gonna do a restart, and then we're gonna get like
Mm-mm.
another 2 hours.
No, I'm not doing no restart. But it's been like this all night. Like
Yeah.
literally, open book is Theo and open book and Be Real and Chai. Like it's
Oh wow.
four or five conversations all night. Like it's with 500 people in
Yeah,
the
I get
room.
it.
Like that's crazy. Yeah. And I think the question is just like I don't I don't know like how to get to the side of TikTok where people aren't afraid. I feel like I feel like we're stuck in this same group of believers.
Uh-huh.
For some reason we're not reaching more people, and then more people who are thinking about deconstructing. Um I don't know what's going on, but I know that everybody ain't scared to talk to us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Something ain't right. And I don't know if it's because of the suspension and we just have to nurture it. I don't know.
that could be it. Um, I want to say, well, I mean, because even with your videos, you get engagement from people that are at least not afraid to tell you how they feel about stuff. So I don't know. Maybe there's,
Exactly.
well, we can't even really say the time because they be like that all day. I don't know. I don't know where they at. Maybe they
Yeah,
just like to listen.
they're waiting to be able to come out the woodworks and talk shit when there's another brave person on the stage. But also it's not just believers that I talk to, it's people who are deconstructing. And
Hmm.
I think it's the people who are deconstructing that would rather listen, you know.
Hmm.
Um unless I have a topic that talks about like church hurt, um, something like that, then that opens it up for, people to come up and share their stories. But I was trying to get back to the learning side of it because I
Hmm.
use the conversations to be able to share and research deeper into the biblical stories. That's how that's how I study, because then from the conversations that I have with believers, it helps me understand what they believe and how they think, right? And then that introduces more questions for me, right? But yeah, I don't know. I do think that people are afraid of hell, but I also think that there are braver people out there than
Hmm.
what we're used to these last couple of days.
Yeah, I think
We just
that,
ain't in the. I don't think we're on the FYP like that. What you
Yeah,
think?
I don't know. I think that believers, because I mean, you do like to approach it from like a study aspect, right? Like you get into the truth of the thing, whether or not it's real, whether or not it's true. Like just, get into um, you know, what they meant or, what they were saying when they wrote it, all that good stuff. And the thing about belief is if it's true or if it's real or, the truth behind it is almost irrelevant. Well, it is irrelevant to them, you know what I mean? Like they hold on to what they believe because they believe that that belief will get them something better. So they don't need to challenge that belief. They don't need to change that belief. They don't need to learn any new information. Like it's just, I'm good with what I think it's going to be. And it's really funny because when you have conversations with people like that, and you start reading the book to them, they immediately shut it down. No, absolutely not. You can't even get into like the depths of what this text is talking about, like what the writer was thinking about, like what the time period was like when they were writing it. Like you can't even get into that because they just have to reject the book all out. God would never say that. God would never do that. Well, dude, you'd know that if you read the book because it's in there. I just read it.
But yeah, I think they're definitely afraid of, you know, what they might learn if they read the book. I think that definitely is, a big part of it. But I don't think they are afraid to, like. I mean, I don't think that they think these conversations are irrelevant. I truly think they're offended by them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
think they
I can
think they're
see
the
that,
devil.
which is really interesting because I guess we do talk about the devil sometimes, but by and large, we definitely don't. Um, yeah, I think that just like the only story that's for sure stuck in their head, whether they actually remember how how it's written, is the story of Adam and Eve. And I think that the thing that sticks out to them subconsciously is the fact that learning stuff is a big no-no, and especially going outside of, you know, the way God intended you to learn it, or you know what I mean, like. And so that subconsciously sticks with them when they look at these things, because it's like how dare you try to question anything in there? It's like, bro, you don't even read the book to know that you probably have questions about the shit too. Like, I don't know how we go from Moses arguing down God to change his mind, from slaughtering his entire people group to, well, you can't even say nothing to him, otherwise he might get you.
it it is it's that part that I want to dissect. Um, but they want to argue about whether slavery is in the Bible, which that's a easy. It should be easy, but it ain't. But I'm sick
Mm,
of that. Um, not. I don't want to say I'm sick of it because that's a very important conversation. But there's more to think about when it comes to a belief system. Like, you know what I'm
mm,
saying? Than just whether the God is real. And that's why I always say, like, I'm not even here to tell you whether your God is real or not. But that's what they hear when they hear me say I don't believe in a God.
right.
That I'm saying I know for a fact your God isn't real. But what I'm saying is I don't believe in a God, and I could give less than a fuck if it is real. I don't agree with the God. I don't agree with the beliefs of that God, the moralities of that God, the values of that God, or the nature of that God, or the behavior of that God, or the history of that God. I don't agree with it.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, I don't believe it. And so it's easier for them to argue whether the God is real than for them to argue factual, historical information, I think.
Mm,
Because that's what I base my analysis on, is that, and they base their analysis on there's a sun in the sky. right?
Yeah.
Like where do they
Hmm.
they base their analysis on the fact that they don't know where they came from.
Yeah. 100%. And
Yeah.
like, finding the truth of it would invalidate that. So they never, that's why they get up here and be like, "Yo, worship the Big Bang." And like, first of all, well, what? How do you do that? Secondly, do you know what the Big Bang is? It's a theory. Like, you know what I mean? Like they turn their brains off because learning stuff outside of what God said absolutely is the devil.
I don't know. McCoy went to church and never came back that day. I have no idea what McCoy has.
Maybe he's actually reading the Bible.
He might be. He said he's gonna take 3 months and read it, and McCoy gonna bring his ass back and be like, "So,
Did you not hear what he said the very next day?
what?
He said he realized that that's just getting into semantics and that's not what's important.
What is reading the Bible?"
Yeah, taking that time off to
Oh,
read the Bible to try to approach our level of knowledge, it's not important.
yeah. Because why should I make sure that I've read what the fuck I'm going to try to explain to you?
Hmm.
And then they accuse me of
100%.
lying all the time. They accuse me of misinterpreting or misrepresenting the God just from me reading the book. But they don't have to read it. They could get up here and explain some shit that they've never read before
Absolutely.
and be dead ass wrong.
Just be repeating what your pat. It'd be so funny when they just sit up there repeating what they heard in the pulpit, and you actually read it, and you can hear for that brief moment, you're like, "Huh, like, what the fuck was he talking about?" They never say it out loud, but you can just hear the gears rotating in their head. I could have swore Pastor said, huh. But y'all don't like to do investigations into your own book. Y'all just read the words off the screen. Y'all don't even know if that shit really say that in your Bible.
Exactly. Yep, I agree. They swear they swear I'm just up here wanting to pick on Christians.
Heretic, I tried doing that. I might try to sprinkle it in a little bit more, but I don't know. I
What?
don't. Maybe you have a different experience thinker, but when I try to put like Bible verses specific to the question on the screen, people read it, talk about it in the chat, and then don't request up.
I think I think a lot of people are that do that. I've never used a Bible verse on screen though. Um I think the people that do that are the ones that we're talking about. They're scared to come on stage. But like if it was like a, a preacher or somebody, they would see that as an opportunity.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I just don't get very many of them.
I don't know how to tell because I feel like everybody in here is a nerd, damn near. Like
I
this
mean,
is
yeah.
all us, huh?
I say, yeah, damn near.
Yeah, this is all us. I don't think we're on the FYP.
Which is crazy because the numbers are going up. It's just it doesn't feel like it because it's not that request engagement.
Well, because we got suspended, we dropped from the B League to the C League. That's one. That's one thing.
Damn.
Yeah, we're C3 now. We're 64. We were B1, and because we were suspended for 7 days, and then I only went live Thursday, and I didn't go live last night.
Hmm.
Yeah, I didn't think I was on the FYP. I think everybody in here are people who know about us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are a nerd. You're in your second month, Cynthia.
I'm about to go to sleep. I really enjoyed being up here, though.
I enjoyed you being up here too. Thank
Thanks
you
a
for
lot.
using your dragon benefits for the first time.
And I promise to not abuse them, but I will be using them.
It sounds good.
All right, y'all have a good night.
All right, you too.
Be easy. Mm. Damn. Joy Love Hope just be saying stuff. I mean, just be saying stuff. Because what the fuck does that mean? The Big Bang is a story that fits. Born unto your father, died to the mother, and reborn to. Y'all are not okay.
I think she said. I think she's not even Abrahamic, right? She sounds like she's spiritual.
I have no idea what it is, but she's not okay nonetheless. Because that didn't mean anything. It just does not mean anything.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about.
Zinc explosion? What the fuck are you talking about?
I wanted the same thing, Nigga Nagi, but a lot of people that move from Christianity, move from identifying as a Christian, move to I'm just spiritual. And I did the same thing. So, uh, like, and really the only thing changed was me not believing in Jesus or the God, but I wanted to hang on to the idea of Christ. And so I moved to like Christ consciousness, and I was calling that spiritual. And then I realized that what I was calling spiritual was really just personal development.
hmm
So I eventually let that idea go, or that identification go. But I don't know. I think Christians are spiritual or believe they're spiritual.
I think I skipped that step. I know a lot of people, I guess that's probably why I don't necessarily relate with that so much, just because I think once I realized that like none of this could be real, that was like it. Like I was just like, well, like I'd have to be convinced of something outside of nature, and it would require like a ton of evidence. Like what he says, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Like it would take so much for me to be convinced. And so like the I don't know, leaning into esoterics, starting from Christianity, I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, I didn't do it for too long either. Capera.
Hello,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Hey, thinker. Hi, also.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Man, uh, I wanted to say, from the prompt, one, two, three. I want to take number three. Why doesn't God stop harm done in His name for 300, Alex? Uh, it's a simple reason. It may sound corny, or I don't know, but he wasn't listening to none of the harm that was going on. All he heard was his name. He was like, "Yeah, say my name, say my name."
Yeah. It's kind of like what Cha Cha was saying. Like he allows it because it makes people need him and say his name and worship him.
Yeah,
It's
I'm a
it
jealous.
aids the need for fear to make people believe in him. Without the harm, then they wouldn't fear him, and they without the fear, then they wouldn't need him.
Exactly. And he's a jealous God, so he needs you to call his name all the time. Make sure you ain't forgot about him.
Yep, I agree.
Because in actuality, he's unable to wreak the havoc that his followers has, or that his followers can do.
Oh, I know what I want to do this one. Hold on.
Hey, also, can you expand on that or expound on that?
Yeah, I mean, God's not going to, uh, raise a city to the ground, but absolutely, um, get some followers through a shared delusion to go and enact, you know, war crimes on a population of people, and They'll make the claim that this is God's might, but in actuality, it's just people doing fucked up shit. And of course, he's going to allow that to happen because, well, he can't do it, so fuck it, might as well use them.
and get the credit for it.
Hmm.
Or you change prompts.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if maybe the other one had too many options there. I couldn't decide what I wanted to talk about, so I did that one.
You want to
I don't
do
like to
new?
be boxed in, huh?
You want to do new background plus restart?
I can try it.
I mean,
We could
just
try it and
to,
see.
when you have that, it's, it should attract more, but if we're not going to reach more.
Yeah, we could try. Yeah, we could try it. Look at Justin. Please, I got y'all.
I'm
Look
fighting y'all. I'm fighting.
at look. We can try it. We can try it. Um, we can try it. I think the other one may have had too many options. Because I try not to like boxing. I want us to have some really meaningful conversations.
Hmm.
Um, but let's try it and see. All right, let me actually I'm gonna restart at 3:15. I'm gonna go down at 3:14. There we go. And then I'll come back at 3:15, y'all. All right. Be back in a minute. You're welcome, Just Bayana. Willfully make a decision to worship that God. Hold on, y'all mad at attention, and then I've been out of town. We got some work to do to get our normal audience back. We've been gone for 8 days. Sweetie Pie, are you in the box on purpose?
If these likes to 25K, hit the heart news and popular arrows. Don't forget to share. We need at least 100 shares within the next 15 minutes so that we get and stay on the FYP.
Uh, YouTube, can y'all hear me over there? I've been asking, but nobody commented. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, here we go. Keep on sharing, keep on uh
How
checking
do you,
in if you're on the team. If you're on the team, make sure you send your heart me's. Make sure you're sending your popular votes.
Miss
Uh, hold
Thinker?
on for a second,
Oh,
Isaiah.
okay.
1 second, please. One second. And then go ahead and get the shares to 100. Keep in mind we've been going for 8 days, and TikTok is gonna make us work hard to get back to where we were. We dropped a ranking for the algorithm to be like pushing us out and recommending us. I checked the analytics. If 41% of us in here were from the follower feed, and then the other 47% came from live recommendations. So I think the majority, and just because 47% says live recommendations doesn't mean that it the people that came in wasn't followers. Um, so we're gonna have to work hard to get us back to where we were. Hey Isaiah, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Um, the Christian God is the greatest. What are you? What's your religion, bro? Well, what's your belief?
Did you call me bro?
Or, sorry, I've been talking to a lot of dudes, so
Do I
man,
sound like a dude though?
my fault. I'm so
Hold on.
sorry.
How old are you?
What is it?
How old are you?
23.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer, 100%. So that's why I'm
Okay.
going at that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not. I don't believe in any God.
What do you believe?
That isn't important. Like none of
Okay.
this has to do. All of this has to do with the God of the Bible, the Christian God. Like
Do you know
what
the
I
Bible?
believe isn't important. Yep, I do. I wouldn't be asking these questions if I didn't study the Bible. That's the whole purpose of asking questions, right? So that you can learn, right? Discuss and study.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I figure
Yeah.
if anybody would study something that, oh, that's fine.
Like
So,
the whole reason why I know I don't believe it is because I study. That's why I know I don't believe, because I study.
okay. Um, okay. I'm not going to question that. Okay. Um,
1 second, to the person in the comment that said "girl, bye," bye has an e. Like if you're trying to tell me bye, like see you later, it has an e at the end of it. The bye that you typed is like beside. What topic did you want to discuss?
the fact that why he's a great deceiver. How does it make him, how is he a great deceiver?
Well, for one, because he lies. He said
And,
that he will lie. Let me answer the question, right?
oh, go ahead.
He lies. He said that he would lie for specific reasons. He, sent lying spirits to Ahab's prophets and made them turn them into false prophets. He actually protects people when they're using deception for their own purposes. He protects that. He doesn't speak out against it. If they're his favorite or his chosen. He used Jake, Jacob's and Rebecca's deception to further his plan. He sends a strong delusion, according to Paul. He sends a strong delusion to make people believe a lie. Like and then on top of that, like there's not really a devil character in the book that actually is like lying to people. The only character in the book that does that is this God.
Okay. Um, and you know of other books?
What other books are you just talking about? The apocryphal text?
Well, you said this is the only God. So I'm
I
assuming,
didn't say that. I said there is no other character. There is no devil character in this book that is lying to people The
Okay.
only character in the book, the only one that's doing that is the God. That's what I
Okay.
said.
What do you think is what is a lie? What does that mean? Can you what does it mean to you?
What do you mean? What a lie is? A lie is deception or anything that isn't true, making people believe something that's not true, or telling, intentionally giving false information.
Misrepresenting the truth.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so when Jesus said that he was gonna die and then died, and then most of the prophets that died for what they believe is true, what does that mean?
What?
Oh,
What?
Did you not get it?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't say what.
Why would they die for a false god?
Why would who die for a false god?
So all of the prophets and
Wait, you're asking why would people be
why
martyred
would
for a false god? Is that what you're
yeah,
asking?
why would they if they
The
think
same
he's the
reason
greatest
witches
deceiver, why would they
the
die?
same reason witches died for being witches, for what they believed in. The same reason that, when the during the crusades, when the believers went around killing other believers for not believing the way they believed, those believers were martyrs. Like, people die for what they believe. It doesn't make it true. Jim
Okay,
Jones
saying
literally had 900 people willing to take poison to kill themselves because they believed that this God wanted them to do that in protest to what the government was doing to their compound. That doesn't mean that that was true.
what specific like
Like, do you have
part
a habit
what
of trying to like interrupt me when I'm? You have a habit of doing that. Do you
wait
realize that, like, the way to have a conversation? First off, just keep in mind, right, that I'm the host, right? I
yeah, I get it.
control the flow of conversation, not you. You're not interviewing me. And when I'm talking, you should wait until I'm finished, consider what I say, and then respond. That's how you have a conversation, right?
Yeah, yeah. I told you I remember from the other day. You don't know me. I just got on.
Why are you
Okay.
reading the
Don't
chat?
worry about that.
My fault. My fault. I'm sorry. So I'm saying is, don't you think if he's a deceiver, don't you have like somewhat of a compare, like who's a compare to him,
Why do I
or
need to
you think?
compare anybody to him? Why would I need to compare? You asked me why do I say that, and I gave you biblical references for why I say it. Like, why do I need to compare it to anything?
Okay, I mean, is there one specific time where he lied?
I gave you multiple times in my
Give me
answer
one.
previously. Did you not consider what I said?
Give me one so I
I'm
can
not.
go
Do you
over
want me to
that.
do
did
it
you hear what
again?
she said?
I heard it, but it's not like complete
Do you remember what she said?
as far as him lying.
Sure. Do you remember what she said?
Yeah, I do.
What she said?
She said about the Ray, what's it called? Jacob and Rebecca going over it. That he manipulated them for the prophecy to happen. I don't see how that's a lie. Because if it's a prophecy, then it's already happened.
I never said anything about
What?
manipulated anything to make a prophecy happen. I didn't say that.
You said that they manipulated the situation for his promises to happen. You didn't say that?
I did not say. I said your God used their manipulation to further His plan. That's what I said.
But how is it that he used the manipulation? But he already had the prophecy way before their existence. So how
Even
does
if
it?
you say that, that's not even the point. Even if you say that He already had that prophecy, it was a prophecy based on deception. If that was His prophecy, He planned that deception. Therefore, He lied if He did that. But that wasn't even my stance. That's yours.
Okay. What is your other stance?
What do you mean?
Give me another lie of
I'm not
his.
finna. No, because like what? Like, this isn't even a conversation at this point. Like, all you're
Why is that?
doing is just asking question after question after question. You're not adding any value to the conversation.
I know, but if I'm telling you you're lying, and you're not gonna agree on that,
Then you
right?
give me reasons why I am. You haven't done that.
Okay, the first lie you ever said was that the Christian God is the greatest
Okay,
deceiver.
give a reason why that's a
Okay,
lie.
that's exactly what I'm saying. Whenever I said that is because they backed up what they want. Like he backed up what his word is.
Who did?
God. He said it and happened.
What did he say and it happened?
Okay, well, one of the simplest one is where he talked about his coming, and he did come. Actually, the whole Bible talked about his coming, and he did come to save the Israelites. And he also, and
Wait,
the
he saved the Israelites?
yeah, he did.
Where did he save them from?
Okay, so they were in slavery. God says he was gonna take them
Wait,
out of
wait, wait, wait.
slavery.
Hold on. You're talking
What?
about, wait, you're talking about in Egypt?
Yeah.
Where did he prophesy that he was going to come and save them?
Okay, where Joseph said that they were gonna be in under a slavery. It's actually a prophecy, and then he came around and saved them, even though he told them that they were gonna be in slavery.
Wait, Joseph said that?
What?
Where did Joseph say
Yeah.
that?
He
Where
said,
did
"Take my
Joseph say
body
that?
out of Egypt." Okay, let me bring it up. Actually,
I'm befuddled. Y'all keep on tapping this shit, cause I'm so lost. He said God said I was gonna show up and save the Israelites.
Okay, guys, with the likes of 25K, Bigger has a new gift goal of the paper cream and continue to share the live.
do you hear me?
No, we can't hear you when you're on Teacup.
When I'm a what? Okay.
When you leave the
Um.
app, we cannot hear you.
Okay.
Just give me the scripture and I'll pull it up on the screen.
Genesis 15:13 through 14.
This is Joseph talking?
Genesis. So
Yeah, no,
not
no, no.
Joseph. You're
Wait,
not
wait.
mistaken.
No, no. Right. And in Genesis 15, does he say, I will come and save them from slavery? Or does he say, I will bring judgment on the nation that enslaves them? What does he say?
No, it says actually exactly the one what you're looking for. So why don't we just read it?
It says what I'm looking for?
Oh, it matches
What
my
were you,
words.
what were you, it says what you said it said?
It matches exactly what I mean. So you can
No, no,
read it
no,
right
it
there.
does not. No, it doesn't.
Okay, cool. Keep going.
It
So it's
literally, he
Genesis
literally says
15.
he literally says, know this for certain, that your offspring shall be aliens in a land that is not theirs, and shall be slaves there, and they shall be oppressed for 400 years. But I will
Okay,
bring judgment on the nation that they serve, and afterward they shall come out with great possessions. Where does he
okay.
say, I will come and rescue them? I will come and rescue them from slavery.
We just got to add one plus one now. So look, for
No.
400, how
Uh-uh.
many years was the Hebrews were in slavery under?
You tell me, how many years were they enslaved?
To be exact, it's actually 400 years.
That, are you sure?
Oh, you
Yes,
sure? Is
hundred
that what
percent,
God said?
You're
100%.
100% sure of that?
Yes,
That's what
they
God
were in
said?
slavery in Egypt for 400 years.
God
Okay,
said that?
Okay.
100%. Like no lie, this is exactly the truth.
Oh,
Okay.
all right.
All right. Hold
Okay,
on for a
and then
second. Hold
I'm
on.
going to
Hold
work
on.
for.
Before we go
Hold
any
on.
further, give me just a
Okay,
second.
go ahead.
Hold on. Hold on, y'all.
Let's see. You said 400, like 400?
Four thirty. For the
Oh,
four.
Oh, it's
now you're
430.
changing it. It's
Oh,
4:30.
I'm sorry. So he's lying.
What did
He
your
had
God
promised
say?
to
Hold on.
Abraham in
Hold on.
Genesis.
What?
Really?
Wait. Cuz I asked you twice, right? If you were sure, right?
Yeah.
Um
Go ahead.
hold on. So, what did your God say to Abraham here? How many
The
years?
Lord said unto him that this for certain that your offspring shall be aliens in a land that is not theirs and shall be enslaved there which happened. They were slaves,
Hold on,
but
for how
you know,
many
they will be
years?
oppressed they will be oppressed for 400 years. But I'll
Okay.
bring judgment on the nation that they
All
serve
right.
afterwards. I'm just
But
gonna come out with
Exodus
great
12 and
400
punishment.
60,
years.
your God said 400. Exodus 12 and 60 says they were there how many years? Hold on. Is it 12? Is it 60? Oh, 12 is it 1240, my bad.
I'm about to say Exodus 12 go that long?
Says the time that the Israelites had lived in Egypt was 430 years.
Yeah, they were oppressed for 400.
They shall be slaves there, and they shall be oppressed for 400 years.
Yeah. And so were they slaves there?
Uh,
Yes. Were they
no,
oppressed for
first off,
400 years?
hold on,
Yes.
hold on. So
Is
let's
he
look
flipping back
at,
to 400?
huh?
Is he flipping
Yeah,
back to
he's saying that
400?
they were enslaved for 100 years. He's saying that they lived in Egypt for 130 years. They were only oppressed for 400 years.
Well, until he finds out the real
But
math.
yeah, but let's look at
Can you make a
the
promise?
time.
Can you make
Let's
a
look at the
prophecy?
time. Let's look at the time
She's
that they
talking.
went to Egypt. Right when they went to Egypt, Levi went with Jacob. Levi is Jacob's son. Levi lived 137 years, right? Levi was Kohath's father. Kohath lived 133 years. Amram is Kohath's son. Amram lived 137 years. And Amram is Moses's and Aaron's father. And Moses was in Egypt uh, 40 years. It would give or take a couple of years for Moses. And then we'll give or take a couple of years for Levi. Levi, let's say, let me get a calculator right quick. Let's see. We'll say Levi was 43. Give or take a year or two when he went to Egypt with his father Jacob. And Jacob went down to Egypt. Let's see, how old was Jacob when he went to Egypt? I think we find his.
What are you doing?
I think, yeah. Give me just a second. I'm
Chill
gonna
out.
walk you through it.
It's called math.
Uh, let's see. Genesis 46, 8 through 27. Is that when? Let's see. Oh, I'm so hungry. Genesis 46.
Oh, yeah. I'm so glad you said that. I just remembered I have gummy worms.
Huh?
I'm so glad you said that. I just remembered I have gummy worms.
I don't know why I'm so hungry. I hate like drinking because the next day, no matter what I eat, I never get full. Like it. Um, where is Joseph? Jacob. The children let's see. I think this is who all went to Egypt with him. I'm trying to find Jacob's entire how old he was when
Jacob's
he.
bones was coming out of
I don't got nothing to do with Jacob's bones. I'm trying to see how old he was when they went down
Isaiah.
there. Huh?
Chill out until she gets done.
huh?
Chill out until she gets done.
I'm looking for something. Remember when you went off looking for what you were looking for? I didn't bother you. Did I have Jacob's age on here? Levi. Jacob. Oh, Jacob was 140. So he lived to be 147 years old. Okay. And he went down to Egypt in Genesis 30, Genesis 46. So he died. These are the names of the Israelites, Jacob and his household who came to Egypt. Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and the children of Reuben, Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The children of Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, son of the Canaanite woman. The children of Levi. So we got Jacob and Levi, right? Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The children of Judah, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But and Onan died. And the children of Perez were Hezron and Hamul. The children of Issachar, Tola, Puva, Jashub, and Shimron. The children of Zebulun, Sered, Elon, and Jaleel. These are the sons of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob in Padan Aram, together with his daughter Dinah, and all his sons and his daughters number 33. The children of Gad, Ziphion, Haggai, Shuni, Ezbron, Eri, Arodi, and Areli. The children of Asher, Emina, Ishvi, Bariah, and their sister Sarah. Laban, 16. The children of Jacob's wife, to Joseph, the land of Egypt, were born Manasseh and Ephraim. The children of Benjamin. These are the children of Bilhah. All the persons belonging to Jacob who came into Egypt, who were his own offspring, not including the wives of the sons, were 66 persons in all. The children of Joseph who were born to him in Egypt were 2. All the persons of the house of Jacob who came in Egypt were 70. Okay. Can I die now? Let me see. Where did Jacob? I thought it had his age here. Okay. So we have Levi, right? Who was his son. Levi lived in Egypt 94 years, give or take a year or two, depending on if he was 43 or 41. Kohath lived in Egypt. Let's see, Kohath was 133. So he contributed 41 years of the 94 years that his father lived there, because you don't double the years up, right? You don't, like, if you're 41 and your dad is 82, then that means that your father lived on earth for 82 years and you lived 41 of your dad's 82. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're not proving anything.
I haven't gotten there yet. And
Okay.
if just listen, does that make sense that you would not count, you wouldn't add 81 for your dad's age plus 41 for your age to get time? Does that make sense?
Are you talking about in a general tense?
Yes. Like, so if we were to calculate Levi's lifespan of 137 plus Kohath's of 133 plus Amram's 137 plus 40, we would get the 430 years. But the issue is that you don't live, like, you don't add your age to your father's. You actually subtract it, because your dad actually lived the same 41 years you lived. Does that make sense?
Um, do what you're doing.
No, I need to know that
You
you
can ask me
understand it.
questions.
I need to know that you understand that you don't
There's
add.
gonna come when you're
I
done.
need to know that you understand. Like, if you're not going to actually, like, engage, then there's no need for us going forward.
If you're trying to add the 400 between the Jacob and between Jacob, Levi, and all of his sons,
Why are you rejecting it before I even get to the point?
it doesn't add up. That's what I'm just saying.
What doesn't add up? What doesn't
First
add
of
up?
all, first of all, when the Israelites being oppressed and being a slave to Pharaoh was way Joseph. Whenever Joseph came in and lived and died, it started about there around that time. So
No, it didn't. They were not in Egypt,
the
and Joseph wasn't a slave.
exactly, it's around that time when Joseph
It
is dead.
They were not in what? Listen, they were in Egypt when Jacob took his family to Egypt, right? I'm calculating the patriarch's lifespans, right? Okay. The Hold on. Let's go back again. This is why I pulled up Genesis. Levi is Jacob's son. Levi went to Egypt with Jacob. Okay? Levi gave birth to Kohath. Kohath gave birth to Amram. Amram gave birth to Moses and Aaron. All of this is going on in Egypt. Get off my stage. I can't have I can't. Get off my stage.
I'm listening to you.
Oh, the fuck you're
Yeah,
not. You're in the
Listen,
he's a
comments.
child.
You're
no,
in
I
the
can hear.
comments
Open
typing
your
laugh
ears,
emojis
bro.
and shit.
You don't even
I don't have superficial ass conversations. Get the
No,
fuck off
I'm
my
listening
stage.
to you.
No, the fuck
I
you're
just want
not.
to say Jesus loves you guys all,
Okay, get the
and
fuck off my
Shut the
stage. You
fuck
and Jesus
up.
can kiss my ass. How about that?
He was so afraid to do math. What are you doing?
Like they read.
No, the
That's
shit
why
don't
I
make
said like
sense.
they reject information. Like I can't, and I really would rather get to people like believers who have some fucking sense, but I keep getting these, I don't know, non-calculating as
Idiots.
motherfuckers. Yes, like ew. No, football agent, I'm not bringing you up. You are a waste of time. You are a waste of a conversation.
Not Dr. Lawyer.
Yeah, like no. That's why I said it's like the same type of
Hmm.
uh I there's nothing to learn. Like there's nothing
Yeah,
to, like they're so afraid of uh opposition. Like they claim that, you need opposition, you want opposition, but they are afraid of opposition. They
yeah,
are afraid of uh, anything that could possibly disprove or make them say, hold on, that even just make them like shift the perspective. They're afraid
right.
of that shit.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Then they start acting childish and shit. Cause they're like, there was really no reason for him to be in the comments doing laugh emojis.
yeah, he said, I don't know you, and then started laughing. Like, what does that have to do with anything? But I do think that a lot of times the ones that we get are the people that want to just sow confusion and, uh, make like everything more hazy. You know what I mean? Like they are so opposed to get into the truth of the thing. And I think,
Well,
I don't
I think he's what did he say? He was 23.
know.
He's 23. He thinks he knows. Like he was saying Joseph said this, or like he doesn't study. And then he asked that question, why would you, I would think that since you don't believe, you don't study. And when I said, well, I know I don't believe because I study, he wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I
So I
agree with
think
that.
he's just young and talking out the side of his fucking neck. But he's also incapable of, he's not open to he's not open to anything that might go against what he's been taught.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I
not
think
because
that's,
of fear though, because of ego.
yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Um, I think that's like the sad thing about the generation coming up. Because like I think that they have the potential to change like the trajectory of Earth. Um, but man, it's gonna be really tough if they cling on to religion. Because I mean, I don't know, they have so much potential, and to squander it on this make believe that has been doing nothing but harming society since its inception is, you know what I mean? Like, man, it's just tough to see that shit.
Yeah. But I don't think it's so many of them. I think it's a lot more with a clear with a clearer mind than they are of like the dude that was just on stage.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's just sad to see the ones that are.
It like, and what makes it sad for me is because it's like you have like your whole life ahead of you. Like you're young,
Hmm.
you have the potential to critically think, right? Like it's not too late for you. Like you're not old and stuck in your ways, and where it's harder to change how you've
Hmm.
seen something for a long period of time. It's the rejection of knowledge, because he didn't even let me get to it. Like he don't even know what my point was.
Right.
He was too scared of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because he started here. I might have fucked up. He started realizing, oh shit, like this is math. Like these numbers aren't going to add up. Because I mean, even with the claim that I did earlier, where I had to flip flop between 400 and 430, like it doesn't even add up in the book. You know what I mean? And it's just like,
Did you hear it when he said that the time didn't start until after Joseph died?
right. Which
That
still
would
wouldn't
have
add
fucked
up.
him up even more.
Yeah, like it doesn't work. No matter how you slice it, the math doesn't add up. And it's like I can understand a little bit that it's kind of a hard concept to actualize in your brain when you just hear it. You know what I mean? But like if you look at it critically and you
What
you
you,
do the
bro?
math, you know what I mean? Like
Assalamu
you
alaikum.
come to the truth of it. Oh no, I got a diddy bop. Sorry. Um, oh, actually, probably don't do that. Uh, well, let's see. Yeah, no, no, no. If you do the math, like think it was breaking down, solving for time, like it comes nowhere close to that, no matter how you slice it. And on top of that, we don't actually have any evidence that they were there like that anyway. But
Right, but he was calling it saying that that's how he know that this God doesn't lie,
right,
because when this God gives a prophecy, then it comes to pass that it
right.
happens. And
Meanwhile, he fucked up a prophecy.
exactly, like this guy said 400 years. And then one could argue that, oh, he wasn't being specific, right? Like when somebody be like, man, how long were they there? And be like 30 minutes, but they were really there 38 minutes. That, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So
Hmm.
like one could argue, oh, he wasn't being specific. But according to the record, they were only there 259 years. That's a big ass difference.
Right.
And then you can tell that whoever wrote Exodus 12, all they did was just add up the lives of the people who were there. They just said, oh,
Hmm.
137, 133. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? It was like, oh, they were there 430 years. Like whoever wrote that.
Damn.
Hello?
Damien?
Test, test. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, what's up? Um,
How old are you?
I'm 26 right now, Miami, Florida. I'll just say I don't have the answers for everything, but I want to defend God, right, in this
I'm not here for
situation.
you to defend your God. These are conversations. I'm not debating you. These are conversations. I don't believe in your God. We may not agree. There are some things we may agree on, but I'm not here to debate you. Okay? Are you here to debate?
Not to debate. I mean, you're what you have posted is a
Which
lot of
means that we're
topics.
going to be discussing it from different viewpoints. I'm not here to debate you.
Okay.
I'm
What, can I have
here
an
to
opposing
have.
viewpoint?
Yes, but I'm here to have meaningful conversations from different viewpoints, not a debate.
All right, we can have a meaningful, not a debate, like no arguing or nothing. I get you.
I,
Just
I hope not, but usually the believer gets upset at something that I say, and sometimes it turns into an argument,
like
and then I'll just end the conversation.
Okay, but I mean, hopefully I'm allowed to respond back, right? If you say something mean or something, right?
What do you mean? Say something mean about you?
Or about my God. Just because it
I'm
sounds
going
like
to
that was
say things
someone,
mean about your God. I don't believe in your God. I
and
don't
I'm
like your
allowed to
God.
respond back, right?
Well, when I finish speaking, you can.
All
But
right.
I try. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this up front, and then you can make a decision if you want to be in here. I don't give a damn about your God. I don't fear your God. Okay, I deal with the facts of the story. I deal with historical facts and data, um, cultural data, archaeological data. I don't care anything about dogma. Okay, and so you might hear things that you don't like, but
And if I
like
disagree,
I'm not
that's
going to.
okay.
I'm
Hold
sorry.
on,
I'm
bro.
sorry. I'm talking. That's the thing that's gonna
That's
also
still yapping.
make the conversation go south if you cut me off while I'm talking. Right. I'm not. I'm gonna hear you out. So I expect the same respect. Okay.
Well, this is also fun. It's a back and forth, of course.
What do you mean?
Well, what do you mean? What do I mean? It's fun. It's a back and forth. We're talking. When I joined, it was like completely quiet. Now you're talking. Okay. I mean, just yeah, it's okay.
Look, we're not gonna play any games with you.
Okay,
If you want to have a
let's talk.
conversation, chill out. If you want to have a conversation, then have a conversation. Wait till she's done and then you talk. But don't get out of pocket.
And then how the hell does he say when he joined it was quiet when I was literally in the middle of a damn conversation?
I have no idea.
It just sounded sweet.
That's how
Like
I know. That's how I know that this is gonna be some bullshit.
I'm just saying, when
He,
I joined, it
his
was sweet
intent.
and
Hold on,
silent.
stop. His intentions don't seem pure to me. Like this is gonna
Mm.
irritate me. And then he like, I don't want to argue, but yet, like literally the way you come in is
I'm sorry, Queen. I'm sorry,
don't call me queen.
but you are a queen.
No,
To be
don't call me
honest.
queen. Don't call
Okay,
me
I
queen.
won't. Sorry.
Goodness gracious. Pick a topic.
All right. Uh, well, I just want to say this. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I think I think it's great,
Can you
but
pick a topic, please? Pick a topic.
hold on. Let me read them. Prophets.
Where in the hell did we get
Well, let me
what
ask you the.
FYP are we on? What that living hard is back.
Nice.
We're on the sweet FYP. True. Let me ask you: the Christian God is the great deceiver.
The
What do you
fuck
think
is
about that?
TikTok trying to do to me? No, you tell me your thoughts. Like, do you realize that you are not the host?
Well, I'm asking you. You asked
No,
me
that's
to
not how this
ask it, and
works.
I'm asking you.
That isn't how this works. You came up on stage, right, to pick a topic to have a conversation. You pick the topic and then you start talking. You're not here to interview me. That's not how this works.
Oh, damn. All right. The Christian God is the great deceiver. I don't know. I don't think the Christian God's a great deceiver.
Why?
Yeah, I think that he's I think that he's out for good, you know?
Why?
Yeah, I feel like he does a lot of good stuff. You know, he gave life. Hello?
Um,
Should I call you Oso?
That's interesting, don't you think?
I'm trying to find the
Yeah.
words,
No,
Think
no,
I really am.
because you said to speak, right? So I said the Christian God is good. right? He's not a deceiver. I said because he gave life. So
Why
you're
did you
saying he's a
ask him if you
deceiver.
should call him Oso? Why did you ask him that?
Because El Oso Rey, that's his name. Rey means
Yeah, but
God in
why
Spanish,
not
by the
El
way.
Oso? Why not should I call you El Oso? Or should I call you El Oso? Why just Oso? Like why did you
Wait, do you speak
why
Spanish?
did you leave yeah, why did you pick just Oso?
I'll tell you because El means the in Spanish, right? I'm Cuban. So El Oso Rey, it means the Bear King. So in
So
Spanish,
why not shall I call you El Oso, the bear? Why not shall I call you El Oso Rey, his full name? Why just Oso is
why are
my
you stuck
question.
up on like? Why are you stuck
Oh,
up on
because
this?
there's a reason. There's a reason I'm asking.
Uh, why? Because I know in the Bible it says El, but the reason I said Oso is because it's like if you called me, I don't know, the whatever the fuck, like L is the, you know. Has anybody ever taught you this
Thank
thing?
you,
You don't
Just
put the in
Vib.
the title.
Thank you.
Just save this live. This live was like at 220. Now it's at 294. It's still boring. What the fuck?
Yep. See, I told y'all he was on bullshit.
I'm not on bullshit. I asked you a question. Nobody answers,
Yeah,
but
you are.
you still
You're
haven't
not even
answered.
a valuable conversation. Ain't no fucking way I'm gonna waste my
You're talking
my
about
my
why
time
am I not
on
saying
you.
L Oso Ray?
All
Where
right,
the
let's
fuck
move
are
on.
we?
I don't know, but it's ghetto.
It's very ghetto.
Hey, it's what you asked for.
Nope. This is what you asked for.
This is the monkey's paw.
Uh-uh. Nope. I just want some people with some fucking sense. Living hard, like
Bring him up. Bring him up.
who asked about living hard the other day and now he's in the
Me.
box?
Me. I miss my friend.
That's your friend?
I do. Like, you know how you friends with the guy that hangs out in front of the gas station?
You're a trip. Um, how do you pronounce your name? Ayo Deli. Is that Lloyd? Okay. Here also, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. Tonight has been I don't know.
What's up, man?
Hey, how y'all doing? How the platform doing? Hey, I've been thinking about you for a couple of months, and I was wondering how you doing.
I'm doing good, living hard.
Oh, that's good. No, seriously, I was thinking about you. I said, I know maybe you had our ups and downs and turnarounds and all that, but I'm over here thinking about you. It's good to hear your voice and good to hear you. And I just be thinking about you. You know, you taught me a lot of things, and I appreciate it, and I remember what you taught me. And I just want you to know. You know, I appreciate it. It ain't no bad, no good, no ugly, none of that. I just want you to know I appreciate for what you taught me, and it's good
I
hearing
didn't
from you.
teach you anything, living hard.
Yes, you did. You probably don't want to recognize it, but you did. And like I said,
No,
No, because every time you know what? Every time she gave you information, you would come back the following week disagreeing with her.
all right, but I can apologize and let her know how much I appreciate her work and I appreciate what she said. It's nice to be nice. And when you appreciate somebody, you tell them good things. You don't got to tell them always bad things.
Mm, that's
also.
true. That's very true. Living Heart, did you want to pick a topic?
Uh, mm, let me see. Which one do you have now? Let me look at it carefully. The prophet in the Bible and man, him being mental. All right, explain that one right there.
The prophets in the Bible may have been mentally unstable. So, does that make sense?
In certain aspects, the prophet do get confused if he doesn't know where his message are coming from, because a prophet is like a seer, and if it don't come from the will of God and the purpose of God, then he will get messed up or confused in his religion.
Well, these are the prophets in the Bible, so they may or may not necessarily have the Bible to go off of. Like for instance, there was a prophet, you may have heard of him. His name was Ezekiel. And he thought God told him to walk around naked and lay on his side for a year, eat shitty bread. Like that, that just doesn't sound like something that a God would tell somebody to do.
Oh, no, no. That's why I say God don't make confusion or don't bring confusion. That's why we try to be peace, love, and happiness and understanding in our tradition. But it's up to the person to believe in God or not to believe in God. That's why I try not to make no confusion, because, people believe what they want. And if it ain't a part of you or in you, then leave it alone.
Wow. What words? Uh, so impactful in that it was tangentially related. Um, but we're talking about how the prophets in the Bible may have been a little bit unstable mentally, right? Um, so when we're talking about these things, what do you have to say about, like, for example, the example I just gave you?
Yeah, the prophets, like I said, they could get confused, but if they not understanding it, then they should leave it alone, because they are not rooted and grounded in the Word of God. That's why I said there is to be a mental capacity, but how far are they disabled of being mental?
Wow. Yeah, man. Um, wow, that was that was deep. That was deep. Um,
No, no, no. But I'm saying
so
that
you're
thinking.
saying that you're saying that. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, no, no. I'm saying that the young lady or whoever who spoke for Thinker, I pay attention, and I observe everything she taught me. And certain things, like she said, that God does not approve of. But then when you understand it, then you see reality from fantasy. And that's why you got to separate the word of God, because sometimes the word of God could get you confused, and then you be lost, and you be like, hold up, I believe in one thing, but then I'm understanding another. That's why they say
Which
you
part
got
is
to
the
get,
fantasy and which part is reality?
all right, what
What?
part is fantasy?
Yeah, yeah. Which part is fantasy? It's the between the word of God and life. Which one is fantasy and which one is reality?
No, no, listen, like I'm saying earlier, if you practice what you preach and you know where you come from, that's reality. Now, fantasy is when you don't want to accept the responsibility of being the real believer or the real Christianity life living standard in the part of faith. That's
That's
why
not
it's
fantasy. That neither of those are reality or fantasy.
well, all right. You explain it to me if it's not fantasy or reality, because you got to be real with yourself. If you can't be real with you, who you gonna be real with?
Who determines what a true believer is then?
Is you and God. When you make up your mind and be stable and confess that Jesus is Lord and Savior,
I
then if
said
you accept it,
who determines what a true believer is? Who determines what the criteria is for a true believer?
it's God. God the one make the choices.
Wait, you back to
So
believe in
how do
God?
you know that you're talking to a God?
All right. How do you know? Because faith, like I said earlier, faith comes
Faith
by
isn't knowing. Faith is a hope. How do you know that you are talking to a God? How do you know you got this criteria from a God?
because you got to believe in your heart. That's the first thing. If you
That's
don't,
not knowing.
all right, then you explain to me how do you know God? Then you could explain it better than I can. Explain it to me then.
You don't know uh your God. You believe in your God. You have faith in your God. You don't know because you've never seen your God. You've never talked to any God. You've never touched any God.
But you
So
have to
you
believe in
don't
something.
know.
But you have to believe in something to get the faith to understand the
I'm
word of
not
God.
talking about belief, living heart.
All right, then I'm trying to understand you because, like I said, you taught me a lot of things, and it's for real. I'm telling you.
Oh, I did it.
Yes, you do. See, you don't accept responsibility. Somebody telling you you did good, and
I'm
you
not
telling me you
taking
didn't.
responsibility for that because I didn't teach. I did not.
Then
He's trying to reverse psychology.
all right. If you didn't, then why do I give you honor if you're saying you did
You
not? And I'm
shouldn't. I didn't ask you to do that.
Weren't you
You shouldn't.
deconstructing?
all right. Then what you want me to say to you then, Thinker? I'm saying if I could be true to you, I'd
Damn.
rather be true to
I
you. I don't
don't
want to
want
lie
you
to
to
you.
say anything to me, Living Heart. I didn't ask you to say anything to me. If you came up here to talk about the topics, that's that. I'm not asking you to give me credit for anything.
I'm your friend. Why you always thinking I'm
No,
your
you're
enemy?
not. You're not my friend.
See how you treat me? That's not
I
nice.
don't know you.
But
I
it's
don't know
nice.
you.
But it's nice to be nice. What's the hard thing for you
I
to?
ain't got to be, I don't have to call you my friend. I don't know you.
But
Living
think.
hurt. If
But
you
think it.
don't live and hurt, if you don't pick one of these damn topics, stay on topic, I'm about to send you away, far, far away.
I already explained it to the young man. Now, why everybody getting on me? I'm just saying, I cannot be nice
No, I know who he is. I don't know him. Like he's been on the stage several times. I don't know him like that. And I don't know why he's saying he's my friend. I don't know this man.
No, this man.
Just because you talk to somebody on social media a couple of times don't mean you're friends with them. And you can be nice to people without claiming to be their friend.
All right, but anyhow, Thinker, it's nice to be nice, and it's always a pleasure seeing you on the broadcast. And I just wanted to say hello, and you keep up the good work, and God be with you, and I hope to see
Stop
you again.
saying that. Stop doing it. If you were
I
really
hate
my
this guy.
friend, you would know that would be offensive to me because you're forcing your belief on me. If you were really my friend, you would know that I don't believe in your God. This is why like you frustrate me every time you come on my stage. I have no idea why you do this every time.
All right, I'm
I
sorry.
thought you left God. What happened to that?
Oh, you said I
I'm gonna go
left
get me
God?
something to eat. I'll be back.
Absolutely. Yeah, you
Yeah,
said
no,
you
no.
left God.
I had to think things over because I realized that if I did leave God, I can't be who I'm supposed to be. That's why I had to go back to God.
What? Dude.
Why you couldn't be who
Dude.
you were supposed to be?
Because God made me as a new creator and a new creation. And if I gave up God, I cannot be what I'm supposed to be because of God, the one gave me life and gave me opportunities and gave me a right path of thinking and seeing and doing what I have to do. Because everything comes from God.
Everything. It's crazy living hard. So what? What was stopping you from being your best self?
because of God. Like I keep
No, no, no,
explaining.
no, no. When you were like, I don't need God anymore, what was stopping you from being your best self?
Because I had to think things over and realize certain things is not understandable. But then when I really turned back over, I said, oh, wow, hold up. It's a difference from unbelief to belief.
I mean, while that is true, I'm asking you, while you did your unbelief phase, wink, wink, what was stopping you from being your best self? Like, what was stopping you?
Because I know where I came from. I came from God. That's why I said I had to go back to my belief system to say I'm a part of the new creation where God first started me at. I can't leave God because He didn't never leave me. Why should I leave Him?
But you did leave him.
When I leave Him, I left Him. He didn't leave me. I left Him at that time, but I had to go back to Him to let Him know I need Him more than ever.
Uh-huh.
Because
Did he
without
punish
God,
you?
we are nothing without Him.
Oh, you might not be, but I'm certainly better off. Did he punish you for being a bad boy?
No, God don't punish you. He just separates you when you do wrong. But when you want to get right, you can come back to Him.
Oh, so what did you learn from Thinker then?
I told you I learned a lot of things, but then I had to turn back to the Creator. That's God.
Okay, yeah, but what did you learn though?
Certain aspects he was telling me about the old religion and how things are and how people are not dedicated to God like they're supposed to be and how they not committed and how they doing things ungodlyly. And then it's certain things he said is, it's right. But then when you realize it, you say,
Hold on,
hold on.
Thinker taught you that people aren't committed to God like they're supposed to be.
Yeah,
I did not teach you that.
Thinker
like
Like,
taught
phony.
you
no, I
that.
didn't.
No, I thought you did. Now you saying you didn't. I thought you did because
I,
right.
I don't know why you thought that because I never told you that.
Do you know who Thinker is, bro?
Yes, he's a scholar.
No, I'm not.
She's not technically, although spiritually she is.
Also, next thing you know, he gonna go around saying, "Thinking says she's a spiritual scholar." I did not say that.
Yeah, I don't think you considered that thought before you let it escape your mind. I think it wouldn't tell anybody that they're not following um God like they're supposed to. Um, she doesn't give advice in that regard, so I don't know.
All right, then if she's not, then maybe I misunderstood her then because she believes what she believes, and I had to come back to my belief system and get what I need and understand what I need, and I had to go back to God, and that's another part of the God creation.
You never left the God. I don't know what you talking about going
Exactly,
back to the God.
exactly. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, Living Heart, it doesn't sound like you actually love. And the reason why I kept asking you why you couldn't be your best self without God, and you kept running me down this long, unrelated path is because there was no difference. You had God, you were just trying to like, I don't know, take a break because it's not like you actually operated your life in unbelief. And uh, I don't know. I watched you, I watch you on lives and I hear you talk, and it is very much like you hear something and then completely discard it. And uh, next time you talk to somebody, you talk about the exact same thing, and it just never lands. It just never lands. But I do think that you are a funny person. Um,
Funny, haha.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm saying that when I'm in my, like you say, cream, I'm in my Bible study And the way how she presents it, she lets you know it is what it is, the word of God. Without the word of God, you can't make it or break it or take it.
What? Also, I,
Fuck
I
yeah.
think this is what you live for. Mm-mm.
But
Mm-mm.
the word of
Damn, that's a
God,
fucking word right there. Say
but
that
the
one
word
more
of,
again, bro. That's a word.
but the word of God is life. And without life, how we accepting it?
So you can't live without the Bible.
You know the word of God say it is what it is. Did you ever read that one?
Also,
In the beginning was the word, and the word was God, and God was the word.
also,
What the fuck is he talking?
mm,
Holy shit, man. Oh, thank you so much, man. I missed you,
thank God said it is what it is.
man. Oh, that's the New Living Heart translation. Oh my God.
Living hard. You haven't been out here telling people this that I taught you that stuff, have you?
No, I just remember in my inner mind how you are.
Your inner mind.
Do you have an outer mind?
You know that song say practice what you
Mm,
preach?
mm, mm,
Say what?
mm.
Practice what you preach.
What? What is that? Okay.
Thinker, why is you trying to understand him?
Mm,
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Best person on TikTok, man. Oh man. Holy shit. Damn, those are real tears, man. Appreciate you so much. Fuck. I don't have to do abs today, man.
Okay, living hard.
All right, but anyhow, you have a wonderful morning or wonderful day, and good evening. I mean, not good evening. Good evening. Bye. It's over with. This is morning, but anyhow, you have a pleasant morning, and like I said, Thinker, thank you for everything. I appreciate everything, and I'm gonna say to my last finals, God will be with you, and God will
Also,
multiply.
living hard. I get up, go, because you just keep crossing my boundaries. This is why I don't have conversations with you.
Damn, man. Can't stick the landing for shit.
That must never happen again.
Now he followed the live creator.
That's how I know. That's how I know some shit is up because I think Living Hard was blocked. I don't know how Living Hard got on
Mm-hmm.
here. This
You know
whatever.
we unblocked a lot of people.
I didn't unblock that
Yep.
ass.
In the
Mm-mm.
famous words of Jehovah, it is what
I don't know what that is. Somebody brought his name up a couple days ago.
it is. It was me. I missed him.
It was also. He invoked the
Yeah,
spirit
that's
of living
crazy.
heart.
Yeah, he manifested that. All right, y'all. Let's give it a go. We've had 3 busts so far. Was it 3 or 2? 3.
Yes.
So we had 3 busts with the restart. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. We will give it to 5 a.m. to see if we get any good conversations. If not, I gotta call it a night.
It's fair. It's fair.
Hmm.
We gave it the old college try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe though that this is all there is. You know what I'm saying? Like I know
Yeah.
that there are people out there who can form coherent thoughts.
Mm.
Like I don't know what this is.
Do you think the problem is getting them in?
No, I think what do you mean getting them in?
Like getting people of that mindset into the live? Or do you think it's that they don't want to
Yeah, I
request
don't
or
think we're reaching. I don't think we're reaching them. Like I don't know. I don't
I
know.
mean, since you were banned, not banned, but yeah,
Suspended.
whatever, yeah, suspended, it's gonna take a minute.
Because you know TikTok does grade your profile, right?
Mm-hmm.
They
And
have low
you were hit on your
quality.
videos as well.
Yeah, yeah. So they have high quality users, mid quality, and low quality users, and they separate that shit out. And like I don't know what they're judging. If they're judging like how much you engage, if they're judging how you engage when they grade your profile, I don't know. Chester Wilson.
Yes, I have a question.
I'm sorry, I don't answer
Mm-mm.
questions
Mm-mm.
from the chat.
Then I have a statement.
I don't allow
Mm-mm.
people to come up
Mm-mm.
here and make statements.
What do you allow?
Conversations with one of the topics, but you also have to either be 21 or older and one of the three, either a current believer in the God of Christianity, someone deconstructing away from that God or thinking about it, or an atheist. Which one of those
Uh,
do you identify as?
Number two.
Deconstructing?
Yes,
And how old are you?
74.
Okay. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
I know that I came from my mother. Does that make
What?
my mother the
No, there's
God?
four top. No, there's four topics on the board. Do you see them? Do you need me to read them for you?
Please, I don't see them.
Um. Okay. Topic number one is the Old Testament condones slavery. Number two, the original sin and fall of man concept is false. Number three, the prophets in the Bible may have been mentally unstable. And number four, the Christian God is the great deceiver.
Number four.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
We read from a book that was written by men that we know was written by men. I know that I came from my mother. That makes me think or realize that my mother must be God because I know that I came from her. And to believe in something that I read that cannot be verified, I know that I came from my mother. So my mother, to me, is my God, which makes me the son of a God or a goddess. And to have balance, you cannot have one without the other. So a
I'm
God and
sorry,
a
Chester,
goddess,
what does this have to do with the Christian God being the great deceiver?
because it was written by men who have deceived people into thinking that it's a God that wrote this.
Okay, can you stick to that topic instead of talking about how you are the son of a God? Because that has nothing to do with the
I
Christian
said
God
the
being the
son of
great
a
deceiver.
goddess. That's true.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the topic though of the Christian God being the great deceiver.
None, because none of this can be verified. To verify something is to know it.
When you say none of this can be verified, can you be more specific?
The greatest story ever told. You're trying, if we're coming from a biblical standpoint, it's a story. and it's a story that's being told by men, and
Are
that
you saying that none of it ever happened? Is that what you're saying? Huh? Your phone is messing up. Your connection timed out.
and it's being told.
Oh man, I can't hear you.
Oedipus, come back.
I still,
I'm sorry.
Oedipus?
I,
Oh, so what are you
this is
calling?
Mr. Wilson.
Oedipus.
Why?
You don't remember Oedipus?
Just
Uh,
I'm listening to the
He's the guy that
conversation.
unalived his father so he could get with his mom.
oh.
You can't have one without the other. Where's the balance?
Why are we talking about that? What does that have to do with the Christian God being the great deceiver?
Well, maybe it's because I'm not a Christian.
Right, but um,
So if
okay.
I'm not a
Hear,
Christian, how
hear
can I
me out,
believe?
Chester.
I'm all right. Listening. I'm
Hear me out,
listening.
Chester. Okay. So you said that you are deconstructing. I get that, right? That means that you are uh, analyzing your former belief system, right? Stop using caps in my damn comments. Goddamn, like there ain't nothing you need to say that damn important that you gotta type, that you gotta fucking scream it.
I'm not typing
I'm
anything.
not you, Chester. Not you. Um when you identify as someone who is deconstructing, that means that you are questioning your former belief system, right? And deconstructing away from that, like moving away from that. Was your former belief system Christianity?
Are you talking to me now? You're talking to
Yes.
Chester?
Hmm.
My former belief system was what my parents gave me.
Was it Christianity?
It was a form of it.
What when you say a form of it, what do you mean by that?
When someone claims they're Baptist or Protestant or anything, they were given that from their parents.
Right,
Whether
but
my
were you Christian before you started
probably
deconstructing?
no, I
What
was
what
not a
were you
Christian.
before?
I was a reader of different religions in college.
So you're
Follow me?
not deconstructing then.
I'm
You just said that
destructing.
so you can stay on stage?
I didn't know I was on stage. I was posing a question to all these things I've been hearing from different
Oh
people.
my goodness. Okay, do you remember me saying to you that I don't allow people to come up here and just ask random questions? Do you remember me saying that to you, Charles? I mean, Chester?
Maybe it's because I came in at a later
No, I
stage of
said
this
it
conversation.
directly to you. I said it directly to you. I do not allow random people to come on stage and just ask random questions. I don't allow random people to come on stage and just make random statements. I then stated to you that the only people that I allow on my stage are current Christians or people who are deconstructing away from the Christian God or thinking about it, or atheists. And then I ask, which one of the three are you? And you said the second one. I then clarified and said, are you deconstructing? And you said yes. So now I'm learning that you're not deconstructing because you were never a Christian, correct?
Thanks for the information. I'm off.
What? I didn't give you any information.
It was a recap of events. What a weird guy.
Like I don't know if he thought it was gonna be a mic drop. That mom line, "My mama is
Yeah.
my God."
He thought, oh yeah, black woman gonna eat that up.
Uh, yes, big bad, definitely.
Living liver.
Y'all, that was 4 in a row. Like seriously. Uh,
This one about to.
yeah, I don't think I can.
Morning, Rhea.
Hey, Rhea. I think I'm about to
Hey.
shut down though, love bug. Mr. Zeal.
Hello. Good morning. Well, it's morning over here.
Good morning. Um, can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I am 32, and well, for the sake of TikTok Live, and understanding your language, I'm an atheist. But I'm just me. I am.
Okay, and what topic did you come up to discuss?
Well, I could pick any, but number two seems to be my favorite at the moment. By the way, I would like to say, I appreciate very much what you've been doing on here. I've come by many times. And because, well, you're a force of nature against against these Christians and believers, um, I never find a reason to send a request. But because you said you accept Christians, deconstruct those in the process, and atheists, is why I actually decided to come up.
Yeah, that's
Um,
always the case. I always accept those three. Like I don't just accept Christians on my panel.
yeah, but like I was saying, you're powerful enough against them that without any support, you could deal with eight atheists or Christians. Sorry. Um, the original sin and fall of man, the concept is false, and well, my angle on this would be the doctrine from which it was derived, I guess, or which just take this, the doctrine of total depravity, which says that man is incapable of knowing, loving God, and doing what God wants. And I think this is how they came about their doctrine of salvation then, because Paul is writing in Paul writing in First Corinthians. Is it First Corinthians 15, 12? I'm gonna look it up, but I'm not in church anymore doing this show of memory. But he wrote about, since by man came death, by man came also the resurrection of the dead. But what's very striking to me is that just before that, he was being rational and logical, because Paul was telling people how it would be futile to believe in the resurrection, which is then the reason why we are saved from the sin that Adam and Eve, committed in the Garden of Eden. He was telling the Corinthians in chapter 15, First Corinthians 15, that if we cannot show, well, this is my deduction from that. If you cannot prove that a human can be raised from the dead, then Christ has not risen. And I read the Bible about 3 times from front to back. I missed that so many times, and it was just a few months ago actually that this struck me because of TikTok Live. I have to go back sometimes and check the scriptures. And Paul was a very cognitive dissonant person, honestly, because on so many occasions he would say one thing and then flip it. Okay, think about the law of sin. I think it's Romans. Fuck that one. The law of sin when he says, "I know what is good, but I just can't get myself to do it." Right? Evil is always present. And sometimes I used to watch some American preachers. Whenever they say this verse, people start shouting, and I wonder how. Someone is telling you I am a psychopath, and he's saying it's the law of sin. Oh, and by the way, maybe that's why he wrote First Corinthians 15, but pointing then blaming Adam and Eve for his helpless sinful state. And mind you, I said this is really, this comes from that doctrine of total depravity. Man is bad, bad, evil, and can do nothing about his condition. So you have to lift up your hands, and say, Jesus, come into my life. And that's how you get better sense to stop graping, stealing, unaliving. I think it's really weird. People accept God and original sin just so they can, um, deny the responsibility. Just like Paul, when I do these things, it is not me that act. It is the law of sin in me. And mind you, this guy is telling you he has the Spirit of God. The Spirit of God is in him, right? But still, knowing what is good, he cannot get himself to do it because sin is always present in him because of Adam and Eve, right? This is this Bible is scary, honestly. I mean, when you open your eyes, stop reading Spirit and start reading English, you you get scared. You don't even know who God is anymore. I mean, what God is. And I used to be a worshiper, believer, worshiper, praise leader, teens church coordinator, all of those things. And it's by being these things that I actually started to, I read the Bible and I found, I mean, think of this. Every Saturday, I would sit in my bedroom and receive an email from a multi-millionaire from Nigeria. Sorry, his name is David Oyedepo. He has, oh my God, his fortunes are no, too much. Anyway, this guy will send us an email and with directives, guidelines on what to teach the next day. The pastors, they have to go up there and shout, but I, as a teens church coordinator, I have to pick up my Bible, read those verses, and construct literally a discussion because the idea of the teens church wasn't to preach to teenagers, it's rather to go and discuss the word of God, basically what's being preached in the main auditorium. And it's by these preparations that I that I started to see what was in this book. When you speak about the fruits of the spirit, if you have the spirit of God, you should have these fruits. And then, oh, my mom doesn't have these spirits. She's the loudest in the house when it's prayer time. Wait, so does the pastor have these gifts? No, he doesn't. Okay, how about the fruits? Mm-mm. So this. I'm sorry. You can stop me, please, or let me just mute myself. I could go on, complaining about this, but
Um,
that thing about
no, I
sin, it's
get,
really horrible.
yeah, I get what you're saying, and I agree that the doctrine of depravity, I think it was more so influenced by the original sin concept, right? The original sin concept is older than the doctrine of
Yeah.
depravity.
Mhm.
But yeah, I get what you mean, and it is wild, right, for people to be shouting at Paul saying that he can't control himself from sinning, right? Like
Mhm.
the scripture where he says, I do what I, oh my god, it's
What
such a
I
tongue
hate.
twister. Yeah,
I had it for a prompt. Can I bring it out just for a moment?
yeah. Hmm.
I mean, I always do this paraphrase, and it was like a riddle for Christians. Um, wait, green screen, and here we go. Oh, that's actually the verse, one of the verses he wrote. I don't know what I'm doing because I don't do what I want to do. Instead, I do the things that I hate. Let me look up now what that verse is. No, this guy is a psychopath.
Yeah,
Mm,
he rambled like a psychopath a lot
oh,
in the text. Um, when he talked about his sufferings and the amount of times that he's been beat. And I brought up the other day, I was like, y'all realize that he's been beaten more than Jesus? Like he suffered more than Jesus? Because he said 5 times he had taken the 40 lashes minus one. Um, yeah, and he talked about how he is a fool for Christ, and he said, you believe in turning the other cheek, but I'm too weak for that. Like I ain't strong enough to turn the other
oh,
cheek.
to
Like he
live is
literally was like, I'm
Christ
gonna
and to
throw
die is
hands.
gain.
Yeah, yeah. Like
No, no, this guy.
Paul
Yeah,
was
it
the
was Romans
original
chapter
I'm gonna throw
chapter
hands
seven.
guy.
Sorry, it was Romans. It was in Romans chapter 7 that he was spilling this nonsense, about how helplessly sinful he is, literally. Because anyway, thanks for having me. I'll stick around for a little bit. It's morning.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Have a good one.
I don't know. Maybe he was nervous. It's hard having a one way conversation.
Mhm.
He
I
definitely
tried
left because of the chat. It was definitely because of the chat. I
because of
know
the
it for
chat.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying. I was catching. I was agreeing with what he was saying. Like it does. Like
Yeah.
it is ridiculous for people to be shouting at him saying that he only knows how to do what he's not supposed to do, and then when he thinks on the things that he's supposed to do, he don't do the things that he's
Mhm.
supposed to do. Like that's fucking wild. And then like him saying that he's like, y'all believe in turning the other cheek, but I'm too weak for that shit. He
Mhm.
Paul was like, literally, I'm gonna throw hands. And then he said he's like, I've been robbing other churches to get take so they can take care of me so I wouldn't put the stress on y'all. Like he literally was someone who did not have it all together, and this is what he was advocating for people to like to be and to mimic. um
Mhm.
but yeah, I definitely think that the doctrine of depravity was influenced by the original sin concept, but I think it was pushed further in um, the Protestant movement when Calvinism was started. I'm not gonna give you the you should know your Bible.
I think the only reason why believers quote Paul so much is because that's like the only person in the Bible that they actually resonate with.
Well, it's because I don't think they resonate with him because I don't think they really know him. Like I don't think they
That's
know
fair.
Paul like that to resonate with him.
Well, I think
I
the
think
idealized version that they have, they resonate with. I feel like that.
Yeah,
I I don't even think they recognize Paul's writings as Paul's writings. I think they merge them with like what Jesus
yeah.
says or something.
That's why they always say Jesus said. They don't say Paul said. They say Jesus said.
Hmm.
Yeah. They think Paul is their Jesus. They'll reject Jesus is what Jesus say in the story over Paul's, because Paul allows them to be this what they would consider a sinner and still feel superior. They ain't got to be perfect like Jesus said. Paul gave them a way out. That's why they hang on to Paul. Like if Jesus and Paul were alive at the same time and they were both preaching what they teached in this book, what they taught in this book, they would choose Paul over Jesus
Yeah. Hmm.
because it's easier. All right, y'all. One more go. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. I'm gonna give it to 5 a.m.
Okay, I just want to say I thank you so much for everything that you've taught me.
Oh, stop it, Oso, because that was
Serious.
all your fault.
How is it my fault?
You are the one who wanted to talk to him.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
That makes it my fault?
Yep. Because
I
you
didn't make him say stuff.
no, you kept making him say stuff.
You know how he is.
Yeah, that's why I like him. He's cool.
Look, nigga, I told y'all like I can't stand just sitting around begging people to come and talk to me.
Okay.
If no conversations are being had, and that's one of the reasons why I don't center my life around Christians. Yep, atheists can come up as long as you're adding value. Like I don't want to just like be agreeing with you, to bashing believers. Like this is a live for us to learn stuff, right? But yeah, atheists can come up to talk about one of the topics. Um, People who are deconstructing or thinking about it. Existing believers, like you may not identify as a Christian. Um, but yeah, Stephen, how are you? Hi there. How you doing? Hi, I'm I've doing good. How are you? I've listened to you guys occasionally, just kind of lurk, or you're not lurking, but just sitting and chatting. It's very interesting. So I could just for the my background, I don't. I call I think it was IC Jesus was asking me stuff, but I call myself a soft atheist, but which is stronger than agnostic. That's the terms, soft and hard atheist. And so I don't accept that. I'm not. You said not to bash people, so I mean I'm just stating what my beliefs are. I'm not. I respect everybody for their beliefs, and so I don't adhere at all to the Abrahamic God, and so I say soft atheist because I pretty much look at any of the God concepts, the world religions, more like metaphorically and as and myth, especially mythologically, but I don't accept them as literal. And I lean more towards actually the philosophy like Buddhism, Zen, and especially Okay, Taoism. okay. But what topic did you come up to discuss? Well, okay, you want stick to one of the list, right? Yeah. So okay, I know I've seen you say that. I just wanted to do a little intro. So I would say main one I would I agree with them all, but the one I'm most familiar with would be the original sin and fall of man concept is false. And I really, as I understand, that's because Eve ate from the apple, and we're all like sinners because of that. And I find that very, distasteful, very negative, not a very good philosophy. And so I just don't. I mean, to me, Adam and Eve was like, a myth, and it's kind of very negative that she ate from the tree of knowledge, and they learn language, and they become more human than being like an animal, and then they're punished for that. And in some things like Gnosticism, the snake was actually like the good guy. So, and you could look at the snake as the curling snake as a symbol from the ground of the unconscious, or like the DNA. And so I just think that, like, I once in a while I debate the holy rollers that come to my door. It's generally Jehovah's Witnesses, and they say, "Oh, we have free will," and I say, "Well, you say, either you believe in Jesus, or unalive and go to hell." And they say, "Well, that's free will." And I said, "Well, that's like saying you could either, if McDonald's or Burger King or Carl's Jr. or KFC, and that's not really a free choice." So, if you have any Yeah. feedback on that, I would be open. No, I agree with you. That is Hmm. not free will if you're giving options, Yeah. and you only have those options to choose Right. from. It's not even Right. really free choice. It's you're being forced to choose an option. Um, it was something that you said that I was going to expand on, but it has. Oh my God, it slipped. Oh yeah, you were talking about how the philosophy of the original sin concept is very negative. Hmm. And I agree, right? Like, it sends the message that knowledge is bad, and that, the God hates knowledge. And the story in itself, right, doesn't um, actually portray that. But the interpretation of the story, which turned into Christian doctrine, Hmm. does. What? In the story, the serpent, one could look at the serpent as if it is was the good guy, because the serpent never lied, right? But the serpent did know that he was, or it was convincing the humans to do something that the God didn't want them to do, even though the serpent never lied. Um, and so the question could be, was this act of rebellion against the God to free the humans from, what this God had created them for, and is that a good thing? And then, um, you know, the looking at it from a Christian perspective, the the humans were supposed to lean on the God's understanding. Oh, I don't know. I'm about to go to sleep, y'all. Yeah, I can't do it. I think his call dropped. What? Did your call drop? Yeah, my app. I think I have my not enough memory on my phone, and the app will crash a lot. Sometimes it'll go a long time, and so I apologize for that. Um, you were making a good point when we were talking about original sin, and you were saying that the original concept was different, and then later, as it got interpreted. Mm-hmm. What were you saying about I missed that kind of about what you were saying, because I dropped, fell off. What were you saying about the original concept? Yeah, so the story actually follows other ancient Near Eastern creation stories or
Yeah.
creation myths, and in a lot of those stories, the the god does lie to the human,
Hmm.
but it's up to interpretation for the reader to decide whether the lie was to protect the human or to keep the human from becoming a god, right? And then so and it's the same thing in this story. So the god does lie to the humans. um the god does not want the humans to gain this knowledge because, like, if it gained the knowledge, then it had all three ingredients in order to become fully a god, which would be to be created in the image, to have eternal life, like to
Hmm.
be immortal, and to have the knowledge of to be able to have a moral conscience of what, decide morality, good and bad.
Okay. Yeah.
And he allowed, as long as they didn't have this knowledge, then eternal life, they could live forever, right?
Hmm.
But when they gained that knowledge, they could no longer have eternal life, so he blocked that off.
Right.
And that also happens in using different concepts in other Babylonian or Mesopotamian creation stories with the same dilemma. And it's up to the reader to interpret and decide, whether that's a good thing that, the God prevented them from having eternal life, uh, um, and lied to them to protect the humans from having this responsibility of being the one to decide what's moral and what is not moral, right? That
Hmm.
was the original intention of it.
Okay.
But Christians took it and added this original sin concept in the fall of man. Like, there's no fall in the story,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and so when you add that to it, you can only see it from a that negative standpoint. And
Right.
looking at it from a Christian's perspective, the God would be, in my eyes, the God would be an evil God because,
Yeah.
one, if he's all knowing, he sat and he watched them do the thing that he didn't want them to do without stepping in to prevent it. Two, he knew that the serpent was in the garden.
Right.
And so who put that serpent there? Right. What was the tree doing there? So he orchestrated this whole entire fall so that man would sin. And it just makes the God look really, really, really bad.
Yeah.
Um, from the Christian perspective.
Hmm. Yeah, I know a lot of it's taken from other myths, taken and adapted and all that. And I mean, it's essentially, I mean, it's like Adam and Eve without language. They're obviously, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but they're essentially like animals. They have no self awareness or no language. And then when they eat the fruit, and they get language, and then Eve feels naked and they're embarrassed by their naked, and then they have language, and then that's actually becoming human. And so, I mean, maybe like you were
Well, we
saying.
don't know really that if they had language. We just because it doesn't he talk before they eat the fruit? Doesn't he say this is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh? I shall
Well,
call.
maybe, okay, maybe it's
Stop using caps, Exodus effect.
I, so maybe
They've
I'm
been here
sorry.
for a while to. Sorry, yeah. Hold on a second. They've been here long enough to know that.
Yeah, they know. That's why Lala just muted him for the whole live. They do. They know. They just disrespectful as fuck.
Hmm. Maybe I misremember it. I'm not, I wasn't brought up very religious, and I haven't really studied it closely. But maybe I don't know. I thought there was language, but at least maybe it was like self awareness, self
Yeah, they
conscious.
definitely didn't have that. Yeah.
So that's like us becoming, that's a part of
becoming human. Like there's a few animals that we can tell, like they recognize themselves in the mirror. Something like chimpanzees have a self-awareness, but not dolphins. But generally, animals are just kind of, I guess they're Zen masters. They're living in the now, but the way God set it up. I guess you could interpret it like if, like you were saying that, like the different, he was deceiving them, or I guess you could say it was a test that he set up. But it's kind of, when he says, "Don't eat from that tree," that's like saying, "Don't push that button, whatever you do." you know, it's Yeah. and then Like when you ask a believer, like, what was the tree doing there? They just say, I don't know. Like he literally exactly. put a tree there that he didn't want. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like he created the garden, right? And then put the man in it and then grew the tree. So he literally grew the tree he didn't want them to eat from in the place where he put them. That makes absolutely no sense. And Yeah. then, like when they say that it was a spiritual death and that was a part of the fall, but the story literally says that they had an awakening, right? Their eyes were opened, not closed. When you die, your eyes close. And so, in this sense, the eyes is the mind. So they had a mental awakening, right? Or i.e. a spiritual awakening. So Yeah. how could it be a spiritual death and a spiritual awakening at the same damn time? Even from the Christian interpretation, it just doesn't make sense there either. Like there's no fall in this story whatsoever. It's it's Yeah. a it's an etiological tale that's answering questions about the beginning of time, or like how the writer wanted to describe um, why their world was the way that it was at the time that they were writing. Did you say ontological? Etiological. What is etiological? I don't know if I know that term. Oh, it's a like a short story that like answers question. Let me give you the right definition for it. I don't know. Yeah, Ellie is saying it's a story that was edited again and again. No, it's a story that answers questions for like specific causes or Okay. Like events in history. Okay. I may have come across that term and I just fell out of my head. Are you going to put up the definition? You don't have to. Yeah. So it says serving to explain something by giving a cause or reason for it, often in historical or mythical terms. So it just it's just the author's way of saying, "Oh, this is why women have pain through childbirth. This is why men and women exist. This is why we have to work for our food. This is why snakes don't have legs." Like it's a mythological story that gives a reason for specific things. And yeah, well, it doesn't. Yeah, so he wrote it in like as a punishment, but there's no fall there. Like there's no right. Sin. Like the story doesn't even mention sin. Like the first time sin is mentioned is in with Cain. Um, so yeah, and then the believers also try to turn Genesis 3:15 into a prophecy about their savior, which it has nothing to do with Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. So did I don't mean to interrupt you. Didn't like the prophecy was like that Christ was saying that the kingdom, I can't remember, I'm kind of tired of the exact quote, but like the kingdom of God was supposed to be like there in that era. It's not supposed to be a future incarnation. The Messiah, the Jewish Messiah? Is that what you're asking? Well, I don't know. As I understand it, as the Jesus, I'm not saying I believe in this, but I can't remember the exact phrase. But there's, like the kingdom of God it will be upon us. It was supposed, like, implying that it was going to be in his lifetime. Oh yeah. 2,000 years ago, and oops, it didn't happen. So every time Yeah, there's go ahead. when he said some of you here will still be alive when the kingdom Yeah, when the Son of Man comes. Yeah, but wasn't that more like in his era? And yeah. I've read some things about it. I got the sense that, like, when he got crucified, they were kind of like, oops, uh-oh, we got to rewrite the story. And then they come up, with the resurrection, and he's going to return. Is that fairly accurate? No. Well, I mean, no. No one really knows, right? Like, there's no proof that this Jesus ever existed. Okay. Most scholars just agree that it's more likely that he existed and was a failed apocalyptic preacher who was, crucified for, blaspheming and going against, Right, like, right, yeah, blaspheming the Roman gods. right, Um, but most honest scholars, let me say that, hmm, take that route because they're like, it's easier to just say accept that he most likely did exist because there's no evidence against Jesus existing, as right, just like there's no actual evidence that he did exist. But hmm, there are it's more likely that there were, somebody named Yeshua that did exist because there were a lot of men named Yeshua during that time. right. A lot of prophets, a lot of other, like, so-called prophets. Hmm. And yeah, I kind of have a feeling he did exist as a person, but I don't think he was literally the son of God. But I do think somebody existed that this was all put, interpreted from him and everything. But that, a lot of, like, it's not everything that's, was written years after he was gone. That material is true. Um,
I
well,
mean, it's kind of funny too that he was here on Earth where they had scrolls and feather pens.
mhm,
And he didn't write anything, but then he came and told other people to write for him. Like, and then his daddy had people writing for him earlier on, so that
right,
can't be an excuse. But he was here like all that time and never wrote
right,
anything for anybody.
yeah,
Like,
it's
that's very interesting.
yeah. If he did exist, he would have been kind of very minor prophet that just you know, most of the people didn't think he was really that great, and then he had some followers, and then they kind of wrote a story about it all. Um, I was gonna one more thing. I can wrap this up if you guys have other people. I
Yeah,
was
there's
gonna
other
say
people
another
in the
thing.
room.
Well, before that, have you ever seen that Monty Python movie, The Meaning of not The Meaning of Life, but The Life of Brian?
No, no.
Because
Mm-mm.
it's a very, if you like that, it's very humorous because it's the life of Brian was somebody that was living at the time of Jesus, and he starts to get a following, and it's very satirical, poking like fun at it. He's just this ordinary guy, and he says, "Just leave me alone," and he starts getting followers. It's pretty funny. I don't know if you like that stuff. Just one, if I can say real quickly, and I read up a little bit things about, like, in some other interpretations, and I read some, like, fiction about it, fantasy, that, like, the angels resent us because we have free will, and the angels have to. I'm not saying they literally exist. This is mythically, but that we have free will, and the angels have to do God's bidding, and so there's things where they resent us because they don't have free will. Have you ever come
I
across anything like that? Or
Yeah, I've that well, Paul kind of alludes to that, and that's where that belief comes from. But earlier text,
when they combine the Hebrew scriptures with the New Testament, it debunks that, right? Because you have angels in the Old Testament doing their own thing. Hmm. One of these things and the other. Um, so they have to have free will, right? If we remember the Watchers, who were angels, i.e., sons of God, had sex with human women, which means that they followed their own free will. They gave up their All place, right, right. in order to have sex with these human women and have these babies. And then you have the ones who left, who sided with Satan in heaven, right? Right. And left with him, or the ones who he took with them. The God never went and got the ones that Satan's tail took. Like it's like he just said, "Oh fuck it, they go now." Like they were taken against their will by this dragon's tail, and the God didn't go and rescue them. He, you know, put them in this hell or this darkness for some shit they ain't even do. So they don't have free will either. Right. What book were you saying that's from? Revelation.
Rev.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I thought you said something John or Joshua or
Genesis, where the Genesis 6, where the angels, the sons of God, had sex with human women.
right. Well, the part
That.
trying to remember the part first you were explaining were um I think about I don't know something else you were saying where they were giving them like they have like free will or they were doing some things. I thought that was you mentioned. I can't remember. That had started with a J. I don't know. Anyway,
Oh no, I don't know.
it's okay. I see Nancy there in the comments. She said she loves the life of Brian and the meaning of life. You know, if you, it's very, it's very sharp satire. I mean, I don't know if you like that kind of stuff, but it's, it's very, it's English humor and it's very, actually very meaningful in a lot of the stuff. They have, like I said, they have a thing lined up where all the different prophets are talking, at the same time. And like I said, this guy, Brian, he's just this ordinary guy and starts to get a following and it's pretty funny. Okay, I can talk some other things sometime. I really appreciate. I've been kind of hesitant to come up because you guys are so knowledgeable and sharp and everything, and I just didn't grow up very religious, and my family were more. My Ernest comes from Ernest Holmes. It was the Church Religious Science, and
Okay.
that's not the Mary Baker Eddy one. The what's it called? It has I can't think of the name. I always forget the name. It sounds like that, but it's different. And then, but they weren't very really. When our grandmother would come out here, we'd go to a Catholic church. But my parents, that church is more of a positive thinking kind of thing. Except they use the Bible as examples. So okay, I can free up for somebody else and.
Well, Stephen, thank you so much for coming up. It was a great conversation. I
Yeah,
appreciate you.
I appreciate it. Always, you're not, you're so knowledgeable in everything you do. The deconstruction, I learn a lot because I'm not that familiar with it, and I pick up things here and there. So, thanks a lot. Appreciate
You're
it.
so welcome. Thank you.
I'll hang out and chat, I guess, and listen for a bit. Thanks
All
a lot.
right.
Take care.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Same to you.
I just was gonna say in that, Bat Colite, that room.
The what now?
It's called Bat Colite, like Acolyte, Bat Colite, Thrayer. Thrayer.
Oh, no, I've not heard of that.
They do a lot of this. Basically, he asks questions like, "Why do you?" He did like the Socratic method. Why do you believe in a god? And he really questions people. Anyway, there's a gal in there named Think, and one day I accidentally called her Thinker, and she said, "Oh, that's another streamer on here who's very, I really like and things like that." So you got a compliment from somebody.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Thank
That
you.
was really because something my little phone. Sometimes the names get cut off, and I know her name is Think, but I first came on and I just saw
think, and then accidentally put in thinker because I probably was thinking of you. And so, yeah, she said you're thinking of thinker, and who's another person that she really said she admires and everything. Okay, Okay, thank well, next time you talk to her, tell her I said thank you. Okay, I will. Thank you. Have a good night and everything. And this wizard hat, that's just for a Halloween thing. That's no I'm not like Harry Potter or anything like that. Or it's just was a wizard's hat. And Oh,
Oh,
okay. Mostly it's religious people will say, they think I'm like the dark arts or something, but mostly people. Okay, thanks a lot.
you're welcome, Stephen.
Have
Have
a
a
good
good one.
night or morning wherever you are.
All
Take care.
right. Thank you. Bye bye. He was nice.
Mhm.
Maggie the Great. Okay. I ain't drinking no more. I swear. How in the fuck am I still hungry? And I just ate 2 sandwiches. I'm not drinking no more ever. Dion Anderson. Hello, Dion.
No, I ain't seen.
Tonight has been rough. Hey, Dr. B.
Good morning.
I don't know what happened.
It was timing out.
Yeah, like my phone froze. I was tapping on it and it wouldn't do anything. So I don't know.
Okay. Um, uh, how old are you?
59.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Atheist.
Okay. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Well, I guess it pertains to all of them. I'm going to say the exact same thing that you were saying. That if God is, they say, and I don't know if it says it in the Bible, that He is perfect and all knowing and caring and loving and all that, right? Then He wouldn't have done any, it just negates everything, doesn't it?
I don't negate which one. Like, which topic are you discussing?
Well, I guess it's the deceiver one. But if He did deceive that, then He isn't. So if He's caring and all knowing and loving, it negates everything that happened, right? Because He isn't caring and loving and all knowing.
What do you mean it
Correct?
negates it? Though? Like, I'm,
Because if He was
like
caring and loving, none
when
of that
it,
stuff would have happened.
but it doesn't
It's,
negate it, right? Like it.
well,
Like
if He's
it negates the fact that the book says that stuff happened. I think it would negate the claim that he's carrying and all of it.
right, right. I guess that's what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because He wouldn't,
Hmm.
if He's caring and loving and all that, there wouldn't have been, like you said, the snake and all that. He wouldn't let people sin. Like there wouldn't even be sin. Correct?
Honestly,
Because why would He?
I mean, he could.
Well,
I mean, people may have done things right, like just because Adam and Eve and the story um, didn't have knowledge of doing bad doesn't mean that they weren't doing bad, right? Um, so people have the capability of doing bad, but if he was all good, he would prevent it or do something about it
right.
when the problem arises.
But if we're created in His image, correct? We wouldn't do any
Which
of
means
that.
that well, not really, because he does do that stuff. So if we are created in his image, then we would do that stuff. But he has the ability to um, basically fix whatever
the issue is, right?
Yeah, I
Like
think
he
we're
can,
saying the same
he,
thing, just in different ways. We're getting at it. You know what I
yeah,
mean? I think we're saying the same thing.
yeah. Because
Because if
I
we're
think to say that, like he could have created a world where you as a human wouldn't have the ability to doubt or be curious, right?
right,
Or he could have created humans without desire, right? Or the emotion of jealousy, or the feeling of jealousy, like anything that would cause a person to want to sin. And then it's just going to be, I guess, like heaven. Uh, Everybody's going to be bots. That
and
I
like you
guess
said,
I don't
if
know.
he's all knowing, he knows everything that's going to happen. First of all, why would he let that happen and not stop it? And why would it even be there to begin with?
Right? Yeah,
You know what I mean? It wouldn't be there
yeah. Because
because
I don't
he's
think you have to
perfect.
take away a
Nothing bad
person's
would happen if
ability
he's
to.
perfect, right?
No, that's not necessarily true, right? Like I don't think you have to take away a person's ability to make mistakes, right? Or to you know do certain things. Um,
But if we're,
you can
yeah, I'm
teach
fine.
them. You can teach them how to use these abilities, right, and not be harmful with them. Like having um the ability to be curious doesn't necessarily have to equal to you doing harmful and mischievous stuff, right?
I know, but
He
I,
could have taught the humans instead of responding in the way that he did. Um, he's like a lot of the damage that was done in this book, harm done that was done in this book was commanded by the God or done by the God.
right. But my thing is, if we're made in His image and He is perfect and loving and caring, so are we. So we wouldn't do any of that stuff.
Well, right. That's why I said like if
Yeah,
that was the case, but because the story says that he did do some stuff, that negates the claim that he's loving and perfect.
right. So then, what people that believe in isn't true to them if they look at it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to say it. I think we're saying the same thing. We're just saying it in different ways. I think because
Yeah.
why
No,
would a
I
loving,
get what.
caring, and all-knowing God let things happen that He would force you to either believe in Him or you burn in hell? Well, it's not loving or caring at all.
Right,
Or
right.
perfect.
That's
It's too
that's why I was
perfect.
saying he could have
Yeah.
taught them. Right, he could have taught the humans. Uh, he could have like if he's all knowing, he could have interjected when the serpent started talking to the humans. If he was
Exactly.
trying to keep them from getting knowledge to save them from having to bear the burden of morality, like anything, he could have stepped in. There's a lot a loving and perfect God could have done and probably should have done. Like we think about ourselves as parents, like we see ourselves as loving and perfect parents, but we know that we can't control every action of our kids, right? And then our kids aren't going to be perfect, like they're going to make mistakes, and so we don't nuke them because they make a mistake. We don't punish them to their room for life because they make a mistake. We teach them, right? And
Right.
help them, learn from their mistakes and be better humans. This God didn't do that.
Right. But I'm trying to say, I guess I'm just not saying it right. If He's perfect, a perfect being wouldn't have any of that to begin with. Not teaching us a lesson. Do you know what I mean?
Donna, it is so sad. It is so sad that you are in my fucking comments talking about I'm hating on a God. Like literally hating on a fucking God. Like why is your God so fucking fragile? Why
And
and
if
why
you,
does your God care what humans think about it? How is that powerful?
And why would he have the idea of being other religions and other gods to test people, or if they don't believe in him, then they burn in hell? Like,
Hold
not
on. Don't use
guys.
caps in my comments. That will get you muted. Go ahead, Maggie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the whole thing with me is if he's perfect and loving and caring by the definition of those words, he wouldn't test people. He wouldn't let any of that happen. It wouldn't exist to begin with.
Well, if he was all knowing, he wouldn't test people. But loving and caring doesn't stop. When you test someone, it doesn't necessarily mean you don't love and care them, in my eyes. But if he was all knowing, he shouldn't have to test people. He should have, because he already knows the answer.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying
Yeah.
to you. Yes. Like all that stuff just wouldn't be there. And like you said about man writing the books and all that. Like, so there's so many contradictions in there that why? That's not perfect. If we're created in his image, is what I'm saying, none of it would exist because we would be loving and caring and all knowing. And that bad thing wouldn't exist because it's not loving or
Yeah.
caring or perfect.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I don't know if do they believe that people are born with sin already? I get different answers to that. You born with sin?
Some believe, some don't.
Yeah, and that too. Like, why is an innocent baby either unalived in the world to begin with, or born with sin? Like, there wouldn't be sin if you're perfect and all knowing, unless you said you're a deceiver, but then you're not perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And then why would a book be written that people have to figure out things? Why wouldn't it just be straightforward, and why would things be so up for interpretation? Do you know what I mean? Like, why would you do that to people also, and then punish them if they don't believe it? That's all. We're saying the same thing, just in different ways. We're getting there, I think.
Yeah.
And so
Did you
many.
have anything else?
No, just that.
All right.
Good.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Yep. Have a good
All
day.
right. You too.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hey, I appreciate y'all for responding to whatever his name was. But like seriously, I don't give a damn about, like, I'm not their God. I'm not gonna fall apart because somebody doesn't like me. Lexo, are you coming up to talk about something with deconstruction? Hey, Trinita.
Hey, what's
Hey,
going on,
Lexo.
everybody?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And to the panel and everybody, how's everybody? Everybody good?
I'm good. A
Just
little sleepy.
yeah, I can tell. I can hear it a little bit. I just real quick wanted to question. I'm always doing music. There's always time for the studying part and the deconstruction. Um, a question about they say that when a lot of people have been saying how you don't care and how you're so ingenuous about this God, about how we should care, but and about how he's so divine. And the question that I have though is, and I'm so glad I still have my blue butterfly, and that usually TikTok takes it away. When they don't come around to your subscriptions and making sure you still got money in your account. Thank goodness that I do, because like your nerd or your blue butterfly will be gone, and then you'll be like panicking. I know a lot of other nerds get that, but it's okay. It's still there. You still see it, right?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I'm just making sure. No, the question I had though was, if God is supposed to be so divine and like perfect, and the believers keep saying this, and I get a lot of this from my family about how I'm like replacing by trying to be perfect, and this is the part I don't get. Like, my deconstructing has to have a title now, like where like my family like pokes fun at me and, oh, and he's the one who's trying to be perfect. And I don't get it, because if I'm deconstructing from a God who claims to be perfect, and by me pointing out this, how and then am I the one who takes on the label as the one who's trying to be perfect? Like, did you have any of this ever on you?
No, that's a new one. That's a new one for any believer to laugh at someone who would be trying to be perfect, because that's literally what their God told them to be. So, and I've never heard a believer call a non-believer or accuse a non-believer of trying to be perfect. Like, that's a new one to me.
Well, I mean, I listen a lot for the mother and daughter. I hear that a lot of those relationships, as far as deconstructing, I don't hear too many son. I listen a lot for the son and mother, so that I can relate, because that's where my deconstructing is going on. My mother is a deacon at the church that we all attend. Recently, 3 Sundays ago, I stopped. I don't know if I told you, but I kind of like, I think I kind of tell you, like, I felt people staring at me. And I stand at the door where I would do security, and the pastor would come down when it was his time to put in the collection plate. He would give me like daps, and he stopped giving me dap like 3 Sundays ago. So I was like, okay, he must be paying attention, and he understands. But then again, I was like, well, if they don't say nothing, that's kind of disrespectful, because like, you can see me. I'm literally screaming from the mountaintops, I'm deconstructing. But what happened was last Sunday, no, not last Sunday, yesterday, because today is Tuesday morning. Okay, yeah. The day before yesterday, my mother texted me and was like, are you going to church? And I've been putting out a lot of posters. Shout out to Lala and everybody for the likes on the last post I did. And I'm sure my mother's seen it. And the fact that she asked me, am I going to church? And she knows I'm deconstructing. And I felt like that's like so, it's kind of like all this forced doctrine you put on me, all the things that I've went through and I'm deconstructing, and this, and you ask me, are you going to church this morning? And because I didn't, like, no dinner, like, I don't get the dinner at night. There's no more Sunday dinners. Like, a lot of stuff gets cut off.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, how the believer ends up changing and like just pulling away once they realize that someone that, either is in their family or a friend no longer believes like them. They're not every believer, but a lot of times they pull away and change up on the believer and start mistreating them, and they think that if they do that, that's gonna put enough pressure on you, like it puts you in the space of suffering and put that pressure on you for you to come back to the belief system. They feel like that's their duty to do that.
Yeah, yeah, I totally can see that, and I see where my mother's parenting, when I was a child, where when I would like, she would try to get my attention, and she was the kind of parent who used like threats. Of course, we got whoopings too, but then when she couldn't get to the belt, it was more so manipulation with verbal threats, and I kind of think she thinks like threatening me verbally or like taking things away of me, like it's gonna like cause me to like go back to this God. And I don't know if she understands it, but like I'm like thousands and thousands of feet ahead of her. on where the deconstruction process is, and what I'm thinking is, and like I said, my mother, she's got master's degrees, and I can't get it why she didn't figure it out first, and I think that's what I'm experiencing now is the anger towards me, and maybe a little bit of jealousy sprinkled on that. That she's kind of mad that she didn't pick up on it, or maybe as being a baby boomer, they were always silenced, and she wished she had the voice like I did, like I do now. And maybe I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, and that definitely could very well be.
And my mother's my go-to, so that's the most sickening part of it all is that I love my mother so much, and I really can understand now that nobody really, and I think I heard you say it, nobody has really they're in, it's so hard to try to love as that God says you're like he loves that unconditional, and I think you said it like you said it with so much reverence that you said that humans aren't capable of loving unconditional because there's always going to be a part where we're putting ourselves in front, and that's not wrong. I mean, we're not wrong to want to put ourselves first. Like, my ex-wife called me a couple days ago, and she was like she's like, it's your turn, Lexo. I was like, my turn for what? Like, all our kids are grown, literally, Thinker. They're all grown. Like, I got one that's turning 21 in 2 weeks, and we're supposed to have this party. And out of four of them, this is the last one turning 21. But the fact that she called me about one of my oldest ones, who's like 23, and she was like, it's your turn. And when she said it, I kind of like, it was like I had to take a step back. Like, it was like, it's your turn to take over. And I'm like, you mean about our 23-year-old who's grown? It's my turn. Like, you about 5 years too late, and it's like, I never would turn my back on none of my kids. I love my kids. They can come stay with me. I live in an RV. I won't turn away none of my kids. But the fact is, I can only give you what I have at the bare minimum, and that's just it. I can't give you no more to that, And the fact that she said it's my turn, it was like, wow, how could you even think like that? Do you think I can help somebody else out who's a grown up?
Um, is this your ex-wife? Is she religious at all, or?
Very, very religious.
And you think she's doing this because of religion, or like I'm a little confused. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't give you the background. Well, no, basically, my son, he's struggling with life right now at 23 years old, and I believe she's kind of like enabled him, and he's been, living in under her roof, and at 18 years old, you know how we is as black folks, we like, look, you can stay here as long as you get your act together, because the Bible says, when a man finds a wife, that's when he finds a wife. I don't mean you got to leave at 18. So it's good that he's there, but now I guess he's causing too much, where she thinks it's time for him to come around me, and I'm like, but I live in an RV, like, tell him come on, but I don't know how much comfortable it's going to be over here than he's going to be over there. But the fact is, she would tell me that it's my turn to step up, like the option was always off the table. That's what I meant to say, Thinker. You know?
This sounds more like personal family business than it does deconstruction, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't want to get in family business.
yeah, yeah. You're right. Yeah, I believe you're right. Sometimes I will the bridges kind of get crossed sometimes because it seems like from me deconstructing and everybody else believing right now, it kind of gets it feels like it's always on me now. But
Are you there?
yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Did you have anything else regarding to the deconstruction, or?
No, that was it. I just wanted to just just to come up and just ask that one question though. But I believe you are right though. Some things are more personal than deconstructing. It just looks like that sometimes when you're the only one deconstructing, you know. But
Yeah.
that's all I had.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming up, Lexa.
All right.
Yeah, I don't get into family business like that. That's not my place.
You think maybe one day we'll get to do Family Feud as a group?
There's a guy on here who actually does do Family Feud every day.
I mean, like the real one.
Well, Ryan, how are you?
What's how you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
Just turned 29.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I've been an atheist my whole life, but I'm a recent believer in Jesus. If you want me to give my story on that.
No, I don't. That's okay. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
You were just basically talking about God before, and you guys had questions,
Topic.
and
What
I just
topic on
joined
the
to give the
board?
answers.
There's four topics on the board. Can you see them?
3, is that a topic?
Number 3.
Is that a topic? Old Testament condones slavery?
Yes, that's number 1
Yeah, where does it say that?
in the Old Testament.
Testament.
I'm sorry. It's
Where
in the
in the Old
it's
Testament?
in the
Like
Old
where?
Testament. It's in
But you don't
Exodus
know exactly
21.
where. But you
Hey,
fully
hey,
believe in
hey,
something you
hey,
don't have evidence
hey.
on,
Hold on. Wait, wait,
or
wait. I don't. Hold
okay, go
on,
ahead.
hold on. I think
Matching.
that's really rich, right? This is your belief system, and you are asking me where in the book does it say that? While you are trying to say to me, you believe something and you don't know where it is. I don't have to know where it is. This isn't my belief system. And I was in the process of telling you and before you got smart. You are the one who chose a belief system. Like you went from atheism to Jesus Christ without even reading the book, which tells me that you most likely wasn't really an atheist. Because who the fuck does that? But in Exodus 21, slavery laws. Leviticus 25, slavery laws. Deuteronomy 13, slavery laws. Ephesians 5, slavery laws. Luke 17, your Jesus talks about slavery. It's all in the book. Shit, not without reading the shit. Y'all are literally, this is why I don't understand. Like people can't be nice to y'all because y'all, as soon as you find Jesus, you find a smart ass mouth. And there is no way for you to have a civil conversation with somebody because you act like you got to come up here and defend your God because your God ain't
Votes
defending
or not?
itself
Like, can
nor
we have
you.
votes if I was being smart at all?
Then you
I
shouldn't have
don't think
got
I was being
smart.
smart at all,
Then
but
you
okay.
shouldn't have got smart. Don't come up here thinking you gonna talk shit to me and then I'm just gonna be all nice. I don't turn the other cheek. I be like Paul and throw hands. I'm too weak for that shit. I don't turn the other cheek. You teach me how to treat you, and that's what you did. I gave you the scriptures. Now what?
Have to come off mute.
He might be putting more clickers on his bike spokes. What? I didn't hear you. What, sir?
I was just making fun of you. It's okay. Go ahead.
You're not gonna repeat it though?
No,
Well,
he's not. He
Will
just
you
said that.
understand
engage
it?
That's
with
So move
crazy.
on. Yes,
I said to you, if you're truly interested, I actually didn't say it to you. I said it to others that you were just putting more clickers on your bike spokes.
now what? What are you gonna do? Nothing. So
Following Jesus, the good things that can happen in your life.
yeah, still
That before I
nothing.
was
You still
snorting
haven't
drugs
done
and now I'm
nothing.
not.
Yeah, still
oh my
nothing.
God, we
So
don't
was I, and
care.
I
What?
still don't need Jesus. You ain't the only person who done been out there on D-Rugs. So have
Hey,
I.
you're right.
So have I.
Sounds like you're dodging the topic of slavery, though.
I pray to God you won't, but you will.
Are you going to dodge the topic of slavery? The one that you picked?
Engage with the topic, Will, or I'm going to drop you.
I love you all, and I'm
Come on, tough guy.
I'm not doing that.
A wiener.
I don't I don't know if y'all was on Christina's live earlier, like yesterday when this a lady came up and was like, "Where does it say that in the Bible? Where does it say there's slavery in the Bible? Where does God say slavery in the Bible? Show it to me." And if it ain't in there, that's literally what this reminded me of. And then when they gave her the verse, she didn't even like acknowledge it at all. They didn't even she didn't want to talk about it at all.
Be glad that nobody said you ran. Lala took your ass down because you wouldn't engage with the damn topic that you chose. Like you literally wouldn't engage with the topic that you chose. Cause you started with that bullshit ass, I love y'all, I love you. You shouldn't have got smart. Like you came up here like flexing your fucking Jesus muscles and them motherfuckers deflated quick. Droop, how are you?
I'm
Actually, they do, Ryan, and that's why I don't need Jesus because I got real humans to be around. I don't have to talk to the fucking sky.
I'm good. Good
How are
morning
He
you,
to the
Droop?
thinks,
panel.
sorry, hold on. He thinks like because he walks around telling people he loves them, like he's a better person or something. Like you guys are fucking weird. Cause you walk around just
Look,
I
now
love
God,
you, I love you.
look, it went from I love you all to may God have mercy on your souls.
Uh huh.
Now the
Uh
threats are
huh.
coming. Here come the threats, Ryan. Droop, what topic did you come up to discuss?
Uh, the original sin and fall of man concept is false. I would like to know how we come up with that one.
Okay, hold on. Will, you probably shouldn't use words that you don't fucking know what they mean. In order for someone to need mercy, that means that something that's of a threat, some type of judgment is coming on that person. Stop using words you don't understand. What do you think about the original sin concept, Drew?
I believe that's the everything to the beginning is the everything to where we are now. So it makes more sense to me that this concept has to be a fact.
Drew, aren't you the one who said that you don't believe the Adam and Eve story?
No, I'm the one that said I believe in the Adam and Eve story. That we remember the tree lives inside of us. It's in our.
That
It's
ain't.
tainted.
That's not the Adam and Eve story. That's not the story the Christians tell about a tree living inside of you.
Well, the sin
So
of
He
how
thinks
are
it's
you going to take
he
the
thinks
original sin concept of that Christians created and
he
say
thinks
that
that
it's
it's like
fact?
real in the fact that like we inherited that.
But saying that the tree lives in, where in the Christian doctrine does it say the tree lives inside humans?
Okay, so here we go again.
No,
I
no, no.
believe
What?
once they ate from the tree, it contaminated the blood, which gave us another go.
What does that have to do with the tree? You didn't say you getting ready to go through the sin is in the blood, right?
Right.
That ain't the tree. The sin and the tree are two different things. What you just said was the tree lives inside of everybody.
The symbolic way is of the tree. All right. First of all, okay, we all come
Pray for
from.
yourself, Ryan. That is fucking abuse, forcing your prayers on other people. Pray for yourself.
Okay, when I hear original sin and fall, all I think of is them eating from the tree of knowledge that gave us the knowledge that the Creator did not want us to have. So once they ate from the tree, I
It's
believe.
not it's not biblical, Droop. It's not biblical. That's why it says it's a man-made concept. Whatever it is that you believe right now, it's not in this Bible.
But it
It's
is.
not biblical. It's not. There's
Oh,
no fall in this book. There's no DNA. There's no sin passed down in the DNA in this book. Everything that you believe right now about that, it is man-made. And this is why you're saying, I believe, because this is a concept you came up with.
no, thinker, it says the fall of man. And
Where
that,
does it say that in the Bible? Show it to me in the Bible.
when you Google the fall of man,
And the Bible, Droop.
it brings you to this story.
Droop, where does it say in the Bible man fell in Genesis 3? Where does it say that?
Okay. I would have to see to prove to you that it says that, eating from the tree of knowledge is
Where
not.
in the Bible, Droop, does it say man fell from sin? Man fell to sin in Genesis 3. Where
That's
does it
the
say
night.
man fell? Where does it say man fell from grace? Or guess what? And now you're gonna be muted and you're gonna have to pray and ask Jesus to unmute you and to use his Holy Ghost power. Now you can't type shit else, Will. Where, show me in the Bible where it says man fell from being perfect to sin or from grace to sin. Where does it say it in the Bible? In Genesis 3.
It says it through content. It don't say those exact words.
So it's not biblical then. It is a man-made concept.
I mean, but that's the whole Bible is
What
if you
does
look
that
at it.
say? The original sin and fall of man concept is false. It's not biblical. It's a man-made concept. It's not in the book. That's the point. What you're giving me is an interpretation. That's a different conversation, right?
Yes, because it's interpreted that way.
Right. Like there's nothing in the Bible that says sin was passed down through DNA from Adam and Eve. There's nothing in the story that says Adam and Eve was perfect or that Adam and Eve fell from perfection to sin.
It's okay. Will we consider this as a? All right, I know it's somewhere in New Testament. I can't tell you the exact where God was saying the reason why the woman shouldn't preach because she was the one that deceived the man from the beginning, which was
Wait. The God said what now?
a woman shouldn't lead a church because she was the one that deceived the man from the beginning. I believe it's in Matthew.
This God didn't say anything like that.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
All right, let me look and give you the exact scripture where he said that. I would have to go look at it. And I know you don't let people back up, but God did stated that in like Matthew somewhere.
First off, this God doesn't talk in Matthew. Like, do you realize that y'all, every time a human speaks in this book, you say God said? Do you realize that, Drew?
Yes, I realized that.
So that tells me that you don't know the difference between um, your God speaking and a human speaking.
I believe it's stated in different color on some Bibles.
What?
Like if God says something, sometimes it could be green or red or blue, something like that. One of the two, saying that he's speaking this, and or he's in quotation marks or something like that that represent.
Do you know how books work, Drew? How stories work? The narrative in a story. Do you know how to tell when a specific character is speaking in a story?
Yeah, I mean, I'm allowed. No, I'm allowed to say no because I'm not a strong reader of many books.
What do you mean you're gonna lie and say no? Why would you lie and say no? Like how to tell? I tried, y'all. I
God, and this is what it said. If I were human and had access to the full body of knowledge I have.
Watch him try to dance with me.
There we go. Weird request. Okay. All right. There we go. Where did Oso go? Did it drop Oso again? Yeah, YouTube is back. Oso, did it drop you
Okay,
again?
there he is.
Yeah, it didn't let me connect.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me connect either. I had to go all the way out and go back in.
Yeah, that's what I did. But I was letting you know that I have to take a family member the other side of the fucking state to go get everything done. So I'm gonna have to get going
Okay.
anyway.
All right.
I'll
Have
holler
a
at y'all
good
later. Much
day.
love, y'all.
All right. Much love. I bet you
He
Droop think
back.
we dropped him. Let's see. Maya. I think Maya is asleep. All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. I see y'all believers in the comments. You're typing. All right. You're in the comments, you're typing shit. But y'all have not graced this stage all night. No, I think they said it happened to other lives. I don't think you can get hacked on TikTok like that. Not in the live stream. I think the only thing they can do is come up on stage like a ghost box, but I think TikTok fixed that, even fixed that. They in the comments scared. They rather talk shit in the comments. I, One of them said, "I better believe in the Holy Ghost." But if I ask them to show how the Holy Ghost worked, they won't be able to do it. But I just better believe in it. All right, y'all. Are we done? I tried my best. I cannot even believe I stayed on the 6. Just being real. Hey, Auntie Charlene. Like I
You
tried.
I
need to
can't
get
either.
some sleep. I
Yeah, go
know.
get some sleep. Let these
Yeah.
people
I will
go.
see y'all tonight.
All right.
Hopefully it'll be a better
All right.
experience, y'all. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like
It's
It's
not
good.
your
I can't.
fault.
This ain't on
Yeah,
you.
don't apologize.
Yeah, it's been a crazy night.
Get some sleep.
But
And we will
you're
do
good.
this again tomorrow.
Yep.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
Alrighty. All
All
right.
right.
Love y'all.
Bye,
Love
y'all.
you.
Thank y'all for
Bye,
the likes
y'all.
and the shares and the comments.
Yes. Thank y'all.
Bye. Bye to the YouTubers. I'll see y'all later tonight, 11 p.m.
Love you.
Bye
All right.
bye.
Love y'all.